And we are live. Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream. My name is Brandon. Thank you, as always, for participating, jumping in, joining in, watching, tuning in, all that good stuff. You know, it's very much appreciated. We've got a variety of different topics to dive into today, a myriad of things that we're going to kind of go into. No major topics in particular. I'm just going to kind of bounce all over the place. So I want to first say really thank you right off the bat to everyone out there for subscribing to Harris's channel last week and really showing him the love from the Seahawks fan base. The Clowney family felt it. So appreciate that. What's up, Irina? Thanks for hopping in the chat. So thank you to everyone there for subscribing to his channel. I know Jay Harris really did appreciate it a ton. What's up, user Hitstick? What's up, man? Thanks as well, you guys, for watching some of these great Seahawks moment videos I've been posting out. We've had some really great turnout on the videos. I did the remastered Bears game last week, and you guys really have been watching it. I've had a great view count on the video. Been really surprised. So thank you so much for all the support in that respect. You guys have been really amazing. Sports Expert, what's up? Where do I think Clowney will end up? I'm putting right now, Sports Expert, that Jadeveon Clowney's, there's a 70% chance that Clowney's coming to the Seahawks. And it might be even better of a chance than that. The one fear I have right now, Sports Expert, at this point is actually not really as much the Tennessee Titans, as much as a mystery team that might be willing to jump into the fray at the last minute and then grab his services. That's my worry at this point, is it's a team that we're not sure of, who just sort of is lying in wait, waiting for the right moment to maybe jump in and grab him. But with all that still said, I do believe he still ends up coming back to Seattle. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, though, because there's no reason for it to have to happen right now. Seattle can afford to wait. Jadeveon can afford to wait. Certainly with as much as his value has gone down this offseason, it maybe is in his best interest to wait to see if he can get a little bit of a better contract. Tobias Larson, what's up? Thank you for hopping on in. Randall McDaniel, what's up, man? Just woke up from nap. Nice, dude. You're going to be nice and fresh then. Carl Nearney, I pronounced it right, Carl. What's up, Carl, man? He Cranks, how you doing? Appreciate you hopping in. Absolutely, we need to get on Fortnite later, Heat. Heat, are you Michael? I'm definitely going to be on later for sure. Playing Star Wars Battlefront 2. What's good, bro? Nice. I heard that that was a lot better than the previous Battlefront version they had out. I never got a chance to check it out though. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, how do you feel about McDougal in a first-round package for Jamal Adams? Well, at the end of the day, Derek, I think I'd like the deal to be made because it would upgrade the team. Is there other places that I might feel like I might be happier with them going in a different direction to upgrade more of a weakness on the team? So let's take another example for this. You've got a guy in Chris Jones out there who has the franchise tag put on him. Chris Jones would upgrade our defensive tackle position, immediately be our best interior player on the defensive line right from the jump. Now, maybe Jamal Adams would also be our best safety right from the jump as well, or even our best secondary player right from the jump. But it comes down to which do you believe is going to have more of an impact on the defense? And I always come down to the front four is going to have probably more of an impact than the back side of the defense, than the secondary will, first and foremost. Now, Schneider and Carroll seem to be going a little bit in opposite of that, in the respect of they have a willingness here to kind of build the secondary and then come back on the inside. The trade for Dunbar, adding his $4 million out there, the trades they've made at safety, the second-round pick to Blair last year. If they did go and make this trade for Jamal Adams for a first-round pick, it would certainly be indicative of the fact that they have this willingness to build from the secondary to the front. And this is where Pro Football Focus is now pointing people in this direction as well. The analytic folks are telling us that if you build a defense now, you don't build the defense inside out, you build it from outside in. Again, I don't know if I completely agree with all of this philosophy, but it is where the league seems to be going as a general deal. Heat Cranks, I thought that was up, man. I thought that was you, Michael. Yeah, we got to get on, Michael. I haven't been able to hit on with you. We always got a full party, or I miss you just as you're getting on that East Coast time. But the one thing I will say that's interesting as well about the Jamal Adams situation is the fact that when you look at the teams that are on board, because there's 7 teams right now that are picked as potential destination spots for Jamal Adams. And when you look at those 7 teams, I really thought you'd see a heavy proliferation of 3-4 teams that we'd be looking to target him, because he's so much of a 3-4 safety, especially with his blitzing ability. You don't see a lot of blitzing safeties in 4-3 schemes unless you're running a hybrid scheme like the Chiefs are. But when you look at it, you got the Ravens, the Cowboys, the Texans, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Seahawks are all supposedly vying for the trade services of Jamal Adams, or at least those are the 7 teams that he's put down that he'd be willing to be traded to. When you look at that, there's only really 2 of those teams that are running a 3-4 scheme. So even though I've been a little reticent up until this point to bring Adams in because I really felt like he was a 3-4 safety, there seems like the league really feels like, at least by the interested teams, and there are a lot of good teams there that know how to personnel and scout players, they seem to be going, look, the guy can play on either way. He can go strong safety or he can go 3-4-4-3. And when you looked at some of the advanced metrics that came out, Field Goals had a good article this last week. Sorry about the noise of got motorcycles going out today. They had a great article this past week, Field Goals did, in regards to Jamal Adams' coverage ability, not just his ability to pass rush and get after the quarterback, but what he could do in coverage. Actually held up pretty well. Pretty well. I was impressed by some of his numbers. So he might have an ability to do that. The one issue I have with it is if you're giving up a first-round pick and McDougal, which I don't know if the Jets would take that. Right now, the asking price is a first and a third. So maybe McDougal gets included, maybe not. But at a first and third value, that's very close to the 2 first-round picks it would cost to just go get Chris Jones. Now, there's some other things that factor into play here. You have Jamal Adams has 2 years left on his rookie deal. His next year's contract's actually kind of reduced. It's funny, if you trade McDougal in a first-round pick from Adams, you actually get some cap relief initially, I believe, because I think McDougal would save you like $4 million once you get him off the books, and I don't think that Adams is making that this year. So be interesting to see if they go this direction with it. I didn't think Seattle would be as much in the fray on this Jamal Adams deal. You already have 3 safeties on this team. Granted, 2 of those safeties are going to be free agents after the year. So Diggs and McDougal only have 1-year contracts remaining. That leaves you with just Blair. And maybe they feel like with Blair, he really has an ability as he moves forward to play the free safety position. So you could bring in Jamal Adams and pair him with Marquise Blair long-term, which is kind of an exciting prospect with what you could do with those 2 in the backfield, the defensive backfield. Toby Oscar, what's up, man? Derek said soccer is better than football. I can't agree with Derek on that one. The GOAT says Jamal Adams would be our best pass rusher. Well, if he was on our team last year, he would have been our most productive pass rusher. I don't know if he's getting 6.5 sacks if he comes to Seattle. I think he's probably only going to get a handful of sacks just because without our scheme, I can count on my hand the number of times Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor blitzed throughout their career. It wasn't very often. So it's just not built within our scheme to ask our guys to blitz too much. And I'm going to close this door because the bikers are out in effect today, man. I'll tell you what. Sports Expert says another 1-year deal with Clowney would make sense, but I'm a Browns fan, so I'm hoping we are able to grab him. Sports Expert, unfortunately, I've got some inside info on this one, man, and I don't think Clowney was really big on the prospect of going to Cleveland. Just wasn't really. I don't know that it was really an option for him. I think he was given the offer on the table. I don't think the numbers were exactly what people were reporting the numbers that Cleveland offered Clowney, but I don't think he's going to Cleveland as an option at this point at all. Sorry. Don't mean to burst your bubble there. Brady R, what's a realistic trade for Jamal Adams? Well, Brady R, I think somebody mentioned that eventually where you would land on with it is you would start with a first-round pick and Bradley McDougal. Because it's a first and a third, and because Bradley McDougal only has 1 more year on his deal, Brady, you're probably going to have to increase that above that. So it might even cost an additional future 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick in addition to that. But I think that's probably your realistic is a 1st, a 5th, and Bradley McDougal for Jamal Adams. That sounds like appropriate value to me. And Brady, yes, I do think Quentin Dunbar is playing this year. I don't think the commissioner is going to put him on the exemption list, though they do have an investigative process to determine if a player goes on the exemption list. And that process you would think has not yet probably been completed by the NFL because of the COVID stuff. But with that said, it really feels like just reading the tea leaves on this situation, it really does appear like he's going to be able to play out through the rest of the season. There's not going to be any further law stuff coming down on him, and the league probably won't put him on the exemption list at that point. Derek, I just thought about it since we are one of the few teams he wants to go to. Yeah, Jamal Adams wants to come to Seattle. He definitely put us on a list, and it makes you feel warm and fuzzy a little bit as we do get those little indicators at times that players want to come play for Pete. We have our detractors here on the page, and I myself am a detractor of Pete Carroll, but the two places that I come back to that we always have to give him credit for, and on those people that want to see him pushed out the door and want to see him retire, the thing they have to always keep a little bit at the forefront of their mind if they're going to take that stance is that Pete Carroll is one of the best motivators in the NFL, bar none, at the head coaching position. Week in and week out, he gets his players to play hard and really compete. And not every coach is able to do that. There's usually a wide fluctuation in performance between coaches on what you get week to week. But the other aspect is his ability to recruit. The other aspect is his ability to be such a player's coach that he's the most, I think he's voted as the most wanted to be played for coach in the league every year at the Pro Bowl for the last couple of years. That factors in, and it should hold a little bit of weight of merit for Pete Carroll when we are looking at him, and you have those people that are saying, "Oh, I think he's got to go." Jerry, what's up, man? I appreciate that. Thanks for hopping on in. Dustin's coming in with the Sean Alexander love already, folks. Oh my goodness. Carl, how about all the teams with Corona Niners, laughing out loud, Dallas and Houston? Do you still feel like the league will start on time? Carl, I'm getting more and more pessimistic by the day. I got to be honest with you. You start to run through it as a general exercise. Okay, player A on team gets COVID. Now he's not available. Now you need to go get another player. Okay, now you got a mass of players that now get COVID. Now you need to get a bunch of players. How quickly you could end up in a situation where you're essentially fielding a team that's like the strike football teams of the 80s because your roster has been so decimated by the COVID. You got to go, when you get it, you got to go into 14-day quarantine. You have a guy right off the bat, say nothing of the symptoms that they're undertaking, that they're suffering from. They're going to be off for 2 weeks right off the gate. I'm not completely off board thinking the season's not going to not be played at this point. I think there'll be something played, but boy, this thing keeps stretching out further and further and further. And it's the league season's approaching quick, man. It is coming up fast. Training camp would have started, I think, within another couple weeks here under a normal timetable. So it's getting a little freaky, Carl. It is getting a little freaky. We might be without football this year. I hope not. But when you're seeing the COVID, the guys are getting COVID. We haven't even started practicing. We haven't even started these guys all being close and hounded together, B. Russ, I think Diggs' deal is longer than 1 year, though. So, Russ, I went and looked up free agents on a list because I was prepping a list here, and he did show up as a free agent. And last year when I looked up on the trade, it was with 2 years left. It was with last year's deal and then this year's. But I'll look it up, and we'll get a confirm on that. I'm sure someone will confirm for us in the chat. Yeah, Dustin, COVID could wipe out a positional group. That's it. You start getting into the details on this and you go, okay, what happens if you lose both of your quarterbacks? Well, what happens? Well, you really start to arrive really quickly as you do this exercise it starts to become kind of a joke, the league, because you could have teams that are way more healthier than other teams who are fielding almost all of their starters. And then you have another team that's literally bringing guys off the street who used to run delivery trucks. And Barry, I've lost your, I forgot to say, thank you, Barry, for the donation, by the way, man. I totally saw your donation and I missed it. And then now I saw it. So thank you so much for the donation, Barry. I really appreciate it. You're always awesome about that. I sometimes get behind on this and I live it, but I always appreciate it, even if I don't mention it. But yeah, Dustin, the COVID thing could easily bring a problem into bloom. Irene asks, maybe if we do trade for Adams, we could sneak Lano Hill into that deal because I don't want him anywhere near the Seahawks anymore. Irina, I get it. I'm the same way with you. Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson both fit into the same category with me, which is that they're players that just aren't quite good enough to be NFL players at this league level. Maybe good college football players, just not good NFL players. Unfortunately, Hill's probably going to remain on the roster for 1 more year. You've got 1 more year on his deal. When you look at how this will fluctuate out, Bradley McDougall is the likely guy to be moved. You'll have Diggs, you'll have Blair, you'll have Adams. You'll still need 1 more spot of safety filled. You already have them on the roster. Maybe that kid out of Baylor, Chris Miller, was an undrafted rookie free agent, just a hard-hitting kid. He's just a missile out there. They got him as an undrafted rookie free agent. Maybe he can compete with Lano and unseat him. I liked Miller's film. He's all or nothing as far as the tackle goes, but when he hits a guy and he's going downhill, he's very violent. Randall McDaniel says, I think there's less risk playing a defensive back than a D lineman, Adams over Jones. I get where you're coming from, Randall. And again, that's where Pro Football Focus and the analytical guys are moving more into that direction and saying It's you got to build from the secondary to the front, and it used to be build the front to the secondary. So maybe it's just a little bit of my rigidity as an old school mind, but I still just fall into the place of, especially with our team, in that we don't blitz very often. When we're at our best, we shouldn't be blitzing often when this defense is operating as it should be. The front four has got to get pressure. And if you don't have the front four guys getting pressure, a lot like last year, you end up just getting decimated on the back end, and it doesn't matter how good of coverage you have on the back end at that point. That's just kind of my opinion on it, and it's specific to this defense and the way this scheme's run. The 4-3 under with not a lot of blitzing. Brady R says, is it still a possibility that Antonio Brown is coming to Seattle? Brady, I think that it's only a possibility that he's coming to Seattle if the Josh Gordon situation falls through. Everything seems to be that the Josh Gordon deal, as soon as the reinstatement comes, is he's going to be back with Seattle. I don't think that you're going to see a situation with both Josh Gordon and Antonio Brown on the team at the same time. That's just too many hands on deck that you're needing to supply too many balls to when you don't throw enough to need that much firepower. So probably it's going to be Gordon and not Antonio Brown. But if the Gordon reinstatement doesn't go through, if another team comes in and wants to offer Gordon maybe a contract, then Brown would come back into the fray. But he's sitting in the background at this point. Spider Rico says, are you buying this whole LJ Collier says he has something to prove to this year and could make an impact? Spider Rico, I really don't. Players, I've lived long enough over my years to hear plenty of players say the similar situation. It's the same thing that trainers say about their players, where trainers will say he's coming in the best shape he's ever been. He's going to wreck the league this year. Well, yeah, a trainer's going to say that, and what do we expect LJ to say? I'm a little bit overwhelmed here in the NFL. My pass rush ability and my pass rush moves are not advanced enough to really get to the quarterback. I'm really struggling with the speed of the game. He ain't going to say that. He's not going to be honest like that. So, he's going to try to be positive. I'm glad he is. I hope he's got the chip on his shoulder. Seattle has targeted guys recently in the drafts that have specifically maybe one skill set above all else, because we've heard them mention it over and over and over again. And that is a chip on their shoulder. They want guys with a little bit of attitude to them. And having that little bit of like, I'm going to have something to prove, you haters. I'm going to have it. Maybe they looked a little bit of that in LJ when they were scouting him, and that they look at that as something that will help make him a better player down the road when he has that mentality. It's a mentality over physical tools. It's a mentality over skill set. It's understanding if you got that hard work and that dog in you, you'll eventually get to be the player that we want you to get to. I'm not as convinced though, Spider. I still fall back on the tape with the kid, his advanced age, his lack of technique. And I think he's a little bit limited on his upside. Derek, the Seahawks fan says, everyone in the football world with COVID turns out asymptomatic, and they were all protests the week before. It's better that they get it now and build an immunity and just let them play. Well, the one thing is, Derek, and I'm not an expert on the COVID, but supposedly with the COVID, there is some potential out there that you can get it again. That just because you get it once doesn't mean that you can't have it come back again around. Again, I'm speaking out of turn. I'm not a doctor. I don't have a lot of information on this stuff, but that's what I've read myself, at least here and there. But you test positive, right? That's the thing about being asymptomatic, is you could have no symptoms and then they test positive and then you're out for 2 weeks. That's where you start losing guys off the team really fast, potentially. Brady R says, how come the Seahawks first round pick last year didn't play? Brady didn't play because he wasn't good enough to get on the field late in the season. And early in the season, he had a high ankle sprain that limited him. Now, maybe the ankle sprain was kind of bugging him throughout the year, but that's the number one reason he couldn't get on the field, is he just wasn't good enough to unseat a broken down Ziggy Ansah and a developing Rasheem Green. He had 88 snaps out on the field, no pressures, no quarterback hurries, no sacks. I think he had like 2 tackles. So it just didn't show anything, didn't show anything in the preseason, and he couldn't show anything in the preseason because of the ankle sprain. So I can't hold him for that. But, Randall McDaniel says, Dunbar, Griff, Flowers, Diggs, Adam Blair, you go, best DB in the league. I agree. Randall did have a good, if they bring in Dunbar, if they bring in Adams, they've got you got a strong claim to make on who's got a better secondary at that point. All 4 of those guys are frontline type guys to me at that point. And you've definitely, I can't think of another secondary in the league that even comes close to competing, frankly. I think you're right there. Barry, when can we start roster baiting for 2021 player cuts? Well, Barry, we might be doing it pretty darn quickly if the season gets canceled. I did look at it, and this is going to be part of, I've got a 10 hot takes thing I'm going to do here once I catch up on my chat. And thank you for the another $5 donation, Barry. I'm going to do a little bit of forecasting out where one of my hot takes is that I think the Seahawks are going to make a trade deadline deal, i.e. the season started, we've gotten past preseason, we're into the start of the season, and the Seahawks make a trade deadline deal right before that week 6 time period. And I've got a couple of players here I'm going to write down and look at that maybe could come up as potentials. But as you're looking at Barry potentially roster baiting for 2021, that's what I would look at in that trade deadline in before week 6, is them to grab a guy that would essentially be a guy they're plucking, that one of the teams is not winning out the gate. They're losing. They're not bringing it. They thought they might be a contender. They're not. So they're maybe more willing to give up that player. And so a couple guys you could go through would be like maybe a Von Miller. A lot of people are on the Denver Broncos train with Drew Lock, and they think they're going to take that step forward. It's a tough division. Maybe they start up behind the 8 ball. Von Miller's in the last year of his deal. They start sucking. Are they willing to trade him inside of week 6 right before the deadline for a second, third round pick? Same thing for a guy like Olivier Vernon with the Cleveland Browns, Yannick Ngakoue, even a guy like Joey Bosa. The Chargers are not settled at quarterback. They have a very solid rest of their team. But again, they are in that AFC West, which is pretty tough. They could find themselves back behind the 8 ball. Joey Bosa is going to be due to be a free agent. He'd be a perfect scheme fit here. What if you could end up plucking that guy at a little bit of a depressed value before that week 6 trade deadline? Because that's what Schneider's doing at that point. I'm guessing the week 6 deadline happens. The trade happens because of that, because Schneider's referenced having flexibility throughout the year, and because he's seen over the last couple of years the depressed value that you can get. I mean, look, Marcus Peters last year got traded for a 4th round pick and a bag of peanuts, essentially, just another guy. And they got a hell of a player in Baltimore for that. The guy was a perfect scheme fit in that sense. So that would be where I'd look, Barry, as that week 6 deadline kind of deal. But no, it's never too early to roster bait for 2021, man. Yeah, Dustin, all it takes is one lawsuit to make it a huge mess. Like, never underestimate the power of just one lawsuit to just screw everything up. Randall McDaniel, thank you so much for the $9.99 donation, man. I really appreciate it. By the way, Randall McDaniel, you were a hell of a center for I think it was the Minnesota Vikings too. I'm sure you're not that guy, but if that was the Randall McDaniel I remember from the NFL, I thought he was a real good, he could really move from the center position. Dustin, thank you for the donation though, Randall. I appreciate it. Getting virus that killed hundreds of many of them who were healthy. Seahawks fans, not everyone feels comfortable getting a virus. Yeah, Dustin, and I understand if the players get to the point where they don't feel comfortable doing this, I'm not going to be a guy going, the players should just take the risk. They're millionaires, do it. Everything's got to be kind of okayed for everybody to go through and do this. So I hope they're going to do this safe. Thing that we're seeing with all of the tentative of opening, even in the state of Washington here, where, I mean, I'm in Spokane, they haven't even opened up gyms yet. We haven't even gotten to that point. We're sitting here almost to July. So if it goes this direction, it goes this direction. You know what I mean? I'm not going to hold any player to the fire if they don't want to be put in that position of being, highly susceptible. You're banging up against guys in close proximity, sweat and all manner and form of human stuff coming off other human stuff onto other human beings. So I can get it. Makes sense. Oh man, I got way behind here on the chat, didn't I? I'm sorry, I get behind on the chat. Y'all know I catch up. I answer all questions though. Carl Nerney says, is it me or do the Ravens team just feel OP? Yeah, Carl, it does. They've done a great job of building that roster, and even Matt Judon, how they've played that situation. They have still not lost him yet. They're going to renegotiate with him, so they're not going to have him on the hook for a franchise tag salary. You got to appreciate a team that gets a guy like Michael Brockers coming in. He fails the physical with them, and I like Brockers a lot as a one tech, good run one tech step, defensive tackle, run stepping defensive tackle. He fails the physical. They bounce right off of him, and they go get Derek Wolfe out of the Broncos, who's been another really great one tech for them throughout his career. Fantastic flexibility, and for the organization to bounce from that to that when they kind of hit that roadblock with Brockers. It's just this offseason, they've done a really good job with that. And they might end up with Antonio Brown. He's the favorite, Carl, I think they're the favorite team to go pick him up. Hollywood Brown, his, I think, nephew plays for the Ravens. So it would seem like maybe a bit of a natural fit there for him to slide in. Shervins, what's up, man? Yeah, Derek, I think it's definitely linemen, Derek, are the strongest on the team. I can't pronounce the word, but it's not that the linemen are fat. They do have obese. They've got to carry extra fat. They've got to carry extra mass as part of their job. And when you carry that extra mass, theoretically speaking, you could be more at risk for viruses and that type of stuff. I don't know. Again, I don't want to delve too much in this. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. Yep, Shervin's college sport teams are having a high number test positive for COVID-19. You're right. This is one of the things we're seeing. These guys are just starting to come back into the fray as far as getting tested and just checking in with their college programs. Nobody's even out practicing yet, and we're seeing these guys testing positive for it. You get this stuff happening in mass, and this season is going to shut down really, really fast. Randall McDaniel says, how bad is Parkinson's injury? What happened? Is it me, or do the Seahawks picks always get hurt early? It does. It can kind of tend to feel like that, man. That's for sure. I mean, let's not forget, even DK Metcalf had a knee injury last year that he had to kind of fight through into training camp. So it's a tiny little bone in the foot that broke. It's sort of the equivalent, if you remember baseball, Brandel, a few years ago, back in the days of Griffey. Griffey once had a swing where he broke the little tiny bone on the underside of his hand, I believe, on just a swing, or it was that when he was crashing into the wall. I can't remember. God, it's a long time ago. But either way, you get these little tiny bones in there that can break, and though they're just little tiny bones, you really feel them on the movement of the foot. And so he should be able to heal up through with it, but there is a bit of a history. It can take a little bit of time to heal. There's a chance here with Colby Parkinson's injury that he is going to just get IR'd. Seattle may just look at the situation with him and say, okay, we've got Hollister here. He'll be fine. Give him the redshirt year. He was already not going to get any of the rookie mini camps or the training camps or any of that stuff. Everything was going to get truncated anyway. So why not we'll just IR him, free up the roster space, bring him back next year 100%. I hope they don't, because I actually thought Colby Parkinson and Damian Lewis would be two of the rookies from this draft class that would separate themselves initially from the rest of the rookies in this draft class. But we'll see how they play it. I think it's too early to tell. Theoretically, Randall, he could come back from the injury and be ready to go by week 1. Theoretically. Yeah, Shervins, Clemson had 23 football players test positive. And you start extrapolating those numbers into NFL, and you start thinking, okay, well, what happens if you get 20 players on a team go down to COVID-19 for 2 to 3 weeks? It's going to just upset the whole competitive balance of the league. And I mean, if you like parity, you're going to love the parity of this. Because there's going to be nothing funner to watch than a fully functioning football team go up against a bunch of Joe Blows who are just trying to field a team, much less a competitive team at that point. I feel like it would shut the sport down pretty quick if it started going in that direction. I'm still a little optimistic, Shervins, just because I feel like it's just hard for me to see them just shutting it down for that long. I feel like we'll get some kind of season, even if it's just reduced, but you'll get something. Maxwell Stern says, what do you think about the first game against the Falcons? I'm worried, Maxwell. The thing about the Falcons, it seems like, is they always start out with a healthy team that's strong, and it's got some depth to it. Now, it's not the deepest team in the league, but they've got players at every position that are pretty functional. They're going to be a testy, tough team. And Matt Ryan always seems to be a guy who plays the Seahawks really tough. The reason being, I think, Maxwell, is that those quarterbacks that are not the strong arm guys, that are willing to be patient and work the ball up the field and not just try to go for the big play, they're the quarterbacks who tend to succeed against the Seahawks, because the defense in its schematic designs allows for the short plays. It allows for those easy dump-off passes. And if that quarterback just stays in that pocket and remains patient, they can really work it. This is why Matt Schaub last year, who backed up Matt Ryan and came in, who was very similar skill set to Matt Ryan, threw for almost 400 yards against us, because he was willing to just take what the defense was giving him. And that's what gets me, I think, most worried. Offensively, they can move the ball up the field. Defensively, I don't think they're going to hold us back. I don't think they got the horses to do that. So it's probably going to be one of those games. It's a little bit of I don't know if it's a high scoring game, but I bet it's one of those games that's at a 31-21 or 27-21, something in that range where you're not in the teens on that game. Jason Voorhees says, isn't Colby out? Well, so it's a small fracture, Jason, and welcome on into the chat. It's a small fracture in his foot. What I read was that he should be able to come back he would be theoretically available by the first game of the season. Obviously, I think that the most realistic thing here is he's probably put on the exemption list, which means that you have to wait for the first 8 weeks to then come back onto the roster. I think they probably go some direction like that with it, where they just try to, if they're going to bring him back this season, it's the back eight games of the year. But he could theoretically still come back. This shouldn't be an injury that would hold him out. It's not a major fracture or that there's tendons involved or anything like that. It's just a small broken bone in the foot. It should heal pretty relatively quickly. You guys are getting deep on this obese talk. 14 tested positive at Kansas State. Yeah. It's the asymptomatic thing. It's that you test positive. It seems like a lot of the tested positive cases you have no symptoms, but it's in your bloodstream. It's there. The marker's there, and that's enough to put you out. Oh my gosh, you guys are going deep on this BMI. %, 10% are not obese. You guys are going deep on this. Yeah, COVID sucks. The COVID thing is just, I'm with you, Shervins. It's ruined lives, and it sucks. We're just out without sports, man. There's been nothing else to fill the void. Okay, so Randall, I was right. Maybe it was your cousin Randall I was thinking of. I remember a Randall McDaniel. It was the Raiders he played for. Maybe that was it. I did remember Randall McDaniel playing in the NFL though at some point in the deal. So I was like, who was I thinking of, you know? Yeah, I have to think too, with regard to this COVID-19 thing, I've got to feel like if it's in the best interest, if the players are going to don't want to play or they don't want to risk it, I just think that they'll not be given their salary. I don't think that you're going to be able to punitively go after them in some way, shape, or form for having not been willing to play. So just because that does happen and go on, I don't think that that's going to be a situation that you'll see them run into. Brandon Maydun. What's up, Brandon? He asks AB or Josh Gordon. I'm going to go with Josh Gordon just because I think Josh really does want to be here. AB is just looking for some team, any team. Just please, God, a team, someone out there, just please sign me. I like the thought of bringing in a guy who probably is damn near the same, almost near the same talent level, maybe a little less than where AB is at currently. You can make the argument AB is starting to get a little older, and we don't know the type of player he's going to really be once he gets back out on the field, being away as he's been. But I still fall in line with Gordon's pretty close to the player AB is. He's not going to cost what AB probably is going to cost because AB is still going to want a couple million extra dollars, I think, more than Gordon. And I just think Gordon wants to be here. And so that leads me back to my preference is probably Josh Gordon at this point. Plus, I'm just infatuated with the thought of Russell Wilson being given a ton of big-bodied pass catchers who he can just throw those trust balls up to who can go get it, you know? John Robinson, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat, John. But also guys that play tighter zones and understand the scheme and can run it better should give up so many of those dink and dunk plays. Yeah, some of it's going to be just, every defense, John, has got to pick a weakness. There's no defense that's been constructed in the NFL that takes care of everything. You know, you want to be a team that stops the run? Well, you're going to be the team then that probably gives up a little bit more yardage in the air. You want to be a team that stops the air? Well, you're going to give up some yards on the run. When it comes to a team that wants to limit the big plays, well, what's the diametric opposite of limiting big plays? Dink and dunking, right? Short passes. So if you're going to build it within your schematic designs to not give up the big plays, then conversely speaking, you're probably going to give up the shorter dink and dunks. Derek, the Seahawks fan, how do you feel about the Deebo Samuel injury? He will probably miss like the first week, but it's the same injury Dez got that slowed him down and ended his career basically. Yeah, that's the thing. And the worrisome thing that I had with Parkinson, those foot injuries are just weird. They can sometimes get fixed relatively quickly. You saw a guy like Terrell Owens come back, I think, in 6 weeks from a broken foot injury when he was playing for the Eagles to play in the Super Bowl against the Patriots. So you see guys who can do it real fast. And then you see, like you mentioned, a guy in Dez Bryant that slowed him down. Somebody was mentioning a 49er who had the same injury last year, and it bothered them throughout the whole year last year for the Niners as well. So my first thoughts out the gate are that it's a huge hit to the Niners. Dante Pettis, a guy who had a first initial good season for them out of the University of Washington 2 years ago, really had a huge fall off since that jump that he kind of had initially. He's just not looked like an NFL wide receiver. They let the guy go that they got off the Broncos go in free agency to the New Orleans Saints. And now you've got Deebo Samuel, who is going to be your theoretical, number one guy or number two guy behind George Kittle. He goes down to injury. So it is a problem. The one thing, Derek, that helps the 49ers out is that Jimmy Garoppolo he does have some good parts to his game, quick release, and an ability to attack the middle of the field short. So he's not as reliant on eating those guys on the outside, the burners. He doesn't have a great deep ball. He doesn't have a real strong arm to throw it deep. So that's not as necessary. But just the fact that they were able to use Deebo so efficiently as well on those fly sweeps. I mean, fly sweeps give our teams problem. You saw it in the Carolina Panthers game where for 3 quarters in that Panthers game this last year, they were running fly sweeps constantly, just killing it with us. Now they just stopped running it, thank God. But it's something that hurts us. And Niners, with all of the motion-based stuff that they implement within their offense, it makes it that much easier to run those fly sweeps because you have the constant motion, and it's just kind of you lull guys to death to not expect the sweep to come when it does come. So I think it's a big effect on the Niners. Obviously, it's a much bigger effect to them than the Parkinson's injury is to us. And it could be something that does linger for them, and even if he comes back, he's not coming back having been able to fully train over an off season like he normally would have been able to then. So it's going to hurt them. And they were counting on him to come back. The problem, Derek, though, could be too, though, is that this could end up cutting us on both ends in the respect of, okay, Deebo goes down, but does this now place the impetus on the Niners to go after AB? Do they bring in Antonio Brown now? And now that maybe upgrades their receiver position from what Samuel was. That would be the worry for me. John Robinson, nothing super new on the Clowney front. I don't expect there to be a lot of movement here right now in the short term because there's no reason for it to be. We don't have any offseason mini camps. There's going to be a reduced training camp. We don't know how many preseason games we're going to get. Essentially, you can have a lot of last minute signings and it's really not going to make a bit of difference to whether it's last minute or signed right now because there's not going to be any practice going on. So there's no real need for either side of this to push this forward faster. And I think from Clowney's aspect of it, I think he's waiting for the potential of a mystery team to come into play who will firmly come in with a legit offer. Because what he's being offered right now is nearly half and at probably a fourth of the years that he thought he was going to get. That's a big reduction. That's a bitter pill for him to swallow. And to ask him to swallow that bitter pill quickly, I think is a bit much. Just got to be patient, let the process, kind of play out. But I still put John, it is a 70% chance that the Seahawks end up resigning Clowney. I do believe that that's going to be how this does end up playing out. John Robbins, Maxwell Stern says, imagine if the 49ers get Jamal Adams, I would be so pissed. I'd be right there with you, Maxwell. It would be an off season of them adding just they've got their team in place, and then they're just adding just right kind of guys to help to widen out that team. So you go get Kinlaw in the first round, who's going to be a great 3-tech for them, the best 3-tech in the whole draft. Is he going to be a star out the gate? No, probably not. But is he going to get them good production out the gate? Hell yeah. Trent Williams upgrades their left tackle position by a wide margin, by the way, not just a incremental upgrade over what they had last year, but by a huge margin. Joe Staley was 35 years old and had gone pretty far back in his play. So them adding Jamal Adams then and upgrading yet another position group on that team that went to the Super Bowl last year would add quite a bit of firepower to that team, and it would make them even more scary. I've got them right now winning the division as we stand right now. So adding Adams would only further push them up. The GOAT says Jets wanted Shaquille Griffin for Adams a month ago or something. Yeah, and that's the GOAT. The thing you have to consider with that is that the fact that this has taken a month, we've known that Jamal Adams has been on the market for a month. and the Jets have not gotten their asking price. So I think consequently what we can take from that, and as we hear Jamal Adams turn up the heat on the Jets saying that he wants the trade, I'm demanding the trade. As you go into this direction now, that starts to reduce the value on what you're going to get for the player. And as an organization, you quickly have to start to make the determination of, are we going to hold out hope that we get that maximum value that we're really wanting from him, or do we offload now so that the asset doesn't continue to depreciate to the point of we're giving up Jamal Adams midseason for a third-round pick when we could have gotten a first-round pick plus Bradley McDougall right now. So you're right. They did ask for Shaquille Griffin for Adams a month ago. That wasn't realistic. That was their initial foray into the trading of Adams. That was when they had a bunch of teams probably hot to trot on him. I'm guessing the amount of teams that were hot to trot on him has been reduced. And so again, with the compensation they're going to get back is going to be thusly also reduced. Rank our NFC champ fame. Dustin, can you rank our NFC championship game finished victories? Well, I still am going to always put the Niner game ahead of the Packer game. The Packer game is obviously probably the better game because it was more exciting, but what that Niner game did and doing it against the Niners, knocking the bully off the block, the big dog off the block, truly taking their position. It made it that much sweeter. Just the fact that we went to the Super Bowl and the way that they did with that, to me, I just come back to that game being just more maybe important, Dustin. I think I got your question, what you meant by your question on that. If I got that wrong, let me know. Rank them by what criteria, Dustin? Yeah, I just need your criteria probably a little more expanded. Our performer, yeah, just give me the criteria, Dustin, and I'll rank them for you. Jose Rodriguez. What's up, Jose? How you doing? Hey. Okay, if it was an excitement ranking 2013. Oh, okay, I see where we're at. Yeah, I'm gonna go 2000. I'm Dustin, I'm falling in line with Derek's. I think Derek's assessment. The 2005 one was fun too. You're going to your first Super Bowl. That was great. Unfortunately, 2005 game just is going to get tainted by what then happens with the Steeler game after that game. Like I can't separate the two in my own mind in retrospect. As well, you just beat the doors off of the Panthers in 2005. There was really not much of any type of game. So it was just like, you almost after the second quarter had that game in your hip pocket and everyone in the stadium kind of knew it. The Legion of Boom still played that zone and 3 deep impeccably and contested a lot of other short shit because Sherman in that deep shit would lock down slants, cornerbacks, and posts, which is insane. It is insane, John. I mean, that's part of what, of course, you're touching on what makes Richard Sherman such a special cornerback. I might argue, though, also, John, that during that time frame of the Legion of Boom, we also had an elite pass rush to go with the Legion of Boom. There was not a point that the Legion of Boom operated where they didn't have the elite pass rush also there. And having both of those I would say both of those aspects work together because you had guys like Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett who could win fast. They could win in that under 2.5 seconds, which is the pass rush win percentage rate that they determine if you win or not. They would win that a lot of times and they would blow plays up very quickly, even those short route type plays. So I would argue that you do need some of that. You need that pass rush to go in conjunction with the solid secondary. You need the solid secondary too, but just having the solid secondary without the pass rush is still going to leave you only half full. Yeah, Dustin, you got to give you got to elaborate, Dustin, a little bit on what your criteria is on the ranking of those three. Because is it excitement? Is it the best team? Is it the best game? What's the criteria for what you want me to rank them as? A comeback interception. His fourth quarter as good as it gets. Shervin's asked, can you speak on the Jamal Adams situation? Yeah, I think it's right now he's going to get moved. Shervin's, we know Jamal Adams will be traded at this point. You don't get this far down the line in this and they're going to hold on to him as a player. It becomes about who's the right skill, who's going to go to the right team. There's a lot of the teams that are in the go for it mode right now. When you look at the list of teams that are available on there, you've got the Ravens, the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the 49ers, in addition to us, are all teams that are potentially Super Bowl contending teams who are trying to vie for this. That to me says you've got a lot of guys out there, a lot of other teams out there that are going to be willing to give up a little bit more in assets and draft capital than the Seahawks are really going to be comfortable in giving up. Some team to me is going to be willing to give up the first and the third asking price that they were wanting. And if that's going to be the case, I think Seattle's kind of out on it at that point. Shervins, I think it's a long shot that we're in it in this respect. The thing that does help us, though, I think above the other teams is if the Jets look at this year and they look at the AFC East and they say, okay, Tom Brady's gone bye-bye. The Patriots are in rebuild mode. Jared Stidham is not going to lead that team to the promised land. The Jets looked a little bit better last year once home dude came back off of mono. They're starting quarterback. You look at the Dolphins, yeah, they're improved. They got Tua, but is Tua ready to roll this next year? Or is that team ready to take the next step forward with all of the young guys they have? Yeah, it's a bit of a who knows. And while the Bills should be good, it's still the Bills. It's no guarantee. So there's a thought process here where maybe the Jets look at the situation and they say, rather than just going for the maximum in draft capital for future draft picks, what if we get a draft pick for future and we get a player who gets us nearly the performance of what we had in Jamal Adams before? And that's what you get in Bradley McDougald, is maybe not the same kind of player as a blitzer, but maybe he's a little bit better in coverage than Jamal Adams is. And maybe they look at it as we could kind of go for it this year. Maybe we're a dark horse team in the AFC. The AFC is not super solid. You got top two teams are great, and the Chiefs and the Ravens, and then there's just a bunch of teams below that. So maybe the Jets could talk themselves into a situation where they're able to be competitive, and bringing a guy like Bradley McDougald in Seattle being a team that separates themselves from those other teams and having a safety they can offer to replace the safety the Jets lose could be the difference between bringing him in or not bringing him in. Maybe that is the decider here. I mean, I'm projecting a little bit and I'm trying to walk this through, but that would be the way I would see it potentially playing out, that Seattle could secure his services. Why are you answering questions meant for the YouTuber? Okay, Dustin, you got to say what's your criteria, Dustin? The best teams, we'll go through this, Dustin. The best teams would be, I'd say the 2013 was the best team. 2014 was the second best team. 2005 team was probably the third best team. I'd say as far as the fun to watch aspect of it, the Niner Packer 2005 game would be the three. I enjoyed the Packer game because the comeback part of it was so crazy and fun to watch. From a talent standpoint, 2013 most talented, 2014 most talented, 2005 most talented falls in behind them. So it's pretty much 13, 14, 5 in all of my rankings as you go down the list with that. If he retires, any guesses on who could replace him? Fun topic just to speculate. I like Eric Bieniemy. No other reason him out of college is an early football memory to me. Well, Randall, he was a hell of a running back in the day. Fun back to watch out of Colorado. I think he won the Heisman too. My memory's going as I'm getting older. I don't know, Randall. Eric would be a decent selection, a guy that was able to, you would think, lost a lot out of Andy Reid and just being with Andy Reid for all of these years and knowing all the little ins and outs of that West Coast offense and how Andy Reid has modernized the West Coast offense. Because he's taken Mike Holmgren's purified West Coast offense that Mike didn't really adjust much off of Bill Walsh, and he's adjusted it a lot more. He's brought a lot more elements into it of the bubble screen game, of the deeper passing attack, how he features the tight end. There's a lot of things that he does, I think, that have expanded the West Coast offense that the enemy would give you bringing in. I like what you're thinking is, Randall, and bringing an offensive-minded coach as the next head coach, especially if we have Russell Wilson here. I think if I lean into place, I go in the direction of saying Lincoln Riley, Randall, just because I like what he does from a standpoint of how innovative he is offensively in the college game. I like how he's developed quarterbacks. I like how he's worked with undersized quarterbacks and allowed them to really maximize what they could do. And you saw it with Jalen Hurts, a guy who seemed limited with the Alabama Crimson Tide as a quarterback. He got unseated by Tua. He goes to Oklahoma and he looks like a wholly kind of new quarterback. I mean, there was a guy that would have been undrafted if he just left Alabama, would have maybe been a 6th, 7th round guy who gets all the way up into the second round here in this last draft because of Lincoln Riley's influence and his ability as a head coach and an offensive mastermind. So I would probably myself go into a Lincoln Riley direction, with the dark horse being Harbaugh from Michigan. I get the confusion on the Jim and the John confused sometimes, but I might go for a hard-nosed guy like Harbaugh after Carroll, just as a different switch to see what happens. He wouldn't last long. It'd be only a couple years, but he might just get you a Super Bowl win during that time period. How do you feel about the beef between Quentin Dunbar and Deshaun Jackson? You know, we play the Eagles this year. Derek, I didn't know that there was a beef between those two guys. What's the beef they got going on? Please educate me. Dustin, I know you love yourself, Shaun Alexander, and we did have Sean in 2005, but the Legion of Boom defense was a once in a lifetime type defense that they put together. I don't know that there was, outside of the offensive line for the Seahawks in 2005, I don't know if there was anything that was a once in a lifetime situation of that team. But I did rank them. For me, it's 2013, 14, and 05. How should Jimmy G feel about the whole trade talks with New England? I didn't know that there were necessarily trade talks with New England, Dustin. Are you talking about when Tom Brady was flirting with trying to get over to the 49ers, and then the 49ers were going to move Jimmy G to New England? And if you're speaking about those rumors, I don't know that they got very far along the path, to be honest with you. I think San Francisco flirted with the thought process of maybe bringing in Brady, but I think that after they walked it through in their mind, they just arrived at it and said, "No, this ain't going to go." I don't think it got past initial discussions there. So I don't think that there was really any real thought process on trading. I don't think it was realistic, because I think if the Niners were on board with bringing on Brady, I think the trade of Garoppolo would have followed quickly suited to New England. I think Belichick would have taken him right back at that point, based on what we've heard in the background about what Belichick thought about Garoppolo. But I think Garoppolo's there now and in for the foreseeable future. The Niners had their chance to upgrade the quarterback situation with Brady. They're not going to get another probably good opportunity to really upgrade it again here as we move forward. They're going to have to kind of hitch their wagons to the Jimmy G train and hope he can. And boy, that's a big leap at this point. That is no certain thing that he's going to be anything better than just a league average quarterback at this point, if even that. He seems like he's got some limitations. Derek, the Seahawks fan. Yep, the Jets were 6-2 with Sam Darnold, surprisingly. Good point there, Derek, and that kind of speaks to what I'm saying, where maybe the Jets look at it and they go, hey, we got Sam Darnold all year in our AFC East, which is a weaker division. We don't think Miami's going to be as good. We think Buffalo with Josh Allen is going to be limited. We feel like New England's in rebuild mode. We see a spot here where we could get to 12-4 or 11-5. And if you flop out Jamal Adams for just a little bit less of a better player in Bradley McDougald, and you get the draft capital going on to next year, I mean, there's a feasible situation where that to Jets looks like the best trade position on the board of all the offers that are out there, being what you're really competing against are probably first and thirds. So if I've got the Ravens who are going to be back at the end of the first round, right, because they're going to be good, and the Chiefs who are going to be back into the first round because they're going to be good, and you know that first and third round pick are going to be basically an early second round pick and an early fourth round pick at that point. When that's the equivalency, well, does the Seahawks with a first and Bradley McDougald start to look a whole lot better? And I would think so, if you can get the Jets to wrap their mind around being a potential contender. That's where the rubber meets the road on that. Ryan Hurd says the Seahawks always make questionable decisions with first round picks all the time. Might as well trade one away for a proven player like Adams, even if you have to pay. Yeah, and Ryan, the good part of it is twofold on this. Number one, I agree with you. I'm in favor at this point of Seattle trading away first round picks as we go forward completely. I've watched enough of these last first round picks being taken to know that it's not where they make their money. It's just not their comfortable place. Go get a proven asset. I know that the Percy Harvin move didn't work out exactly. I know the Jimmy Graham move didn't work out exactly, but there was some upside to those moves, at least in a small modicum form. And we've had certain first round picks recently that have given you nothing, like Malik McDowell. I mean, just giving you absolutely nothing. So I'm okay with it as well, Ryan. The only thing with it that I would fall in line with is I'd want to know what the details would be on trying to go get a guy like Chris Jones on the defensive tackle position. He's still a really young guy. Yes, it would cost you 2 first-round picks, But if the Jets are wanting a first and a third or a first and a second, and the value is very close to what the Jets are asking for in trade compensation, I feel like Jones would upgrade that defensive tackle position a lot more than Adams is going to upgrade over the top of what we have in Bradley McDougall or even in Marquise Blair. But with that said, I'm not against the trade at all. It would upgrade your secondary. Someone else said, Ryan, you'd have the best secondary in the league, bar none at that point. And the good part of it is, Ryan, you actually then have him on 2 years left on his remaining rookie deal. So you don't have to sign him to a contract extension. And something that Jamal Adams has said throughout this time period, or what we've heard in the background, is that there are teams on this list that he's provided that he's not going to require a contract extension to if he gets traded to them. So he'll just play on the deal as it is. This is the same thing that we had happen with Quentin Dunbar. Quentin Dunbar with the Redskins was wanting a contract extension. Then he said, okay, you trade me to Seattle, I'll play on my 1-year deal and I won't ask for the extension. It'd be the same kind of thing. So Ryan, you could potentially trade the first round pick, still get 2 years of play for him and not even give him the contract extension at that point if you don't want to, if you don't feel like it's worth it, and you get enough time for him to prove himself to you before you do that. So you still would have some flexibility there. You wouldn't have to necessarily pay him if you made the trade. Just going after Jamal Adams doesn't hold us out from going after Clowney. They're quite the opposite, like I was saying. If you can package McDougall with the first round pick for Adams, you're actually saving some money this year on the cap because of what McDougall carries as far as a cap hit in this last year of his deal. Jose Rodriguez says, I'm just here so I don't get fined. What do we have to get Adams? So Jose, that's what I think we have to get Adams is I think the deal on play would be a first round pick, let's call it a 5th round pick, and Bradley McDougall. That would be the 3 that I would think that you'd have to go at, Jose, is that you'd have to give up 2 picks and Bradley McDougall, but rather than be a 3rd round pick, you could get it down to a 5th round pick and throw in McDougall with it. And I think that would get the deal done at the end of the day. So Dustin, the rank for me on the 2013 team is the best team, 2014 team second, 2005 third. I'm sorry. And I pretty much go all the way down there from the level of excitement of the game to the most talented of the teams. It's 13, 14, and 05 for me. That's the way that plays out as far as where I sit. So I've caught up on the chat. So I'm going to go to some of my hot takes for you guys. I did some preparation today before the show, surprisingly, right? I've got 10 hot takes for you guys on the upcoming year at play here. I'm going to get a little behind on the comments potentially. And if I do, just, oh, dude, I'm already back behind on the comments. So maybe I won't go to that. All right, hold on. Let me catch up on my... No, I was caught up. Oh, Michael J. Cox, thank you for the donation, man. I totally missed you for a second there. Goodness, I'm sorry. I'm bad on my comments sometimes. Am I crazy or are my positive memories of Ricky Watters as a Seahawks back valid? Always thought he ran pretty tough. Michael, yeah, you've hit the nail on the head with him. Ricky was a guy that ran full speed. You know, he was a guy that he's going to take the ball and he's going 100 miles an hour right down into the hole. He's going to crash in the hole. He's not the biggest guy. He was not a guy that was going to move the pile a lot. Once you got him, you're going to be able to bring him down relatively. But he was a fighter at the running back position and a complete running back. He came out of that sort of the West Coast offense mold of running back, of being able to be not just an able runner, but very good as a pass catcher as well. Had fantastic hands as a running back. He's one of those guys that he's going to get you 1,000 yards and he's probably going to catch you 35 passes a year. So really complete running back in Ricky Watters. He got kind of dinged when he was with the Eagles because he didn't go over the middle for a ball and he was going to get crushed. And this was in the days when those safeties could take a guy's head off and it was an instant concussion every single time. So he got nailed on that a little bit for people questioning his toughness, but he signed with Seattle after that point. And right at the back end of his career, we got to think it was a 4-year stretch of really, really good games out of him, really good production. Then Sean Alexander came through and really blossomed. But Ricky was a great back. If you're ranking the running backs in Seahawks history and your top 3, I'm going to piss off Dustin here if I don't put Sean Alexander number 1. So we're just going to say not ordered. Our top 3 running backs at the top, of course, will be the Alexanders and the Marshawn Lynches and the Kurt Warners. Or then the next rung below them, the next backs underneath them at that point, you're going to have your Chris Warrens, your Ricky Watters, who's going to be in that next rung below those top 3 guys, Michael. So he's right there. Maybe you could make the argument he's the 5th or 6th best back in Seahawks history. There's maybe you could make that argument. I'd have to think a little bit more just to make sure that I'm certain on this. But yeah, I think he had at least more 1,000-yard seasons than what we've gotten in Chris Carson. I think 3 or 4 more years than that. So you're not off, Michael, and thank you for the donation. Spencer Smith, what's up, Spencer? TJ, what's up, TJ? The GOAT says, imagine this defense with Jamal Adams, Diggs, Dunbar, Shaquille Griffin, Bobby Wagner, Darrell Taylor, Alton Robinson. We would have the best defense in the league. Say nothing of the GOAT. What if you got Clowney in addition to that, the GOAT? And what if you're able to add him as well? You're really now starting to round a defensive unit that was 29th last year. Now you're talking about a team that can get into that top 10. Absolutely could at that point. Jimmy G was in serious trade talks for about 40 hours. Talk about a confidence booster. Yeah. Well, and Jimmy's got to understand it, Dustin. You know, the way he played in a couple of those playoff games where he had like 6 throws and they were obviously trying to protect him and not let him get exposed. It speaks to the level of limitations he has in his game. And when you're looking as the Niners head coach and you're Shanahan and you're going, hey, I do so much to help you out from a schematic standpoint and what I'm doing and drawing up the X's and O's on the board to free guys up in coverage and get you easy completions. You need to help me out by getting some of the tough completions at times. And Jimmy doesn't do enough of that, I'm sure, for Shanahan's favor. And Shanahan probably got to fully realize that through a full season of finally Jimmy playing and getting a whole year to play. So I'm not surprised that they had him in those talks. I'm not. I'm surprised they didn't pull the trigger on it, because I think that Tom Brady probably is an upgrade over Jimmy G at this point, even at this point with Tom Brady starting to show some age. Ethan Jones asked, do you think Jamal Adams' contract would be around $17 million per year? Ethan Jones, I think that if he's traded to certain teams, they would sign him to a contract extension, and that it would probably be around 15 to 17, not 17 million. I'm not going to go 17. He's a $15 million a year player, Ethan. He's playing the strong safety position, which is going to have more depressed value from the free safety position. And it's the safety position, which is already a little bit more devalued than you're going to get at cornerback. So probably 15 million per year is what it's going to cost for Jamal. But Ethan, I don't think that the Seahawks are going to have to pay him on an extension out the gate. I think there would be a general agreement in place with Jamal to say, look, we will bring you in for these 2 years and we will not put you on a franchise tag after your second season. You can go get your contract extension with anybody if we've not signed you to one. But we're not getting you an extension at least in the first year. Maybe they're opened up to it in the second year, but not in the first year. So I would look for them to be able to actually bring him in on his rookie contract out the gate. Seahawks Breseño. What's up, Seahawks Breseño? Good to see you in the chat, man. Dustin Elron says, cut Russell, get Nathan Peterman, save millions. Oh, man. Innovative. Very innovative. Kind of a boss move of Adams to make a list of 7 of the best teams to be traded to. Yeah, it's Ethan. It was for a guy that's on his rookie contract, who doesn't have a lot of leverage in this game, because the Jets can just tell him you're going to come in and you're going to play on your contract. And if you don't like it, you can just hold out and lose the season. Maybe Adams has told him that he's willing to do that. Maybe they just don't want to have a player on their team who doesn't want to be there, which is understandable. But players are certainly getting a lot more control over their ability to decide when they go and where they go. You saw this last year with the Clowney situation. The Texans had a deal with the Miami Dolphins to move Clowney, but then Clowney said, you're not shipping me off to Miami. And they go, but Miami will pay you a contract extension. They'll give you all the money you want. And Clowney gave him a big middle finger and said, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. So players are getting a little bit more control about where they go, and that's a good thing, especially when you have a team like Seattle with Carroll and the destination spot that we are. That seems to be a spot people want to come to play for. So it works in our favor, Ethan, in a big time way if this continues as a trend. But definitely is a boss move of him to do it. Spencer Smith says, I've been seeing posts about the Jets being confident in Ashton Davis to potentially replace Adams. Does that help or hurt Seattle's odds of pulling off a deal? Is McDougal as lucrative to New England then? So Spencer, there's a couple aspects to this. First off, it would hurt us if they feel as good as they say they feel about Ashton Davis. The reason being is because when you look at the other teams that are coming into play here, the Ravens, the Chiefs, the Cowboys, all this, none of these other teams that have a potential of picking up Adams have another player that they're really going to be able to add as an offset, unless it's a player outside of the position of safety, in which case they would have an advantage over Seattle anyway, because I don't think we have a positional player that we'd be willing to offer outside of McDougal that the Jets would really want to take. I don't know who that would be. So from the standpoint of Seattle, if they're feeling good about Ashton Davis, then you can't include McDougal. That puts you a little bit more behind the 8 ball as far as being able to really compete for his services unless you're willing to just blow the Jets out of the water with a trade offer, i.e. everyone else out there is offering a first and a third, and you come in with a first and a second. That would be the only other way you could do it. So it would hurt us a little bit, Spencer, if that is the case. Just because the Jets are saying they're confident in Ashton Davis doesn't necessarily mean that they are, though. Remember, a lot of this stuff is going to be public relations and trying to sell people on stuff and make sure that they don't lose value or have their value undercut. So there is a little bit of that being probably put at play here in that respect. And there is the aspect of, I think Bradley McDougall did play, I think, is more a 4-3 strong safety than a 3-4 strong safety. That would probably also factor in, Spencer, though I think he could play both. Thinking about Jamal, his next contract makes him $10 million next year, but 3.5 this next year. Yeah, Derek. So there you go. So I think Bradley McDougall's at like 4.5. I think you save about $1 million on the offset of that deal if you do make that trade. So you would actually out the gate initially be able to kind of save a little bit of money on the deal. Maybe not a lot of money, but you'd be able to save a little bit of money out the gate if you made the Adams deal and you include McDougall in the trade. Would you trade Blair in a first rounder for Adams? No, I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that trade. I'm just not as I still have a thought process here, Shervins, that Blair has a lot of potential. I'm still not positive that Blair can't play free safety long term. So I'm more enthralled with the idea of potentially Blair being the starting free safety for you and Adams being your strong safety, or at least having an interchangeability between the two, maybe, than I am on moving Blair. I don't want to do that trade. Carl says, what do we do if there is no season? And how do you feel about the O-line? Laughing my ass off. What do we do if there's no season? I don't know what I do if I'm playing a lot of video games if there's no season this year. I'll tell you that. It's going to be an oddity. Seattle will be in good position. I'll tell you this, if the season's lost, Seattle's going to be in very, very good position moving into next off season to then go for it, really. We've talked a little bit about that prior, and Schneider potentially doing a lot here to forecast out to next year, thinking we'll have a reduced season this year. The salary cap will be reduced. Somehow the NFL will be affected by this COVID-19, and we will get out ahead of that by having maximum cap flexibility moving into next off season. And this is being the reasoning behind why you've seen so many 1 and 2 year deals this last off season. So I think Schneider's at least looking a little bit ahead in that respect. How do I feel about the O-line? The O-line I'm very concerned with. And specifically, I've got a lot of worries about the left tackle position. Dwayne Brown's had a lot of injuries throughout his career. He's gotten older. He had 2 major injuries last year he had to fight through. Behind him, you have Cedric Abuja, who is not a league starting left tackle in this league. You're going to be in some very scary shape if he goes down. And if that left tackle position is not a plus for us, if that's not a above league average starting position as it's been, the offense is going to go backwards to a degree. How far, I don't know. But you will see the offense go backwards due to the fact that the people will just be, it's going to be just a dog pile every time, you know? And you look at our offensive line right now, it's built to open up holes in the running game, but it's not built to pass protect. Mike Iupati's always struggled in pass protection, and he was very good last year in opening up holes, but he wasn't that great in pass protection. And we don't know what we're going to have at center. BJ Finney, I will say, if he is the starting center, BJ Finney gives you an upgrade as a pass protecting center, but I don't know that he gives you an upgrade as a run blocking center. And Damian Lewis is a run blocking guard, and Brandon Shell is a run blocking tackle. I tell you, I went back and a guy at Strong Opinion Sports did a video on, I think it was Sam Darnold last year. And he was going in depth on Sam Darnold's play a little bit. And I watched it because I just want to see how Brandon Shell did in pass protection. Oh my God, folks. Go watch the Strong Opinion Sports video on Sam Darnold and go watch how bad Brandon Shell is in pass protection. He is every bit as bad in pass protection as Jermaine Ifedi. Every bit, where he just gets whooped off the line of scrimmage instantaneously. I hope he becomes an upgrade. I hope he can show out better than what I've seen so far from him, but I remain very skeptical that he can even beat out Jamarco Jones at this point. Man, that was bad tape that I watched on him. I'm catching up. Sorry, guys. I'm a little behind. See you later, Dustin. Archangel Ezreal. What just happened? Nothing's happened, Ezreal. We're just BSing about Seahawks, man. Prediction. What is going to be our offensive line this year? Our offensive line. Wait. Prediction. What is going to be best? Our defensive line this year or our offensive line? Who is going to have the best season? Our defensive line is going to be better because I still do anticipate, Tobias, that we're bringing in Snacks, Harrison, and Clowney. If we don't bring those two guys in and the defensive line just is as it sits right now, then the offensive line would be better. But I do think that even if it's not Clowney, you're bringing Everson Griffith and then Snacks Harrison probably, or a one tech in addition to that. And so I would at that point lean towards the defensive line being better. But outside of those moves, then the offensive line would be marginally better. But then it's a shit show on both sides of the ball, in my opinion. You're below league average on either side, and it's like picking the worst of the two uglies. Oh, Randall, it was Rashawn Salam. Right. Jeez. Bieniemy he had some votes that year, I think, though. He definitely was one of the top vote getters. That's who won it. Yeah, Rocket Ishmael won it. Man, he was a good player. Great college player. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. TJ, yeah, Dustin's been in on this kick the last couple of weeks. He comes in the stream and he's trying to pump up Sean Alexander. I've already told him a couple times that the guy, he doesn't like hearing that he benefited from an offensive line and Max Strong and a functional passing attack and Mike Holmgren's offense. He just doesn't want to hear it. He loves himself, Sean. I can't hate. I get where he's coming from. We all got our guys that we just love. Oh, we'll get those hot takes out to your sports expert. 1 second here. I'm almost caught the chat, so I'm gonna do my hot takes in just a sec here, folks. Jose Rodriguez, what about Bobby and BMAC with a third? I wouldn't trade Bobby Wagner. No, I can see why you do it, Jose. It'd be a forward-thinking thought. You would certainly be able to slide Jordan Brooks into the starting middle linebacker role at that point. Boy, that would be a very, very edgy move to make. And from an analytical standpoint, it makes sense because you say, look, Bobby's best days are behind him. We're not going to pay for future performance when it's going to fall far behind what his prior performance was. But the biggest thing that holds you up from it, Jose, is you just signed Bobby to a new deal last year. If you were to move him, all of the bonus money would accelerate into this year's cap. And that's just too much of a hit. You wouldn't save any money by offloading him at that point. You'd essentially be taking a hit to move Bobby. So as well, I believe the Jets still have CJ Mosley there that they signed from the Ravens to a big free agent deal a couple years ago. So I just don't think he would be it'd be a fit. All right, we're going to do the hot takes, and then Randall McDaniel, I'll get to your Lincoln Riley deal, but I'm going to do my hot takes here really quickly, which means I will get behind on the chat, but I will catch back up. So let's go with the hot takes. First, these are my 10 hot takes for the upcoming season in no particular order. Some of these are going to be no-brainers. Some of these are going to be like, yeah, well, I think that too. But some of these I'm going a little bit on a ledge with. So let's go down the line. My first take, and this was off of a comment. Can't remember who posted it. You might be here. If you are, you can take credit. I think this season, Russell Wilson throws for 40 touchdowns for the first time in his career this year. My reasoning behind this is two different fold. First, Russell Wilson, and I'm anticipating, of course, Josh Gordon ends up being signed, but Russell Wilson has never had this many able-bodied pass catchers to pick from. And not just able-bodied pass catchers, but big-bodied pass catchers with long arms who can jump through the roof and go and get the ball in contested catch situations. And what do you get in red zone situations more than anything else? A high prevalence of contested catches, of where there's just not enough room to get the separation you want to get. So you've got to have a guy who can have a defender hanging all over him and still be able to go up there and reach up and pluck the ball away. Well, right now you got Disley showed an ability to do that last year. Greg Olsen, who's had to have his whole career, he's played with Cam Newton, who is as wild at the stick as you get from the quarterback position. I mean, he can take a 5-yard throw and miss by 20 yards. So you got a guy in Olsen who can just go up there and pluck the ball away. He's gone to Pro Bowl after Pro Bowl and really utilizing that asset. He now comes to Russ and gets in a guy who is as accurate as Russ. It's like going from one opposite end of the gamut to the other. And Russell's really going to be able to take advantage of that. Then in addition to that, you've got a guy like Tyler Lockett's good for 7 to 8 touchdowns a year. DK Metcalf, who I'm expecting to take another step forward. I had thought with Colby Parkinson that he would be another guy that you could add into this mix as well as a guy who would be a threat. But of course, he broke his foot. I'm still thinking that even if Colby comes in for the back 8 games of the season, I never thought Parkinson would be a 40 catch guy for you this year, or who would just light the world on fire right out the gate. But I thought he'd be a guy who would be able to get you an effective red zone threat right out the gate. 4 or 5 touchdowns right in his rookie year was what I was thinking he could do. So Russell's been right about the 35 touchdown range throughout his career. I think this year he finally pushes up through that range and hits into the 40 touchdown range. And then maybe finally, he can get at least one MVP vote. I'm not thinking he'll get the MVP, because Lord knows he could throw for 55 touchdowns and probably still not get it. But maybe he'll at least get one MVP vote. Instead of that point, be 5 behind Derek Carr for his career in that aspect of things. Second hot take. DK Metcalf takes the next step forward this season. I have him posted for 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns, 75 catches this year, as he continues his rise towards the Hall of Fame potential career I think he could do if he can maintain the health. He showed every bit this last year. Again, this isn't me going on a wide branch. We know that he got he had over 100 targets by Russell Wilson last year. He's the first rookie, by the way, of any receiver that Russell Wilson has thrown to get to that many targets in a single season. It took Baldwin like 5 or 6 years to get there. It took, I think, Tyler Lockett 4 years I don't think Lockett's even gotten to the 100 target range. So Russell's going to target the hell out of DK. He's going to get a lot of opportunities to do it. And I think DK is just going to continue to take his game to the next level. Next hot take, and this is one that I've spoken about prior, but I'm going to nail it down here again. Ethan Posick is going to be your day one starter at center. This is a guy with a ton of talent, very underrated, and he's been moved out of position with the Seahawks from day one of arriving. He was a center at LSU, and this was when LSU was running that rushing attack with Leonard Fournette, and they were just blowing people off the ball. This guy was the guy hanging there at center and playing the position very well for them. Well, what did we do when we got him? Naturally, what you do with a guy who's played center his whole position, his whole career, you move him to guard. You move him to guard naturally. And while he's slowly gotten better at guard as time has gone on, and then he had the major injury halfway into the year last year that ended his season, he's never been given a chance to go back to the center position. And the reason, because you signed Justin Britt to the contract extension just as you drafted the guy. And so what happened is you were looking at it and going, well, we're paying Justin Britt all this money. We can't let the rookie start. Unfortunately, competition, I don't think, won the day there. I think Justin Britt's salary won the day to a degree. So I think Ethan Posick is your day one starter, and I think he starts throughout the year in that role. And I think I'm going to make the prediction that he flourishes in that role. Maybe not a Pro Bowler, but he's going to move guys off the ball better than any center that we've had at that position in the last few years. Maybe even better than Max Unger when he was here. Next hot take. Jordan Brooks is going to start less than 2 games this season, if he starts at all. He will be on the bench through every game of this year. A lot of talk about KJ Wright switching positions. A lot of talk about, putting Jordan Brooks at the will. But this is all smokescreen. This is all because you can't, from a public relations standpoint, say, hey, our first round pick, fans, he's sitting on the bench all season. Looks like a wasted pick. Looks like, from a front office standpoint, that there's a little bit of ineptitude going on there, doesn't it? Especially when it's coming on the heels of a prior year where your first round pick didn't play at all then either. And you're on a run of like 5 straight years where your first round pick has sucked it up. So I don't think Jordan Brooks is moving position. I don't think KJ Wright's moving position. Jordan Brooks' long-term position is going to be middle linebacker, and he'll probably be a damn good middle linebacker when he eventually falls into that role. But KJ is going to be your starting will this year, and Bruce Irvin is going to be your starting Sam. You didn't pay $6 million to Bruce Irvin to have him be just a rotational pass rusher on this team. You're getting two positions in one with that guy. That's why you paid the $6 million on a 1-year deal. Next hot take. Darrell Taylor is going to have more sacks this year than LJ Collier. Now, it's not going to be a wide margin. I'm not forecasting Darrell Taylor to have 10 plus sacks in his first year, but I am forecasting Taylor to have 5 to 6 sacks in his first year. And I would be surprised to see LJ Collier get past 1 to 2 sacks this year. I think LJ Collier can fit into a role of being a run-stuffing 5-tech for this team, early down run-stuffing defensive end. But I think on passing downs, you're going to bring another pass rusher in who's going to be better than him. I think Taylor, you could put a role where you align him out there and let him just go after the quarterback on certain set downs. And I think with that, he's got that swim move into his bend that he does. It's his patented move. He rips the swim and then goes into the bend. And I think he's going to get sacks to the next level right out the gate with that as he starts to refine his game and his technique. So I think he gets 5. I think Collier's a 1 or 2 guy this year at best case scenario. All right, we're motoring through these. Next hot take. Damian Lewis, and this was prior to the Colby Parkinson injury, but I'm going to keep him on here just because I still think it's true. Damian Lewis and Colby Parkinson are going to be the two rookies from this draft class that are going to separate themselves initially from the rest of the draft class. Damian Lewis is going to give you an above average league starter, I bet, right out the gate. That's my prediction with him. And when it came to Parkinson, I thought prior to the injury, he'd get you 4 to 5 touchdowns, 30 catches maybe, be a nice guy in the red zone who could give you a little bit of a threat with that. I still think he can get back to some kind of health there. And I think he fits better at the end of the day. If they can get him as a day one, a health guy, that he's able to be available, and they can move off that $3.2 million Hollister salary, because that's what Hollister's costing this next year, is a one year, $3.2 million deal. You save money and maybe you get an upgrade at the position. Maybe he's a better pass catcher than what you have in Hollister. So I think Damian Lewis and Parkinson are the two guys that are going to separate themselves from the rest of this draft class. Next hot take. I believe there will be a major trade deadline deal with our Seahawks. So what this means is that after training camp starts, after the preseason game starts, I expect there to be a deal that happens between the Seahawks and some undetermined team out there between that time and the week 6 trade deadline. I can't say exactly who the player would be. I mentioned there were a couple guys that are going to be up for free agency as we move into 2021, who, if their teams were to fall behind early, who, if they were to be lesser than what they thought they're going to be, non-contenders when they thought they were going to be contenders, maybe those players become available. So some names out there would be Von Miller, Olivier Vernon, Yannick Ngakoue, Joey Bosa. These are guys that are slated to be free agents. Maybe they're guys that'll be eventually franchise tagged. Maybe they're guys that there's no chance they get moved. But if those teams go cruddy, if those teams go sideways and they suddenly become available, and we know this happens every year, where there becomes a subset of guys who become available who we had not thought would have been available at this time of the offseason, I think Schneider's going to maintain the flexibility to be able to go out and make that type of move. So I'm expecting a trade deadline deal to be made just prior to the year. My last two hot takes here are going to be, I believe Rashad Penny is going to be traded prior to the start of the season. Again, these are my hot takes, so I wanted to have a firm stance on some of this stuff. I do definitely think, though, that he's going to be moved. The Carlos Hyde signing to me speaks to this. Maybe he's had some setbacks. Maybe it's going to take him to week 8 to coming back in the mold. But when you had Travis Homer on this roster, when you had DJ Dallas on this roster, when you had a potential of even bringing Marshawn Lynch, who's been sitting waiting in the wings, and then you still go and do this Carlos Hyde signing, it's indicative to me that they maybe could be looking at it. We've got to just move on from this. And it would be sad from my standpoint if they do make this move, frankly, because as I was looking on Twitter, somebody was mentioning Seattle was just starting to understand how to best utilize him as he went down to his injury. He was averaging 8.2 yards per carry on outside runs. And has that not been what I've harped on with Rashad Penny since day one? For all the haters out there, for all the people saying, oh, he sucks, he's horrible, he sucks. I've said, no, they're running him up into the middle all the time, which is not his game. He's a guy you got to get on the outside, run toss sweeps, outside zone, let him operate out in space, and he will just go off. And the stats back it up. It's 7 yards per carry off tackle. So when he runs off tackle, 7 yards per carry, 11.4 yards per catch in 2019 when they got him in space. So just get him in space and let him work. I hope they don't make this trade, but it's just, this is what I'm reading into when I'm seeing the front office doing some of these background moves that you're seeing. Maybe it won't, but maybe they just feel like he'll be on the wake. He's going to take 8 extra weeks to get out past that point, and they're going to put him on the exemption list, and that's why they signed Hyde. They just don't want to get too thin at running back. But that's my hot take read on that one. So the last one, and this one's no surprise, I've spoken this a couple times on this stream, and that is that I expect the Seahawks to sign Jadeveon Clowney and Snacks Harrison prior to the season as the next 2 moves to be made, major moves to be made on this roster. So those are my 2 hot takes. I don't think I need to expand on those 2. Those are what I believe are going to happen. You need Snacks Harrison. Your one tech right now is Poona Ford and Brian Monet are your only 2 one techs on the roster right now. You need to reinforce it. You gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year to running backs. That's way too high, especially for a team that wants to stop the run first and foremost. So, all right, let's get back to the chat here. Randall McDaniel, to your point about Lincoln Riley, would he defer to JS as GM? Would JS become president like Pete is now and be the final decision maker? To me, JS is an important piece in this whole thing moving forward. Randall, I think you kind of walked it logically right through the process of how it would play out, is that John would earn the stripes at that point. He's earned to take over the president role. It's the natural role that you would have a general manager usually move into. There's a lot of general managers that are also presidents throughout the league. And so, yeah, you would have a guy in Lincoln Riley. You would think that Lincoln Riley would be able to go to a coaching position like this. It'd be a good landing location for him because he'd have a great team in place and he'd have his franchise quarterback set up. So he'd be put in a position of being successful. And you'd think that coming out of college, he wouldn't just be initially given the reins to be given the general manager and all of the upper level control like Pete Carroll's had. It just wouldn't be the same kind of situation at play. I think teams have tended to go away from that because they've seen how that's not a good thing to do. You need to have guys separated in their roles. Having a coach that's also the general manager just leads to too many problems. TJ Wilborn says, I don't want Adams. I know he's good, but we can have the best secondary in history, again, laughing out loud, but without a pass rusher, we won't be a top 10 defense. Well, TJ, this is the place that I fall back along on. This is why I would say that if it's a matter of giving up marginally more assets to go get Chris Jones as opposed to Adams, I'd rather go get Chris Jones. Because the Kansas City Chiefs, if you sign Chris Jones to an offer sheet, the Chiefs have no cap space to match it. They're having to find out how they're going to create the space to put $40 million a year to Mahomes. So you sign him to an offer sheet, it ain't getting matched. You're just giving up the 2 first-round picks. I would be more willing to do that. I think that would take you into a closer step to being a better overall defense. But the understanding is also the difference being with Chris Jones, you would have to sign him to a contract right out the gate, whereas with Adams, you could hold him onto his rookie deal for 2 more seasons, theoretically. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, I can't stand. I got a little. Oh, geez. I got behind. Crimson Brave went crazy, huh? Jesus, Crimson. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, I can't stand the people who think the Bucs are overrated. When you have Tom Brady, one of the best tight end cores, one of the best wide receivers cores, an improved O-line, and a very good running back in Keyshawn Vaughn. Yeah, it's Derek. The people that feel like the Bucs are overrated are the people that don't tend to have a good understanding of the front 7 of their defense and how good that front 7 was last year. Because that's what I come back to. I think the Brady and the Gronkowski stuff fills out that roster that had 35 touchdown passes thrown with Jameis Winston from it last year. But it's the front 7 that comes into fact. It's that they're going to have a fairly complete team. And that's why I don't think that they are overrated. I think they are truly a contender. Yeah, Derek, you hit the nail on the head, Derek. One of the best front 7s. Rohit Sonawane. What's up, Rohit? Would you prefer the Hawks trading Marquise Blair or McDougal in a package for Adams? I would absolutely prefer McDougal above all else. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and worst stream ever. Your mom, yeah. Crimson, man, Crimson's angry, huh? All right, Crimson, we're gonna go bye-bye to you, buddy. I don't tend to remove people on the stream, man, but that's bye-bye. He's blocked. He's bye-bye. I like to have 49er fans in here, but you're gonna come here and spam my chat. That's the quickest way to get your butt kicked out of here as fast as anything. The Toast says, yo, will we have a 10 sacker on our defensive line or will we have another 5 sack leader? Well, the Toast, as I've called it, our pass rush this year is what going to be called the cobble it together approach. And that means just like a mason, they're going to be stacking it brick by brick to eventually complete the building of pass rush. What that unfortunately means is the second part of your question. You're going to have a lot of guys in the 5 to 6 to 7 sack range. You'll have a bunch of them, hopefully, but you probably won't have a guy that's anywhere near the 10 sack range point. Certainly Rasheem Green could take that next step forward to get there, but I just don't think it's likely. And don't worry about Crimson Brave. I'll skip through his comments. Sports Expert asks, is Jamarco Jones any good? I'm an Ohio State fan. So Jamarco Jones is a guy that's, I would call him an overachiever as a player, a guy with limited skill set as far as technical tools go. Well, he's got good technical tools as far as natural physical gifts are go. This is why he went undrafted, is he was a guy that just didn't have a lot of physical stuff that would seem like for teams that's going to show up at the next level. But what he has is a lot of moxie, a lot of technical ability, and he understands how to play the position really, really well. To be honest with you, Sports Expert, I would have maybe added it as another hot take. I think he's really, really going to push he's really going to push Brandon Shell at that right tackle position. And I would not be surprised in the least if he actually is your day one starter there at right tackle. You've got Jones. He's been here for 3 years now. Brandon Shell's coming onto a new team, a new scheme. And I think that though he's not going to maybe be the run blocker that Shell is, I think it, especially watching some of that tape of the Sam Darnold tape with Shell, he might be a much better pass blocker than Brandon Shell is. I mean, Brandon Shell looks just, the tape I was watching with Sam Darnold, it was just like cover your eyes bad. Billy Sims, well, we got Billy Sims and Crimsons, and my goodness. Rest in peace for Sean Islam. Yep. Ethan Jones says, I really hope we're getting Timmy Jernigan. Yep. He'd be a good guy to grab. It'd be good. You've got right now your 3 tech, of course, you're sitting at right now, only one guy. I was speaking to how thin we are at 1 tech as just having Poona Ford and Brandon Monet, but you're actually probably even thinner at 3 tech, where you've got Jaron Reed, who's kind of a converted three tech. And then there's not really a lot behind him. Brandon Jackson, who honestly I'd rather see cut at this point with the salary cap that he's carrying as far as the salary cap hit goes. And Timmy Jernigan is a pure 3 tech defensive tackle. You know, he's a guy that's been pretty darn productive out of that role throughout his career. He's not going to get you Pro Bowl level play out of there, but as a guy that can get you some juice, some pass rush from the 3 tech, which is hard to find, he can do it. And he's not going to cost you a lot of money, Ethan. You'd think maybe you can get him in on a 1 year, $2-3 million type deal if you were to bring him in. But I wouldn't be opposed to it at all, Ethan. Man, the folks are, I'm blocking them, Dustin. I'm blocking them. They're coming in fast, though. They're coming in fast. And if they've got your question cut off at anything, folks, just put it back in the question. I'll answer it back. So if I got blocked, I'm blocking them. No hot takes. You have a crisis. Well, it's weird too, as they waited to spam everything until, all right. Okay. There we go. They're blocked. I feel like Dustin, maybe Pastor Casey Treat or Sean Alexander himself. Those are the only 2 I could think of as a conspiracy theorist. Thanks for the donation, Michael. Potentially, man. Maybe it is Sean over there. It could be. Man, so you guys are just creating accounts to come in and spam? That's crazy. I mean, they just keep creating new accounts to come in here on it. I can get Mike Gordon, a slightly more pass block. Y2K says, how's it going? It's good, Y2K. Good to see you in the chat. I kind of get the feeling we might be going to slightly more pass blocking offensive line. Well, we see who they decide wins the OL jobs. You could go that direction, Y2K. I mean, if you flipped out Phil Haynes for Mike Iupati, you've got a better pass blocking left guard in there than Iupati. You're not going to open up the holes in the running game that Iupati can. And likewise, when you look at the right tackle position over there with Shell and Jamarco Jones would be a better pass blocking right tackle than Brandon Shell. I don't think I'm going out on a far limb by saying that. But I still come back to Carroll doesn't tend to want to change his stripes, right? Well, they say a zebra doesn't change his stripes. Same thing here. He's going to stay with what he knows. And he seems to want to create run blocking lines first before pass blocking lines. And especially if he has to sacrifice run blocking to have a better pass blocking line, he's not going to want to do that. So I come back to just thinking that maybe at the end of the day, it kind of is. It is what it is. We're going to be a run blocking line. Russell's going to be running for his life. There's just not a lot you can really do about it. It sucks, but it is what it is. At least with this year, I think we'll probably open up more holes in the running game than we did last year. Maybe that's the upshot of it, Y2, but we're not going to probably go to more of a pass blocking deal. Ewan Tyrell, what's up, Ewan? I'm doing great, man. I hope you're doing okay too, man. Y2K, what time did this stream start? So we do the stream every other Saturday at 3:00 Pacific Standard Time, every other Saturday. So not next Saturday, but the next Saturday after that, 3 p.m. every time. Jose, I forgot. Let me put it on my notes, Jose. I forgot to check out your channel, man. So, Jose, I got your name down written here on my notes now. I did forget to do it, though. I'm so sorry about that, man. I meant to go check that out. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says Brooks might actually start the first couple weeks due to right shoulder surgery, according to inside Seahawks sources. Yeah, so if that is the one thing I'll say to it, Derek, is that injuries will allow him to start. He will get out there as the fourth guy on the field, probably, maybe. But the other thing with it, Derek, that I'll say about this is that if KJ goes out at the will. Now, I know a lot of people weren't happy with Cody Barton's play last year, but Cody Barton actually got misplayed last year, being asked to play at the Sam. The Sam linebacker is played off ball over the top of the tight end, as the will is off ball. Cody Barton is much better positioned, in my opinion, to be playing the will. It's no guarantee that if Jordan Brooks and Will and Cody Barton are competing for that will linebacker spot, that Cody Barton doesn't beat him out. In fact, I would say it's actually probably likely, with Jordan having his reduced amount of time as he will, learning the scheme and coming along. So I still, Derek, am going to maintain that even if Wright goes down to an early shoulder surgery, you'll see Cody Barton starting there over the top of Jordan Brooks. Y2K, LJ Collier, less sacks than Taylor isn't a hot take. I think Taylor could get eight sacks. Maybe not. I tried to get as close as I could to getting these as hot takey as I could, but I was trying to stretch it to get to 10. To your hot take, we trade someone at the deadline. Yeah, I could see us trading someone at the deadline. I'm just going off past history, which is that recently we've seen the Seahawks with the trade of Dwayne Brown midseason and the trade of Quandre Diggs last year at midseason. There was more of a willingness to move the draft capital and then get the player rather than move a player in addition to the draft capital. So I'm just falling in line with what we've done historically speaking. TJ Wilborn says, could you imagine we get Bosa and he tells his brother to come to Seattle instead of staying with the 49ers? That would be awesome, dude. That would be awesome. And I love me some Joey Bosa. He'd be a perfect scheme fit here, man. You'd allow him to he's played within the Seattle scheme with the Chargers throughout his career, basically. So you just be asking him to do a lot of what he's already done. It would be a seamless switch and transition over into Seattle. And the Chargers could look at maybe moving him if the Chargers fall in line to a spot of thinking, we don't have the franchise quarterback. We lost Phillip Rivers. We've got to get to a point of being bad enough to bring another quarterback back in here at that point. Maybe they go the route at that point of rebuilding, especially considering the division is going to be pretty tough. The Raiders may not be a playoff team, but they'll be competitive. The Chiefs are obviously the favorite in the AFC, and the Broncos, a lot of people feel like are going to take a step forward. So there could be a lot of competitiveness in those two divisions. Y2K says it doesn't take a genius to realize you should run Penny to the outside. I like Carroll, but sometimes it's mind-boggling. Like, why draft me if you're going to do him inside zone? I feel you, Y2K. This has been one of those things like the stat is staring you in the eye. What more do you need to go off of? Leroy Esteban. What's up, Leroy? Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for joining. Y2K, I think Green gets close to 8 sacks. He could. He took, Y2K, I've said that, Rasheem Green should have a very similar career trajectory to what Everson Griffin did. Both of those guys came into the league about the same age. Both came out of USC. Both have a very similar build and makeup to how they play. And with Everson Griffin, it took him a couple of years to get to his point of being refined and getting to the 8 to 10 sack a year range that he's kind of been in throughout his career. So I'm waiting for Green to get there. I don't agree as much as I think it's going to be next year. I think he takes one more year to get to that 10 sack a year range, Y2K. I think you'll see him in that 6 to 8 range next year as he just kind of continues to incrementally go forward. But then the next year, 100% with you, I think he'll be at the 10 sack range. Ryan Hurd says, how do you think our defense will do in the turnover category this year? We don't have a ball hawk on our defense, but hopefully Griffin starts intercepting passes. Well, you did, Ryan. You got a guy, at least in Dunbar, who got 4 interceptions for you last year. He's a guy who's supposed to have some ball skills, a converted wide receiver there for you at cornerback. A guy in Quandre Diggs, I think he got 3-4 interceptions for you, and he started 5 games maybe for you at the safety position. I wouldn't go as far as to call them ball hawks. So you're right there, Ryan. I wouldn't say that. It's a lot like the secondary is a lot like our pass rush, Ryan, where I say that for the defense to get to a point of being average to the top 10 area, which was maybe that's the high end of what their potential is, then they're going to have to cobble things together. We're not going to have the superstars of the Legion of Boom days. It's going to be a lot of cobbling it together. So cobble it together with the pass rush, cobble it together with the secondary as far as the turnovers. I wouldn't expect us to be elite in that column, in that category, but I would expect us to be around league average at least, to probably in the upper league average, in the upper teens as far as our placement, because Carroll does make that a point of emphasis for the team at all times. All right, I'm going to get some coffee. 1 second. Oh. All right. Oh, they were tied with second last year with 16. So if we were at 16, tied with second, and 16 turnovers tied us with second, TJ? Doesn't seem like a lot of takeaways for being second. But yeah, okay. So then if that's the case, Ryan, if the stats I wasn't aware on the stats being that much, if that is the case, Ryan, then I would expect us to be, once again, we're going to be better than last year, I think, in the turnover column. Having Quandre Diggs for a full season, having Dunbar out there at the other cornerback position, I would think at the very least you're able to generate a handful more interceptions than you did prior. Classify. What's up, Classify? Thank you for jumping in the chat. You think DK Metcalf could really become the number one wide receiver this year? I do, Classify. I really do. You go back to it, and you got to kind of look at historically what other receivers who've gone to become Hall of Famers have done. What did they do in their first year to second year to third year? What were the leaps that they made? Because, you don't just come out the gate oftentimes in your first year like Randy Moss did, and you're just putting up 1,700 yards and 15 touchdowns, and you're just at your top end right out the gate. It takes you a little bit of time to get there. So a guy like Julio Jones or a guy like Calvin Johnson, who I think physically DK really does match up to them very closely in his metrics. Those guys in their first year were right around 850 to 915 yards, 6 to 8 touchdowns, 56% catch rate, which factors in drops. DK is right along with, he beat him in a couple of those categories, was right along with them in all those other categories. So this goes with what I see as my eye test and goes with what I see statistically from him. You combo those together with playing with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, those things should all come together just very nicely for him to really be able to raise his game up another level, in my opinion. What would it take for you to watch the first episode of my 10-part Seahawks documentary? I wouldn't take anything, Cameron. Hold on. So Cameron, I'm writing your name down. Do me a favor, Cameron. I'm going to do this to you too, Jose. Just post in the comment section, you guys. Jose, I've got your stuff so I can locate you off the other video. But Cameron, just put a link to your channel down in my description section on my chat channel. Just not on the live chat, but on the chat for the video itself. And I'll go check it out, man. Anything Seahawks, I'm always down to check out somebody else doing their deal. So I'd love to, man. Carl Nearney, do you think Roger Goodell hates Seattle because of the way the best offense ever got embarrassed by the defensive nobodies at the time? I don't think so. Not necessarily. I think maybe you're referencing, Carl, a little bit of the schedule and that we're traveling more miles than any other NFL team, or the 10 a.m. games and whatnot. I just don't think, I would think that rather than it being that he hates Seattle, I just don't think that we're really held high as far as what we are measured against the rest of the league. We're not a blue blood franchise like the Giants or the Steelers. We're just not going to be held to the same acclaim. So we will be a little bit of the redheaded stepchild in this league to a degree. We're better than some. We're not at the level of the Bengals or even guys like the Cardinals. We do have a little bit of rep, but I don't think we're held up like some of the other franchises in the league are. That's for certain. Dustin says, no one out trolls me. I have like 13 bot accounts. Classify, he pretty much is, because Lockett is kind of a slot guy. Yeah, TJ, I'd say the same thing. They don't seem to, for whatever reason as well, TJ, when it comes to Tyler Lockett being considered a number one wide receiver, he just doesn't get the targets. It was great a couple of years ago when we went back to the stat of Russell being like he had a perfect quarterback rating when throwing to Tyler Lockett 2 years ago. And it was like, there were no drops, and it was a sensational stat, but also built within the stat I had a question in my mind of, with these numbers being as good as they are, Russell, why are you throwing to Tyler more? Why aren't there more targets than going to him? If he's catching just about every throw you're throwing his way, and they just haven't really upped the ante of targets to Tyler. He seems a guy that they kind of have their role for him on. They'll throw it to him a decent amount, just not where they're really going to feature him. Tobias says, do you think the fact that the Seahawks are by far the team that travels the most is affecting us big time, or have they found a way to deal with it? Have Seattle always been the team that travels the most? I do believe that it does have some effect. Over the course of a season, I think that it does play into it. I think that this is where it helps, where you hire a coach who is such a motivator, you're able to counter some of that. I think when you've got a coach who's more of the X's and O's guy, maybe a little more drier, those teams now, they got to go on the road, and it's a little harder to get up. It's a little harder to get them competitive. I think that that's where Carroll's come in, and he's been able to offset this. And this is backed up, Tobias, by the fact that we won 5 10 a.m. games last year. We've never in our history won 5 10 a.m. games. I don't know if we won 4 10 a.m. games in a season in our history. So the fact that we pulled that off, I think it's no coincidence, and it's fall in line with what we've seen over recent years, where Carroll has really seemingly done really well in those 10 a.m. games over the last couple of years. It seems that they have kind of tapped into some kind of knowledge of understanding of how to deal with it, and they're doing okay with it. To answer the second part of your question, yes. We always are going to be the team that's going to probably travel the most. The reason being is that you'd have to go to a team like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to find a team on an equivalency as far as where they sit on the continent, right? But the problem with that is that the Buccaneers have all those East Coast teams that are in very close conjunction to them, not to mention the Midwest teams that they're easy flights for them as well. Us, we're out here kind of dipped away out on the edge. You know, the closest teams we have to us are going to be the Niners, the Chargers, the Rams, and the Cardinals. And then you're starting to get into the Denver territory. You're starting to get into the Dallas territory. We're starting the travels there's just going to be more miles naturally because there's not as many teams out on the West. So when you look at that, Tobias, that chart of the teams that have to fly the most, what you'll notice is that they're all West Coast teams. So it's not, I think, to do with anything that has to do with us being targeted or singled out as much as it just goes with this territory. We need more teams out West, man. You know, some of these, Nevada needs to get, they're finally getting, I guess, the Raiders, but you know, some of these Idaho needs to get themselves an NFL team. Cool, Derek. I'll be on we're on for another couple hours here, I would think. Tobias Larson says the most competitive division other than the NFC West. I think what I will go with on this is I'll go with the AFC West, Tobias. With the AFC North coming in very close behind them. And I guess the only reason being that I wouldn't give it to the AFC North is the Bengals just not being at the same competitive level as the other 3 teams in that division. Whereas I think all of the AFC West teams are all pretty competitive, and that all of them are going to be up in that range of the worst team might have 7 wins. You know, the same thing is like with our division, where it's like, you know, the Rams will be at the bottom of the division at like 6 and 10, you know, or 7 and 9. So I think the same thing with the AFC West. All of those teams will be really good and really competitive. And I think the Bengals are still not quite ready to take a step forward this year. Tobias says, who is going to be best on the PFF's next year's prediction? You can't pick Wilson. Okay, I can't pick Wilson, but who's going to be the most productive player? Well, I'm going to go then with it's got to be a quarterback, unfortunately, Tobias, because of the way that their system is weighted. And I'm going to have to fall in line with it being Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes will be going into now, I think, his 3rd, 4th season. I don't anticipate him getting injured again because he's not a guy that runs around haphazardly a lot. It was a freakish injury last year with the kneecap. You could have argued that if he had played the whole year last year and put up a full season's of stats, maybe he's putting up 50 touchdowns, 4,500 yards, and easily taking another MVP award. So I would probably say that he's going to be moved out at the end of the day. Just to have some fun with it, I guess, Tobias, because let's just go outside of it and say, well, who's going to be the most valuable player outside of a quarterback position going into next year? Let me think about that one, Tobias, and I'll give you an answer on that one. But let me think on that one because I'm not sure I've got a great answer right off the top of my head. But that would be probably the best to your question. That'd be the come up with an answer in that respect. Looks like Dustin, you like the AFC East. I can see where you're coming from that. I'm not as on board with Miami quite yet. I think the Jets are still not quite there. I like the Bills. They're going to win that division, I think. But I think that the New England Patriots are going to take a step back too. So just not quite. There's a couple other divisions to me that are just a little more solid. TJ, sorry, top 5 with 16. Patriots had 25. Steelers had 22. Teams had 17. We had 16. Michael J. Cox, thank you for the donation, man. Rank the top 10 blue bloods in the NFL. Okay, let's see here. So I have to write it down as I do it. So Steelers, Cowboys, Niners. Are there 10 blue bloods? I don't know if there are 10 blue bloods. I have to think this through a little bit. Because you got the Giants, Steelers, Cowboys, Niners off the gate. Do we put the Eagles in as a blue blood? Might have to get some feedback on this one, Michael. I don't know if I can put Eagles in as a blue blood. I guess they would because they are an old time one. You got the Packers. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got to think of 4 more. Give me a second, Michael. I got to come up with 4 more. TJ Wilborn, Russ would have 5,050 touchdowns. Pete, let Russ do his thing because why pay $35 million for a quarterback just hand it off? I agree. I think if TJ, you put a guy like Lincoln Riley running this offense, Russell's going to blow up through the roof. I mean, he's going to be nearly an unstoppable type player with that type of coach running the offense in that type of way, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Are the Redskins a blue blood? That might be a hard one for me to put as the Redskins as a blue blood. I can definitely see the Giants, the Eagles, and the Cowboys are certainly all on that. I don't know if I go with the Redskins though. Maybe you would have to. I said, let me think about it. I got a couple here. I got a couple more spots to fill. The whole MC West, the blue blood. Be honest. Michael Wright says, be honest. If it weren't for Russ, if it weren't for Pete Carroll, Russ would have had 3 Super Bowls by year 3. I don't know if I can say by year 3, you'd have 3 Super Bowls. I don't know, Michael, and I'm not trying to stay on the fence with that. It's just, there's so many other factors. Pete Carroll's not your coach. Who is the coach? That's the other thing. Who is the general manager in there? Who's making those other moves then supplying the rest of the team around them? But I can see where you're coming from with that, because there's an argument to be made with Russell Wilson at this point that there's a separation factor here where he is so much better of a player than what he's been given credit for, than what he's being evaluated at. And a lot of that comes from the fact that he's playing in an offense that's running the 80s style offense, that he's not being allowed to cook as some people would like him to be. I can get where you're coming from on that, Michael. I don't know though if I could say that. I don't know if I could say it have more Super Bowls. They went through it in that first 3 years. I felt like they were really going for it in the moves they made, and the trading for the Harvins, the trading for the Grahams, giving up the future first round picks, signing the contract extensions, and not letting the players go out the door to try to maintain the talent. I think they were trying to fill it in as much as they could around him. But you may have a point. You may have a point with it. Y2 cases, is there any sleeper Seahawks you see being a big contributor this season? Mine is Trey Flowers. He maybe plays third cornerback, sets and takes the next step. It's not a bad pick, Y2K. That's a good sleeper to bring into the mold. Who would be a sleeper that I would look at on this team as taking a step forward? Okay, I'm going to go with this, Y2K, because I've been talking a little bit about this with Jamarco Jones. I was going to just say, Randall puts it in the comment below. I'm going with Jamarco Jones. I don't have a certainty, but I've got a little scratching feeling that he's going to have a potential of pushing Brandon Shell and maybe even winning that starting role. And if he wins that starting role, I think he'll play pretty good for us at right tackle, especially considering we're coming off watching Jermaine Ifedi for the last 3 years. Play the position god-awfully, frankly. Just not playing it very well at all. You might be right, Randall. I'm going off my memory here. Jamarco Jones. I don't think so. I'm looking up right now just to make sure. Oh, you're right. He was the fifth round pick. All right. So I was off on that one. Sorry. My bad, Randall. I think he was a 5th round pick. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, even as a 5th round pick, I still think he's a guy that looks like, to me, when he's played, he's a guy who could fill out into a league average player. I don't think he'll be a Pro Bowler out there, Randall, because he's never going to have the physical tools to be a beast. But as a technician, as a guy that's just a football player, this guy, I think he can give you something out there. He can give you some league average play. Shervin's asked, how do you feel about college football returning? I'm really skeptical about about college football returning. I mean, you got these guys coming in. The number one, they've got a bigger roster. You've got about 100 guys. That now so you're double the amount of players that you have in the NFL that you got to keep track of. Double the amount of players that now potentially can get the COVID-19. These guys are college players. They're not being paid to go out there and take these risks. And there's an argument maybe to be made at that point of why should they be making these risks if they're not being paid to go out there and do it? It's not an essential service. So I would probably be pretty skeptical at this point, Shervins, of us seeing any college football or probably any college basketball still coming back anytime soon. It's just not, I don't think it's feasible at this point, just with all the things that come into play. I don't think they will. The NFL, at least you got the financial carrot that's dangling there for both the players and the owners to bring them back into the fold. It just doesn't exist on the college game. TJ says top 5 in takeaways for the Seahawks this year. He believes they will be. I think so too, TJ. I think especially you posting that stat that they were number 2 in the league last year, which I wasn't aware that they were that high. I knew they were good. I knew they weren't as bad as like their league average play from the yards and the points given up, but I didn't know that they were that good. You can be competitive, but be 8-8 AFCS is all okay to bad. That is competitive. Well, that's where Dustin, I think, so for my opinion, I think the Patriots are a 4-5 win team next year. Dustin, I think the Miami Dolphins are a 4-5 win team next year. I think the Jets could be at 8-8, and I think that the Bills could be at like an 11-5. But if you've got 2 teams then are below 500, you don't have the most competitive division in football. I can't see the Patriots being an 8-8 team last year without Brady. They've not significantly upgraded anything on that team this offseason. And they weren't that good last year. So, it's hard for me to see them unless you just want to rely upon Bill Belichick's brilliance. I know, kitty. I was thinking on Seahawks, best rated player on Seahawks on PFF, and you can't say, well, oh, okay, I'm sorry, Tobias. So Tobias was wanting the best Seahawks player for Pro Football Focus, who's not Russell Wilson, as we go into this next year. Interesting question. Oh, okay, I'm going to go with this one, Tobias. Quandre Diggs. Quandre Diggs will be the best rated player. You put him a full season, you get him out of that Detroit hybrid 3-4 system that Matt Patricia runs. You get him into our 4-3 system where he gets to play the Earl Thomas role. As we saw with the Rams game, the 49er game, I don't think he was back to 100% by the playoffs from that high ankle sprain. I think he would be the highest rated player on the team. I do. Maybe DK. Him and DK will be neck and neck. Without Pete, is Russell drafted, Bobby? Yeah, the thing you got to factor in too is that I would say I think that Bobby would be drafted. I don't know that Russell would be. Russell was drafted because John Schneider had a man crush on Russell, and he really pushed for that pick more so than Pete did. But it's an interesting question. It is an interesting question to ask. The GOAT says, do the Seahawks have the best running backs? Yeah, I mean, probably because you're 4 deep. You don't have an upper level guy. So, I mean, an argument could be made, I guess the GOAT is that when you've got there are teams out there with better guys, and so maybe they're better overall because they, are the Panthers better with Christian McCaffrey because they have McCaffrey there, regardless of who the number 2, 3 guys behind him. He's going to be, if he plays all season, he's your number 1. Doesn't matter if they've got the better depth. Same thing with the Cowboys. But yeah, as far as just from the front to back, you've got the best quality. You and Tyrell, will you go to a game this year if spectators are allowed? I don't know. Ewan. The one thing is with me I like watching it from home. I really do. And sometimes in the stadium, unless you're down on the lower level and you're right on the field, there are some places in that stadium where there's not great views if you're up on the 300 level, which, Unfortunately, I'm not rich, so I'd probably be up on the 300 level, and it's just not. I don't know if I'd, especially for the risk I'm taking. Do I want to take the risk for watching the game where I could be at home sitting on my couch warm, or in a drizzle? Probably not. To your point about going for in the past, I feel like the last time we did was the year we traded for Sheldon Richardson. Did the reset set us back being aggressive? Did JS get conservative? Randall, so a couple things go on, and Michael Cox, by the way, I haven't forgot your question. I'm working on the blue blood still. So here's what happened with this, Randall, is right around that time, what you had is you had dead money that just kept rolling over year after year. Okay. And this was the Legion of Boom dead money. This is Cliff Averill retiring with the neck injury and all of his bonus money getting accelerated. This is Cam Chancellor having the neck injury and having all of his bonus money accelerated a year after you signed him to an extension. This is Doug Baldwin continuing to retire when he has a couple of years remaining, accelerating his bonus money. You can see where I'm going with this, Randall. Okay. This kept happening again and again and again and again and again. And so you kept carrying a bunch of dead money on your cap while you're paying a quarterback at the top of the market. And yeah, it did put them in a bit of a having to now reset it. And so especially last season was when this had the most effect, because last year you didn't have any cap space. You had four guys in Jaron Reed, Frank Clark, Bobby Wagner, and Russell Wilson who were all coming up for a new contract at the same time. You had 4 draft picks, so you were really up against it. You'd had not a lot of flexibility to go out there and make a lot of moves, and there wasn't even a lot of free agents last offseason. I'd argue this offseason, Randall, they could have gone for it. There were more free agents available. You had 2 second-round picks. You still had your first-round pick. You could have done something to be a little bit more aggressive to really go for it, and they didn't do that. Now, is that because Schneider thinks that the games are going to get canceled this year or reduced and that he's looking to next year where they've got 60, 70, 80 million allotted to be able to go out and spend? Maybe, but I had expected, Randall, frankly speaking, I'd expected them to go for it this year. I'm shocked that they didn't go for it more. I'm shocked at all the one-year deals that they've signed this offseason because they've spent money, but they haven't spent money on long contract extensions. It's been 1-year prove-it deals. Even the Jaron Reed deal, the 2-year, $23 million deal is essentially a 1-year deal that you can get out of after one season very easily. Same is true with the Brandon Shell deal. Same is true with the BJ Finney deal. So he set things up for whatever reason to maintain this flexibility rather than really maximizing this year's cap, which has been a head scratcher for me. And I don't have a great answer as to why they've gotten so conservative, Randall, outside of they don't feel that all the games are going to be played this year or they're going to be played on a reduced level. It's been an oddity to me. Frankly, it's been very much an oddity because in the past they were willing to go for it. In the past, you had a stacked team and you went and got Percy Harvin. And in the past, you had a stacked team and you went and got Jimmy Graham. I don't know why they're not as wanting to just fill it out. They're just there's a standing pat approach to this a little bit. The GOAT says, Rashad Penny, Bradley McDougall, and a 5th for Adams. Well, I think it'd make a lot of sense, the GOAT. And I believe the Jets were potentially interested in trading for Rashad Penny this year at the deadline. I think they were one of those teams that might have been in there trying to trade for him. That seems like you'd probably have to do a Rashad Penny, Bradley McDougall, and it would probably be you'd probably have to give up a first-round pick in addition to that, GOAT. But the one thing that would be nice from Seattle's standpoint is that Rashad Penny carries a little bit of a cap hit this year. Bradley McDougall carries a little bit of a cap hit. You'd be able to save money now in making that trade if you went in that direction. So it would cost more than the 5th with even Penny and Bradley McDougall. But it would be a way to move a guy in Penny that they don't necessarily understand how to use or is not exactly a scheme fit for us offensively. Randall McDaniel says, do you think more players will enter supplemental draft this year? Thoughts? Can those players drafted play immediately? I believe those supplemental players can play immediately. Do I think there'll be more? I don't know that I think that there'll be more of them. No, I would not think that there would be more. I think if anything, you'll see the same number that you would have seen before, Randall, as far as those guys. There might be a lot of guys entering the draft that we don't have a lot of footage on, because if there's not a college football season and you're going off prior years, you don't have a senior year to go off of, or you don't have a junior year, man, that is going to really be having you leaning on your scouting department to really analyze the player appropriate way, because you're missing footage at that point on these guys. But I just can't think that there's going to be a lot more. I'm thinking this through as I'm answering you, Randall, and I just can't think that there's going to be. I just can't think that there's going to be that kind of situation play out in that fashion. Orange Cat pipe. Yeah. She's wanting some loves. She's in the lovey mood. She's on my lap right now, just getting loved down. She's going to cry at you guys every second here if I don't do it right. Magic Vlogs, what's up, man? Oh, nothing much, boy. We're just talking about all Seahawks stuff, you know. A little bit of Adams talk, a little bit of off-season talk, a little bit of prediction making, you know. All right. We'll see you soon, TJ. Magic, it was epic. I had the ring out and everything. How much are the cheapest tickets, asked Tobias? In Denmark, we pay like $50 to watch soccer. Minimum wage is higher in Denmark than US. Would you see watching football is not for all working class? Yeah, Tobias, it's occurred. I mean, it's happened over the last few years. As Seattle got better, the ticket prices raised. As the ticket prices raised, you got more of the wine and cheese crowd floating in. You know, these are the people that don't scream, don't shout. This is part of the reason why CenturyLink, frankly speaking, has gotten quieter over the last few years. The type of fans that are in that stadium are not the same loud, boisterous fans of 2005 or 2012. It's a lot of people that are affluent, that don't feel like they have to scream. They're there to be entertained. And I speak of personal experience from this because I've almost gotten in a couple of fights with people at the game when I've gone to games who weren't willing to get loud. They just sat there and were quiet. And I'm not on board with that. If I'm in the stadium and it's third down, the opposition's offense out there, and you're just sitting there staring and you got a hawk hat on, I'm going to yell at you. You're going to hear it from me. Don't come to the stadium if you're not there to be a fan. Sorry. They need to start making more movies, verse movies. Okay. Maxwell Zern says, chance we get Adams. I don't think it's a good chance, Maxwell. I think the tough part is that you're pretty stacked at the safety position as it is. I mean, even if you move McDougal in a trade, you're still sitting with Blair. And if you're starting Adams, that means there's a good chance Blair's sitting on the bench for you, your second round pick from last year, essentially having a whole nother season kind of washed away. Makes it hard for me to see from that aspect of things. So if I was to put it at a chance, I'm going to go 40%, less than 50-50. Y2K says, I want to put another GM head coach combination. We wouldn't have traded back and gotten Wagner. My 49er friend was like, you fucked it because we got Michael Kendricks before Wagner. Yeah, that was a lot of people wanted Michael Kendricks. I remember that, where people were really on board with trying to get Michael Kendricks over Wagner. Thank God they didn't go in that direction. But I don't, I'm happy with Schneider overall as a general manager, to be honest with you. The issues I have with this team, the issues that persist are issues that really relate back more to Pete Carroll and what we got going on in the system and the scheme we run. It doesn't really relate back for me to us making poor decisions on the front office or signing on guys to the contract extensions, or, you could probably pick him apart a little bit for his recent draft history, and that's valid. But there's also been some great trades in there. I mean, look at the Quinn Dunbar trade, 5th round pick for Dunbar, a guy that you've upgraded your cornerback position, or the Quandre Diggs trade, or the Dwayne Brown deal. He's been able to re-sign Russell Wilson on a couple of extensions. I think he's done well. I'm more about, if we're going to move on in a different direction, it's more for me, Y2K coach, than it is the general manager. I think you pair Schneider up with a different coach. He can still be very successful as a general manager at that point. Yeah, Tobias, I think $50 is probably right. You're up at the 300 level at $50, but you get in at that point. The tough part, Tobias, too, is it's like parking. You got to factor in the food. It's the whole cost. It's going to be a couple $100 day if you're going down to the stadium. Yeah, maybe that's right. It's been a couple of years since I've been there, Dustin, so $97 might be what the cost is. Bro, if you yell at people who are just sitting there being silent, then you're frankly, well, it's not yelling, it's just asking them to be loud. So, and if I'm a jackass, then I'm a jackass, man. But I come see, Dustin, I'm an old school Seahawks fan. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a 12th man fan from the 80s, and we were trained and taught a certain way to come to the stadium and be. And if you don't want to be that, you don't have to be that, but you're going to hear it from me. And I got every right to say it. And if I'm a jackass, then I'm a jackass. I'll die in that trench, Dustin. Because if you're coming to the stadium to be quiet and sit there as a fan and watch it like this, what are you doing at the stadium? What are you doing there? You're taking up a seat of somebody who, if they were sitting in that stadium, if they're sitting in that seat, would be loud. And we have seen that when we're loud, it has a tangible effect on the field, right? Our team plays better. Our pass rush is better. So when I got half a stadium quiet, because out of the wine and cheese crowd that doesn't want to be bothered with yelling because it hurts their voice, hurts your voice if you just yell. I ain't feeling that. You can call me jackass all you want. It's not yelling at people. Oh my God, Dustin. Are we a little sensitive, Dustin, to asking somebody to be? It's asking to be loud. Yell, guys. Yell. Be yell. That's my tone to them. Come on, be loud, guys. Let's be loud. So if that's yelling, that's a little sensitive for me, Dustin. I don't call that yelling. I call that motivating. No worries, D-Boy. Good to see you in the chat, man. Michael Wright says the 300 level view is a perfect view for me personally. Every seat in the house is as good as you bring your binoculars. Yeah, I guess I got to bring my binoculars then. Maybe that's where I was going wrong, Michael. Because for me, I can see what goes on. I can see it, but I've had tickets before down the lower section, and it's just a bigger difference when you're down there as to what you can see and what's clear and how much of the action you can kind of catch. But maybe I need to do more of the binoculars, because I know there's a lot of people that bring the binocs. D-Boy, we've been on for a couple hours, man. I think we still got a couple hours here left. I'll keep going here. Michael J. Cox, thank you so much for the donations today, Michael. I really do appreciate it. I haven't forgotten about your question. I've just got 7 teams. I'm trying to round out my list of 10. So I don't have my 10 blue blood list yet, but I'm putting it together. Yeah, I just feel like watching at home is better. I like being able to watch replays and stop it and rewind. Wait, what happened there? Rewind. What happened? Rewind. Especially when you got the commercial breaks where you can go in there and look. You can kind of check stuff out again and then come back to it. Or if you have something going on in the house, you walk away for a second, come back, pause it, play. I kind of like all that aspect of it. But wow, so we got some guys that like the 300 level. You're on the 300 level too, huh? First row. Okay, well, the first row is probably a good seat there too. I've been more back up a little bit when I'm on the 300s. So I was back a bit with that. But thank you for the donation, Michael. And I will get your blue blood question out. I'm at like 7. I've got to work through the last couple of the list, and nothing's coming to mind right now off the top of my head. Oh, I know. It's just KC. Just thought of another one. Tobias says, when do you predict the start of training camp? When do you predict training camp to start? Are the rookies going to be able to join earlier? No, I don't see the rookies joining earlier. So what did we have? It was, I think, somewhere around the 11th of July, I think, was the previous training camp. I'm not going to have us starting training camp. I'm not going to say until August 20th. I think it's going to be a full month later that they even start at that point, in my opinion, Tobias. And at this point, it's dicey if it's going to go down. It is dicey. We don't know for sure, even if we're going to get there on this, so we'll see. I'm getting more skeptical by the day. And the more that we get these stories coming out, Tobias, from the college, this is the canary in the coal mine, are the college teams, is they're getting their players coming on board and they're testing them. And we're seeing a high prevalence of those college players tested. It brings the NFL season even more into peril at that point, in my opinion. D-Boy, can you bring me up on what was talked about so I don't ask the same stuff, please? Yeah, we're just talking about the likelihood potential of Jamal Adams trade, D-Boy. There's not a likelihood of it happening, but if it were, you're probably seeing Bradley McDougald packaged with somebody else if Seattle kind of jumps to the front of the stack of the other 7 teams to be the team to actually get him. We've kind of just been touching on some random topics overall, frankly. Went through some 10 hot takes there. I don't think they're going to want me to go through that again. I do, by the way, also at the end of this, guys, we'll go through my 53-man or 55-man roster, which I did also put together. So I've got that laying in wait here as well. But we haven't really been talking about too much, D-Boy. It's just been mainly going over, some predictions. Is Clowney going to come back? I still think Clowney will be re-signed here at the end of the day. So you can ask again. I don't mind. If it's doubled up, we'll hit it up again. Y2K, is baseball failing with all this COVID stuff? And do you think Mitch Haniger still has it, or is he done? I think Mitch Haniger is probably going to get moved because it just doesn't seem like that's been a fit here for the Mariners. And yeah, I think the baseball is failing with the COVID stuff. The owners and the players are putting on the worst display of themselves. They're making it look like the money. And you have other places like, it seems like college basketball and even football, where there seems to be more of the working together between the Players Association and the league to get the thing going. The players don't look great in this situation from baseball standpoint. But they're trying to work on it. It's negotiations that's still ongoing. But boy, I've heard they're down to like maybe a 50-game season Y2K at this point. That's heavily reduced. Dustin, well, you said you yelled at someone. If a stranger yells at someone, you're in the wrong. Okay, Dustin, it's a football stadium, Dustin. You understand that, right? You've been in a football stadium before during game day, right? Like I've been in Charger stadiums. I got cursed at by fans. Like, you go into a football stadium, you better go in there and bring your big boy pants on. It ain't a place for little sensitive people. I'm sorry. If you're a sensitive Sally going into a stadium, and it makes me, because I'm super passionate and I want you to be a fan and do what fans do in a stadium, then I'll be that a-hole. You can call me that a-hole and I'll own that. I'm a passionate fan. I've been doing this since the 80s. When I walked in the 80s and we had fans in the 80s, you didn't have to tell your fellow fan to be loud. It was known. So the fact that you get fans in now who know damn well we're the 12th man, to be loud, and you go in there and you be quiet, that's, to me, messed up. And I'm going to tell you about it. I ain't going to get in your face. I ain't going to go like we're going to blows over this. But yeah, Dustin, I'm going to, yeah. And it's a stadium, so I have to speak louder than I'm speaking in this tone right now. So technically, it's yelling. Whoa, I didn't realize in order to enjoy a game, you had to have a certain personality type. Boy, Dustin, you are really sensitive, huh? Like, this has really got stuck in your craw, huh? Buddy, if we disagree, we disagree. This channel, I'm going to have certain subscribers who come in here and they don't agree with my stance. I don't agree with their stance. It is what it is, man. When I walk into a stadium, and I just gave my whole background to this, Dustin, it doesn't seem like you're hearing what I'm saying. You're kind of getting stuck on yell. Like you're getting caught on one word rather than listening to me expand upon my initial thought. And my expansion upon the thought is that if you come in the stadium, you should be loud. All Seahawks fans know this. This isn't some, this is a new thing. When did this come into play? It's been happening since the 80s. If you go into the stadium and you decide you're not going to be loud and you're going to be quiet all game, then yeah, I might say something to you. And again, if you're sensitive about that, I'm sorry that hurts you so sensitively. I'm sorry that's offended you so deeply to your core, my man. I really am. I don't mean to hit you that hard, but it's just that's the kind of guy I am, I guess. Yes, Cameron, please share. Cam, did you say you wanted me to share the link to my channel in the comments after the stream? And sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, Cameron, because I can't get back to the chat often in the chat from the live. It's hard to get back and find the links from there. I wrote your name down, so I'll try to look it up through that. But if you can just post it's Cameron in the comment section. I'll go take a look at your videos through that way. So if you could do it through that, that'd be the easiest for me. I've written it down, so I'll try to track it down after the stream. But this is just to ensure that I go and watch it. I don't want to miss it. I did that with Jose, and I owe Jose Rodriguez a watching as well. Carl is attacking female Seahawks fans. Shame on you. What? Magic Vlogs, thanks for hopping in, man. Carl, stop. Dustin, look, Dustin, it's football, dude. It's, there's not a place that I hold rules out. I go, I can't talk. Don't say this. Don't say that. We don't say racist stuff here. We don't go on, but like, we're not going to tell people what they can say or can't say on the thing. Like I said, I'm okay if you disagree with me, Dustin. If you think I'm an a-hole for asking my fellow fan to be loud, for saying, hey, you came to the stadium, we can help our team out on this field. We can help them out by being loud in these moments. If it makes me an a-hole, I'll own it, and you can think it. But now let's be done with it. Let's stop racking the chat with how offended you are. I think we got it, Dustin. It's loud and clear. You're not a fan of people telling people they should be loud at football games. Got it. You keep catching up when I'm about to go on the road and see family. I'm sorry, Team 12s. We'll get you at some point here. I'm doing it every other week. So it's, I'm trying to do it consistently to kind of catch it if I can. Michael Cox says, Dustin is interested in watching Sean Alexander fall at the line of scrimmage. That's all. Dustin, no, it's not a male-only stream, but it's not a soft stream either. We can take a joke. We can say tough things. It's not going to send us into a spiral of freaking out if we hear something that upsets our ears. And it seems like you've gotten really upset over something that's very small and innocuous, and you're getting kind of, and the chat's picking up on it, dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's again, like when I'm saying be loud, by the way, Dustin, I ain't the only one in the stadium doing that. Plenty of other fans are asking other fans to do it. Sometimes it's yelling. Sometimes it's nice. It's a football stadium, though. It's a tough environment. It's men battering each other on the football field in modern gladiator fashion. But let's get sensitive if somebody asks us to yell. Men are giving their brains out on the football field, having CT bashed in their skulls. But let's worry about you telling somebody you told them to yell. You yelled at him to yell. That's so offensive. I mean, that's kind of soft, Dustin. Michael Stern says, what do you think about the Dunbar case? Michael Stern, I think that the lawyers were very good in that case about getting to the people that had it happen to them and then paying them off. It would appear to me, Maxwell, that they were able to get to the witnesses who pressed the charges initially, throw them some cash, give them back their Rolexes that got stolen maybe, and then the case got kind of swept away at that point. Or it was just a complete lie from start to finish, which if that's the case, why did the police come down so hard initially? Whatever the case may be on it though, Maxwell, it bears out to the same thing, which is that it's probably going to be, there are no charges. I'd be very surprised to see Dunbar put on the commissioner's exemption list at this point. It's not likely to happen. So he'll probably be a starter for us day one over out there on that right cornerback role or left cornerback role. I'm sorry. And I would expect him to be probably a marginal upgrade over what we had with Trey Flowers, even though I do like me some Trey Flowers. So I wouldn't expect there to be, at this point, there's not going to be charges. There would have been charges brought up if they were going to be at this point. So you can take some, that's at least a good thing there. Have you been talking about for the last 2 hours? We talked a little bit about Jamal Adams, Team 12, just the possibility of him being traded from Seattle. Not super likely. I had some hot takes that I made. We're going to get to my 55-man roster here for the start of the season here in a second. But just kind of random topics, Team 12s. You know, we're in that off-season period where a lot of us, I think, are worried right now about the COVID-19 and the potential that we just, the potential that exists here where we might not get a season, man. I was really skeptical that this would go down this road, but this thing just continues to extend out further and further. I mean, geez, I'm in Spokane, which we don't have that many cases over here, but yet I can't even go to my damn gym. I miss my basketball, you know? It's been rough. Brandon McDaniel, agree with you on the fans now. I had a season tickets from 2002 to 2007 and could tell it changed towards the end of Holmgren. Pete reset it, drop the ticket prices, and bring back the Rowdies. Bingo. We have ourselves a winner. Randall hits it right on the head. It's the Rowdies are the ones that don't have as much money. That couldn't pay as much for the ticket prices. The more affluent crowd has come into the stadium now. The more wine and cheese, and I will watch my football game from asunder. These type of people are the ones who've come in there, and it's less of the fans that are completely passionate about it and want to help their team out on the football field. So it annoys me when I see somebody taking a seat of somebody else who I know damn well would be in there giving it their all, would be losing their voice. Every Seahawks game I've ever gone to in my life, I have walked out not being able to speak when I leave the stadium. It's what separates us from the other fan bases. It's what makes us special. It's why we're the 12th man. It's not me going, oh, I'm a homer and this is what makes us special and good. No, this is unbiased. This is what separates us from other NFL fan bases. This is why the Bengals don't have the stripes is what we call ourselves or anything else. It's why we're unique to us as the 12th man. I know Texas A&M had the name, but it's why it's unique to us is because we as a fan group went into that stadium in the 80s and we came together and we said, hey, we are all going to scream our brains out. This noise reverberates off the Kingdom concrete roof. It makes it so loud that the players can't hear themselves even think. It got to the point that the quarterbacks couldn't even hike the ball. You got to the point that the officials had to penalize us, the fans, because we were having too great an effect on the game. I go from that to now this, where I watch 1/5 the stadium not opening their mouth on play, not screaming, not cheering their team on, not seemingly giving a shit at all. That's going to bother me a little bit, you know? But you hit the nail on the head with that, Randall. Tobias Larson says, my favorite movie, I go back to Tobias. Early days of Quentin Tarantino, Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction are both two movies that changed the game for me. I was actually, by earlier days, I was a struggling attempted screenwriter in my earlier days. And those early Quentin Tarantino movies were really, I really liked where he was going with his style. He changed the game, in my opinion. Dustin Elron, Seahawks Berm, Charger stadiums are empty, aren't they? No. I went to a Charger game against the Seahawks a couple of years ago where the Chargers beat us. And Dustin, that was the game where I was being cursed at by Charger fans throughout the game. I didn't puss out and say, why are you guys yelling at me? Why are you saying nasty things to me? Don't say it. I took it. Because guess what? I'm in another fan stadium. I'm wearing Seahawks gear. And that's what I should be given. They should be pelting me with insults. I should be getting shit off of them. They should be giving me a hard time. That's the way this works. And that's the way it's always worked. It's always been that way when you went into stadiums. It's only recently now we're gonna be nice and just kind of gentle with each other. So no, the Charger stadiums aren't empty. They're full, and those fans are just as mean and nasty, if not nastier, than Seahawks fans are. To your point, I went to a Yankee Mariner game at Yankee Stadium 2005. I was like 12, and I was totally prepared to get heckled. It's part of it. Yep, 100% Y2K. This is the game, man. It's always been this way. I know it's going to be tough for some folks, but you walk into a stadium, this is what happens. You know, you ain't going to get it beat on. You ain't get stuff thrown at you. They're just going to say real, sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will never hurt me. Just got to go back to that. D-Boy, I got a few questions. Well, I'll have some answers, D-Boy. I've been thinking over the week. Number one, Philip Dorsett, how do you feel about the Seahawks picking him up? Is that a win for us or a lose? I think it's it's kind of a neither win or a loss. There's some pluses to it. There's some minuses. The plus side, I love within the new CBA, D-Boy, that you can take a veteran player who used to get kicked out of the league once they got to the point that their minimum salary they'd make is $1.5 million due to the CBA and what it dictated for a 5, 6, 7-year veteran, as opposed to now the new CBA allows you to bring those guys in on a 1-year, $1 million deal. It's only $500,000, but it's the difference for a lot of these guys from maintaining and staying in the league to then getting kicked out of the league or not getting signed on with someone. I think with Dorsett, they're bringing him in to play that slot role. And I think within that, they're doing that to then move Lockett back out to the outside more often. I don't know if that's where he's going to be more effective in that role in doing that, but they specifically are targeting Dorsett to do just that, play that slot role really. I know he's got the 4.38 speed back from the combine. He really doesn't play at that same speed on the field. You know, it's like the opposite where it's like you can have track speed, but not game speed. You can have game speed, but not track speed. He's got a little bit of the track speed, but not exactly the same kind of game speed. So I do feel like with that there's I do think he'll help us with the slot with that. It will move Lockett out there. I don't think he's going to have a great effect, though. This is really a Jaron Brown 2.0 type move, really, D-Boy, where it's minimal, the effects. You know, maybe he gets you 20 to 30 catches, maybe a couple of touchdowns, but how much of an effect is he really going to have in the field, especially once you bring back Josh Gordon, which is what I'm expecting to D-Boy. I think they are going to re-sign Gordon. So once you got DK, Gordon, and Lockett, now Dorsett's your fourth. How often is he getting on the football field? Michael, thank you so much for the donation. You said it, Michael, not me, man. Oh, my gosh. John Robinson says, do you think they are going to fill the stadiums at half capacity? No, John, I think at this point we're looking at no fans in the stadium at any part of the season. I think the liability aspect is what's going to hold it back from potentially happening, because how do you have fans sign waivers if they contract the disease in the stadium? Maybe that's a hard thing to prove, or maybe, unless you've got a group of people at the stadium that then contract it. But I feel like in this age of litigation and lawyers, that there would be a lawyer out there that would throw that case to the courts very quickly once it happened. So I just come back into the realm of, you heard the whatever the main doctor guy right now speaking on this said that they're going to have to play in a bubble. I would expect that at this point, that you're going to see them playing in a position where you're just not going to see, you're not going to see anybody in the stadium. It's going to be empty. Talk Josh Gordon news. I'm pumped. If we get Jordan outside of people stay healthy, if we can have 5 legit weapons, how many teams can say that? Yeah, it's Josh Gordon. You saw it last year in you just had little sample sizes last year. You had the Niner game and essentially then the Panther game where he got that big bomb. And he was now on the field a lot because he was kind of picking up the offense. But that Niner game to me was a great example of when Russell's got a big bodied wide receiver to throw to, he's very comfortable throwing to those wide receivers. And if you get a guy that is able to catch the ball out away from his body, who also has that big body, those skill sets line up really nicely. And Gordon came right in off the gate. There were those 2 third down catches he made in the 49er game, which were instrumental in us winning those games. And the big catch in the Panther game was instrumental in us probably winning that Panther game, because that was a close game throughout in that one as well. I think he has a very big effect. Do I see a 1,000-yard guy? I don't know that he'd be that, but even if he just slots in as a guy that gets you 30 catches and 600 yards and 5 or 6 touchdowns, and he just fits in there with the DK and the Tylers, that would have a great big effect, Y2K, on the type of team that we're out there and fielding at that point. So, I'm pumped about it too. It seems like it's going to happen. He's been putting some stuff on Instagram where you're just like, did you guys see the Instagram where he said, is this going to happen or what? And he had the Seahawks emblem on it. And you're kind of wondering, like, what does that mean? They just went to the commissioner to apply for reinstatement this last week. So maybe we'll start to see this ball start to finally move a little bit, because it's kind of just been holding position and just, we're not seeing a lot going on with it. But I do expect Y2K that he's going to be signed. We've heard no other indications. It's just now about the commissioner's office finally letting him go and let it roll. John Robinson, I'm going to smuggle in a damn air horn to the game. No, I ain't softcore. That's not, I'm not. There's a lot of things. There's a couple of things I'm not going to be on this stream. And I've told you guys, I'm not going to be a pom-pom waver, and I ain't soft. That ain't the way I roll with things. And there's times that there's going to be naughty, I'm going to go deep. We're going dark at times when we have to on the stream. If it's the truth, it's the truth. I ain't running from it, That's all right, Justin. Dustin, you can be pressed snowflake and be in here. Like you said, Dustin, I don't mind you disagree. I welcome all disagreements on this channel. We don't have to have everybody in the chat say, I think we should be this way. And I don't expect everybody to fall in line. Quite the opposite. I like disagreement. Yeah, John, that's the part of it too, the people that don't yell and scream that come into that stadium for the first time and they're quiet, they don't get to understand or take part in that experience of what it's like when everybody's working in tandem as one. I mean, Dustin, can you understand what it's like when you've got 69,000 people operating as one voice, moving in unison as one, and how beautiful that is, and how you don't get that in anywhere else in society? You don't get anything close to that in society. This is part of why I love football as much as I do. So you have this potential of something special that you can grab onto and take advantage of, and then you got half of the stadium or core stadium going, no, we're not going to do it. I don't want it. Why not? Don't you? I love my team, but I ain't doing it. All right. It's odd, Yeah, he might be you might be trolling a little bit. Michael J. Cox says Dustin's chatting from the Jazz. Najee Estwick. Hello, Najee. Seahawks' biggest area of need outside of pass rush going into training camp preseason. And I got to go outside of pass rush, huh? Our biggest need right now. Well, I hate to say it because there's not a lot we can do about it, Najee. It's the biggest need, but we aren't going to be able to really do anything to fix it. The biggest need is at the tackle position. Because when you factor in that Dwayne Brown is talented as good as he is, he's gotten very old, and he's got some injury problems, and he's got a wide injury history throughout his career. You've got behind him Cedric Abuja, who's never been a league average starting left tackle in this league. Brandon Shell was all right last year for the Jets, and Jamarco Jones is, maybe got some potential there. But you're kind of thin at the position, and you're not super uber talented at the position either. And for a team that has had Russell Wilson get his knocked off for the last few years, it's kind of moving again back in that same situation where Russell is really going to be taking a beating behind this offensive line. There's not a lot you can do about it, Najee, but if I was to go to it, I would probably say that it's, in my mind, that's where I would probably lean towards. Okay, so Michael, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to do one more blue blood team, Michael Cox. I'm still thinking about that, so I'm working on my one more team. Oh, I know what it was. All right. You think Dunbar is going to benefit on the racial situation that's happening now? Maybe. I don't think it changes much that's going on with Dunbar, John, because I think the situation got decided once all of the testimonies were retracted. You know, when you had the 4 witnesses, I think it was, went back to the cops and all pulled that stuff back. At that point, I think the case was DOA, dead on arrival. And at that point, there was nothing for the commissioner's office to really do to go after him. There's nothing to investigate. So, no, I think it's pretty much unchanged in that way. It's just good on Dunbar's lawyers and Baker's lawyers to get to the witnesses quick before the case could really get fermented, where they got that thing just kicked to the curb fast by getting those people paid off, I would think, allegedly. D-Boy, number 2, I'm starting to feel like the Seahawks don't like to pay our players. Why didn't the Seahawks pay Frank Clark? Didn't the Seahawks give him the franchise tag? Can you give me some info on that? Absolutely. So I don't think that there's a lot of evidence necessarily, D-Boy, to say that the Seahawks aren't willing to give extensions to their players. For instance, you gave Bradley McDougall an extension a couple of years ago. You signed Tyler Lockett to an extension a couple of years ago. You signed Dwayne Brown to an extension a couple of years ago. There are players that they will sign to an extensions, but they have to target you as a foundational piece. Frank Clark is a guy that I think is a little bit overrated as a player. He is a guy came on at the end of last year. He played well in the playoffs, granted. But for the first half of that year, he was not good in the run game and stopping the run. The Chiefs were getting gashed. And that's one of the problems with him with Seattle as well, as he wasn't really great in run stepping. And that's a big important piece here, D-Boy, because when you start with our defense, the defense starts with 2 things. This is where Pete Carroll starts off, and he's written about this in his book, but the defense starts from 2 points. Number 1, we are going to work to limit the big play. We will stop the big play if it is possible. Number 2, we will turn the offenses into one-dimensional attacks, and we will do that by stopping the run first and foremost. So when you have a player like Clark, who you're looking to have to pay $23.5 million per year, who doesn't stop the run, which is within the foundational level of your defense, what you want to do first and foremost, it leads you to then move on from the player and go in a different direction. And conversely, D-Boy, when you look at a guy like Frank Clark, who you bring in essentially to replace Frank, when we talk about Jadeveon Clowney, who you bring in to replace Frank Clark's production, what is it Jadeveon Clowney's very good at? He's probably one of the best edge defending run stuffers in the league. In fact, probably the best run stepping edge defender in the entire NFL. So Seattle's going to value that, and that's going to hold a lot of weight for Pete Carroll in this defense. I think on that individual player, that was more of why they didn't go this route. But I think that's only a one-off. I don't think that that's indicative of anything else. Let's not forget they just signed Russell Wilson to another contract extension last offseason. They didn't have to really re-sign Bobby Wagner, considering he was getting older to the deal they did, but they re-signed him as well. So they have a willingness to re-sign players. They will, but I will give you this, D-Boy. They've been a little more restrictive in how much money they are spending. They're not the money's not flowing as free and easy. They're trying to keep a lot of cap space year to year, and it seems like there's a general philosophy at play that's being put into play where they're just going to kind of try every year to rebuild it back up year by year rather than having some 2 to 3 year plan approach to it. I don't know if it's that way, but it is a little bit of an oddity when you don't see them go for it this offseason like I thought they would. D-Boy, I got more. D-Boy, drop anything you got, man. Ryan Hurd says, who on the Seahawks do you think is at risk of taking the biggest step back this year? Someone always underperforms. Any guesses? Okay, good question. Who would be a guy that could take a step back this year? The issue is like who took the step forward? Who took this? I'm gonna go with Shaquille Griffin. Because the thing with Shaquille Griffin is he's very reliant on his game right now of dislodging the ball essentially after the catch is kind of made. He's almost a master of it, where the receiver will catch the ball and he'll pull his hands in there and rip it out. And he doesn't take the ball away a lot. So he's a guy that if he's not as sticky in coverage and he's not as good in coverage, he's not taking the ball enough away and intercepting it, he's going to be matched up against the number one wide receivers an awful lot of the time, especially with Dunbar out on the other side opposite him. So he's really going to be put to the test. I might change my answer on this, Ryan, but I'm going to go with Griffin. Just because he did take so much of a big step forward last year, that was such a bigger step forward than what he had been in his first 2 years with the Seahawks. John Robinson says, dude, Seattle is straight up boarded up. It's all crazy. Yeah, it's a crazy time we're living in. This year has been by far, I think, one of the maybe the most crazy year of life I've had as an adult, dude. I agree, Dustin, with Michael Cox's deal. You're not delicate. You're a treasure. Jerry says, we didn't pay Frank because we only had 4 draft picks. It factored in, Jerry. It factored in, certainly, that's a big factor as to why you traded him. But the other thing with that, Jerry, is that you had 4 guys all coming up for money at the same time. So you had Jaron Reed, Frank Clark, Bobby Wagner, and Russell Wilson all coming up for contract at the same time. You were not going to be able to get all 4 of those guys underneath the salary cap because of them all coming up at the same time and not being able to move the monies around like you'd be able to need to. For instance, Frank Clark's first year of his deal with the Kansas City Chiefs, they moved the first year of the deal down to $6.5 million when he's making $23.5 million per average on the contract on the whole. So Seattle wouldn't have been able to do the same flexibility of movement with all those guys. They were going to have to unload one of them. One guy was going to have to go. And I made this prediction prior to it, far before it happened. You can go look at my videos. I predict one of the 4 of them was going to be moved for this reason, because they were all up at contract at the same time. You don't want to, one could probably make the argument, you don't want to structure to have that many good players, that many of your core foundational pieces coming up at the same time like that. But it is what it was. They all did come up at the same time, so you got caught up into a bit of a corner with that. I appreciate that, Randall. Thanks for jumping on in, man. There is some push here for me to do a weekly Saturday chat, Randall. I may eventually do a weekly Saturday deal with this. I'm working on that on my end, though. So that's in the makings. That's in the cookings. I find those who appreciate Sean Alexander most out of the 2005 team to be the most special people of all. John Robinson, I wonder if the Kingdom was louder. Hard to say, John, because I have been in both when they were at their loudest, and there are people I know I've talked to personally who absolutely are vehement that the Kingdom was louder. If it was louder, it was marginal. It was really loud in there, though, and you got to feel like the fact that it was closed like it was had to have kept in the sound that much more. But let's not forget, we set the Guinness World Book of Records out at CenturyLink. It was at that stadium that you were able to do it. It was, it was the Marshawn Lynch run at CenturyLink that caused the Beastquake earthquake. So Beast Mode earthquake, Beastquake. So hard to say on that, John. I guess Kingdom maybe was maybe a little bit louder because of the acoustics. Man, did I get behind on the chat again or what? Yeah, John, that's the thing I think too with the acoustics they created with CenturyLink. You got to factor in, whereas the Kingdom just happened to be loud by the offset of the fact they didn't realize the concrete was going to be as loud in there as it was. So it was just kind of just a happy accident, whereas that was more molded and created. So maybe it is an equivalent at that point. In how loud they were. Emmett Brown, what's up, man? Strep Throat Monday is a badge of honor. Is my duty to do my part. That's right. Strep Throat Monday. That's, what I'm talking about. Yuppies are killing the noise, and they need to get their fingers out of their behinds and start screaming. It's such a huge advantage to us when we're that loud. The offenses get to a point that opposing offenses can't even function. Like, that's the effect you can have when you're going strong. Didn't pay Frank Clark because he's not worth the money he got. He's the generation's Chris Clemens. Yeah, pretty similar. I like your comparison to G. It's a similar similar type of player with what they were going to give you. And I think that in fact, it was a nuanced reason why John Schneider moved Frank Clark. It's the factor of you've got 4 of your main cornerstone pieces all coming up for contract at once while you don't have a lot of contract space. It's the fact that he's not exactly the complete player you'd want for paying that amount of money. And then it's the fact that he's got some limitations to his game for paying it. So there's a few things that come into play for why you didn't go with Frank. It's not necessarily just one exact reason. John Robinson says, I was so loud in Arizona at the Seahawks game. My dad and I almost got into a fight there, and Sean Alex rushed for over 200 yards. That's awesome. I will say, if there's a stadium that we seem to be the loudest in outside of Seattle, it seems to be we have more Seattle fans in Arizona than almost any other place, because every time during the game, in an Arizona game, you'll hear at some point a Seattle chant start happening at some point. Usually at the end of the game was we're up on them and beating them. But it's weird how many fans go into that stadium. But I had the same thing. Like you go into an opposing stadium, you know what time it is, you know what's going to go down. You know, you got your head on a swivel. Chargers had fans in the stadium when I went there. This was back in 2000. So this would have been 2014, I believe it was. God, it was hot in that stadium, but the stadium was full. There was a lot of Seahawks fans, but there was a lot of Charger fans in there as well in that time. I mean, it was pretty well. It was just a horrible stadium that they had there. That stadium, that Jack Murphy Stadium, it was like 120 degrees in there when it was hot. It's made of concrete, nothing else. Seats are uncomfortable. There's not a lot of amenities. It's just a horrible stadium that they used to play in down there as much as anything else. But they actually have a fairly passionate fan base. I lived in San Diego for a while. They do love their Chargers. It's just that their owner was crap for years. Randall McDaniel says, I think Dorsett has 6 to 8 touchdowns, 35 catches, 400 yards, 8 touchdowns. Maybe. The only thing with that, Randall, is he's not been much of a touchdown maker throughout his career, and he doesn't have necessarily those skills I was talking about that you're going to need for a guy to get into that range, usually of 8 to 9 to 10 touchdown catches. And that's the ability to have the ball skills to go up and take the ball away from a defender when they're very much in your back pocket, sticky in defense. He doesn't necessarily have that to his game exactly. But with that said, he's a guy, I don't think he had one drop last year operating for the Patriots. He was very efficient operating out of the slot for them when they didn't have a lot of receivers out last year for them who were working very good. I think Edelman was pretty broken down last year. They didn't get anything out of that rookie wide receiver. So he's got it in him. I mean, he's a former first-round pick, so he's got some upside to him. Yeah, let's keep it to football at this point, guys. Dustin, I know we've got this thing rolling with this thing, but let's just keep it on football. Is Tyler our number one? No, D-Boy, I think DK is taking the step forward as to taking the number one overall. I think Tyler just doesn't get enough targets, unfortunately. He's very efficient. He's very good with what he's been given, but he's just not targeted enough by Russell to get to that place of being a number one wide receiver. And I don't think his touches are going to go up more with DK taking a step forward. Najee Eastwick says, how much effect do you think Carlos Hyde will have on the Hawks run game? I really like Carlos Hyde. I mean, I've got to be honest with you guys, when Ezekiel Elliott was first coming out, and I was proven wrong on this, so this is one place where I can point you guys in showing where I was wrong. But when Ezekiel Elliott was coming out of Ohio State, I actually liked Carlos Hyde coming out of Ohio State at running back more than I liked Ezekiel Elliott. I liked him better as a player. I liked the tape better when I watched him coming out. So I'm actually, Najee, I like me some Carlos Hyde, and he's a perfect scheme fit. He's in that Marshawn Lynch tank running back kind of prototype that Pete Carroll has kind of fell into that he wants to bring in here. This guy's right along with that. So he's going to fit into that. He's going to be a good inside zone runner for us, I would think. I would expect him to operate well into the same kind of runs we asked Chris Carson to run. He's going to be able to run very well, as opposed to, let's say, Rashad Penny, who doesn't run the same kind of running game that Chris Carson runs. Those inside zone runs are not what you want Rashad Penny to do, which they've asked him to do prior. But with Carlos Hyde, you'll have him do more of the same stuff you have Carson do. That's why I like him, and I think he'll be pretty effective in that role for us. Brandon blocked me, laughing my ass off. I'm not blocking nobody. I didn't block you. Did you ask something? I just know it's going back and forth with you and Justin. Y2K says, what do you think about our 6th round pick? I know it's the 6th round, but I didn't see much potential there. 6th round pick, off the top of my head, I got to remember who our 6th round pick was. Is that Freddie Swain? Yeah, I'm not Freddie Swain, not a lot of production. The only reason, in my opinion, Y2K he was picked was because he fits the exact Seahawks prototype at wide receiver. And the wide receiver position, for whatever reason on the Seahawks team, it tends to have a prototype of markers that you have to hit to be selected by Seattle. So 6 feet tall, run a 4.40, have a 120-inch broad jump, over a 35-inch vertical leap, have over 32-inch arms. You got to go down this line. So he check mark boxes, all of those. Okay. He's got pretty much everything they want in the prototype of the receiver. And it seems like that drove a lot of that selection as opposed to his production or his tape, which is kind of underwhelming in my opinion. Dustin Elron, Seahawks Sperm says, who's the greatest Seahawk running back of all time and why is it not Lynch or Warner? Yeah, I answered this question last week for you, Dustin, so you know the answer on that one from me. The GOAT 209, that one Pro Bowler from the Saints is still available. Oh, the Larry Warford. Probably not too much of a fit. The GOAT, I don't know that he's going to give you a huge upgrade over what you got at the left guard position as it is right now. And I think there's a reason the Saints probably released him. He wasn't performing at what he had performed at prior. So I don't think that he's on marker at this point for them to select him. They've kind of got with Chance Warmack, Jordan Simmons, Phil Haynes, Mike Iapati. You've kind of rounded out your guard situation for what it is and where it's at. I don't think that they're going to change off of it at this point. The Hawk says, I'd much rather be 1,000 strong than 1 million weak. So please keep the little boys and girls on the 49ers live streams. Keep talking that hardcore smash football talk. We love it. Hey, thank you, D-Boy. I will be, your wish is my command, man. That is how I'm running this channel. I'm never, just like I don't do clickbait videos for you guys, I ain't driving towards what's going to get me the most subs. That's not the way I operate this channel. I'd rather just operate what I think is the right and good path to go with. And if it works out and it's successful, it is. If it fails, it fails. Well, if I'm going to fail it, I'm going to fail it doing it my way. I'm scared for Russell. I feel like he might get hurt this season. I don't want to jinx it. Maxwell, I've got the same fears. It's like a psychic intuition that's like, it's I can feel it sort of just right here in my chest. My chest starts getting tight. It's like, I start to think it's COVID. And I'm like, no, it's not COVID. I'm just worried Russell's going to get fucking injured. And again, we come back to this. I know I've said it a bunch of times on the stream, but it's one of the biggest stats that I've taken away from this offseason that made me open my eyes wide open. And that's that Russell's been sacked 60 less times than Drew Brees throughout his career, despite the fact that Drew Brees has played 11 more seasons in the NFL. That's ridiculous. And frankly, it's understandable to a degree because, movement quarterbacks, those guys that can run around in the pocket, they do tend to get sacked more often. Michael Vick got sacked more often than Dan Marino. That is hold true. But 60 less sacks with 11 years difference, that's ridiculous. And we also know during that time period that the Saints absolutely valued their offensive line throughout that period. They've continually put first-round picks into it, including this last offseason where they drafted Cesar Ruiz, who's probably one of the safest picks in this whole draft at the center position. They constantly rebuild that offensive line. Sean Payton knows. Mickey Loomis, the general manager there at New Orleans, understands the effect of an awesome offensive line. So I'm with you, Maxwell. You have right to be worried for him. He's been very lucky to avoid a major injury and be knocked out for a long period of time. But one thing we know is that these mobile quarterbacks, if you're a guy that runs around a lot, you're going to get injured at some point. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. There's not been one mobile quarterback who's gotten away from that in the last 25 years of football. So we'll see if it holds true. We'll see if Russell's the outlier, if he can continue to somehow dodge those bullets. But it's getting worrisome. The GOAT, the offensive lineman. Sorry, the GOAT. I don't know what you meant on that. Can you say that again, the GOAT, and what you're meaning by that on the offensive lineman? Dustin says, Russell will leave for a bigger market if we don't find help. I agree, Dustin. It's been one of my bigger worries is that you've started this process this offseason heading down a trek where eventually we might see Russell leave this team if they don't get their shit together, frankly. And I hope it doesn't happen, but we've just seen even in this last offseason, a guy like Phillip Rivers leave, a guy like Tom Brady leave. We've seen it happen with other teams and other players go to other spots who you never would have thought would have left. It's a possibility that can happen. And if you're going to build a run-first offense, if you're not going to add superstars when he asked you to add superstars, if you're going to have this rumor float out there that you offered him to the Browns for the first overall pick in 2018, we're going to start heading down a trek here. We're going to start heading down the road. I don't think that we're far down that road, but I think there's been some initial steps that have occurred to get there. With running back and linebacker being the two most devalued positions, why do we put such an emphasis on them? I get Pete is old school at his core, but is he being different just for the sake of zigging instead of zagging? And I think there's a little bit of that to a degree, Randall. I think some of the fact that they've gone linebacker heavy, because what you've seen with this is that they've gone linebacker heavy right about the time that you brought in Ken Norton, huh? And isn't it odd that a former linebacker who's become a defensive coordinator wants to have a plethora of linebackers? Isn't that strange? It's almost like he has a predilection towards valuing linebackers higher than other positions on the defensive side of the ball. You'd hope this isn't true. You'd hope it's not this simplistic, but that's not where the evidence points. And I think that that's drawn a lot of why they've done that. Now, as far as zigging and zagging, yeah. I think last year they came in the season knowing the pass rush wasn't going to be good. So they went, okay, well, we know we're not going to be good. We've not been a pass rush heavy team before. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to try to blitz all the time. But you don't do that well. It's not built within your scheme designs to do that well. You don't run a hybrid 4-3 scheme. You run a 4-3 under that's very vanilla and very simplistic. Trying to blitz off of that scheme is not going to be very efficient or very effective. And what happened? It wasn't very efficient and it wasn't very effective. So that's him just zigging to zig, as you're saying, and just going away to go away rather than going to do something to truly be innovative. Because you saw what happened was after the blitzing didn't work halfway into the year, what did they do after that? What was the next defensive innovation that our Seahawks coaches brought to bear? They went to the cover 2. Oh, the cover 2. Oh, that got phased out pretty much of the league for the most part in 2007. That was their big next innovation. So yeah, there's been some issues. And again, that's what I've gone to with some of this stuff is that I love Pete Carroll as a coach, but from the schematic stuff and some of the designs of how they run the X's and O's, I'm not as in love with some of the stuff they do with that. Carl, do you remember how much pass interference the LOB would do? Laugh my ass. I remember Sherm said in an interview they would call it every time. Next year they would call it every time. Yeah, they eventually got to the point, Carl, that they were basically calling it every time is what they did. And you saw them, the Legion of Boom caused the NFL right after 2013-14 to increase the holding rules, protecting the receivers even further. It was that extra rule that they added on to it, which was sort of the cherry on the top of making it harder for our Legion of Boom to operate like they once did, exactly as they once did. They were still able to be pretty effective, but not exactly to the same level that they were prior. So yeah, I remember it, man. Y2K says you have to remember if we don't trade Clark, we don't get DK plus more picks. I'll take DK over Clark for any team. Yeah, it's a thing that nothing happens is just a one-off decision where you say, should we sign Frank Clark or not? Well, that's not the decision. He's a good player. We should sign him. No, that's not the question. Should we sign Frank Clark for what he's asking? Is he worth the cost? Is it better for us to offload him for draft assets? Is that better for the team? Does it make the team better at that point? Those are the questions you ask. You don't just ask, he's a good player, he's a Pro Bowl player, sign him to the contract, he's young, do it. That's a simplistic approach when you want to be more detail-centric on it. Really bring a lot of different other factors into play to make the right decision. And I think that you hit the nail on the head, Y2K. A big part of why it was the right decision was bringing in the draft capital that they did. We've not seen another team get the same kind of draft capital for a player since the Bears went back to Khalil Mack a couple of years ago and getting a first and a second round pick. That was a tremendous haul to get. And the fact that you turned it into DK Metcalf, who might be one of our generational receivers of the next 10 years, that's going to make that trade look even better as we move forward. M Webb, what's up, M Webb? Our offense is pretty stacked, in my opinion. Are we sure our offensive line got better, though? No, I'm not sure, M Webb. I'm not sure it got better. Certainly, with a guy like Dwayne Brown getting a year older, coming off injuries, it would be a pretty big leap to say he's going to be a better player next year than he was last year. Same thing is true with Mike Iupati, who's had a huge injury concern, who's got a problem with that left ankle, or those ankles that's not going away. It cost him at the end of the last year. He ended up having a season cut short again due to the injury there. He's another year older. Is he going to get less injury prone? Is he going to be more of an effective player another year older, getting into that spot where he's getting closer to the end of his career? Probably not. And then you look at the center position, which is the one spot I might say there's two spots on the line I say that you probably could get better at: center and right guard. In center, I'm actually thinking in Webb that Ethan Posick will be our starter there, and I would expect him to actually be an upgrade over what we had in Justin Britt, and definitely an upgrade over what we had in Joey Hunt. Likewise, I think that Damian Lewis is going to be an upgrade both in the run blocking and pass protecting at the right guard role over what Fluker was. I think Fluker took a step backwards in both departments last season, both departments in run blocking and pass protection. So I think he'll be better in that respect. At right tackle, I think it's going to be very close to a wash. Now, last year, Brandon Shell was 7 points higher according to Pro Football Focus in his grade, overall grade. But you have to factor in that Jermaine Ifedi was the bottom of the barrel. He was the worst graded right tackle in the entire NFL. So being a marginal 7 points better than him is not a big leap in talent or production. I would expect us to be pretty similar to what we were last year at the offensive line in Webb. The hope is that you can be better as a run blocking unit. If Ethan Posick can be a better run blocker, if Damian Lewis can be an upgrade as a run blocker, and then with Mike Iupati, he can open some holes and Dwayne Brown can open some holes. Now maybe we can get back to being a dominant run blocking team. I mean, truly dominant, not just committed to it, but dominant in that fashion. Randall McDaniel, did Frank Sucker punching his teammates in training camp weigh in on not re-upping him? To speak to your point on that, Randall, there were questions with Frank as far as once he got paid, how that would affect him. And I've heard enough sources on this that have said the front office was a little unsure and a little uncertain as to what he would do once he got paid. Would he maybe go backwards as a player, maybe not be as professional because he's kind of he got the carrot, he hit the mark, he shot for what he was shooting for, and now he's hit it. Like we've seen a lot of players in the NFL, because let's face it, there's a huge history of players getting paid in the NFL and then dialing it back big time. So yeah, I think that also did factor in, Randall, to why they, as much as the sucker punching, just as much as does he have it all together upstairs here for us to really trust him as a team leader, making him the highest paid player on our defense. Dustin says Will Disley is unreliable. He is unreliable. He needs to bring it together this year. Third year, he's got to stay on the football field and keep it together. But the first 2 years of his career, he has definitely had great production, but only a couple games he's been able to go, and that's not going to cut it. It ain't going to cut it at all. If Eddie deserved it, it was Clank wanted $23 million a year. Yeah, I often wonder what it is, Carl, that caused Frank Clark to sucker punch Ifedi. There must have been some. For you to sucker punch a guy like that, and not just sucker, but just full on clock a guy like we heard he clocked him. Like, what did he do to you? Like, what to get to that point, Ryan Hurd says, do you think past cap issues have given Seahawks reason to second guess paying players so willingly? Their injuries and cuts, a little bit, Ryan, a little bit. I think it's dialed back their aggression a little bit. I thought with the Percy Harvin moves, the Jimmy Graham moves, you saw them being uber aggressive when they didn't have to be. Now you see them in a position where they should be probably pretty aggressive, but they're not being aggressive at all. They've really dialed that one back a little bit, haven't they? And I think that, when you look at the Legion of Boom era, well, let's go down the list, okay? Chris Clemens, Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill, Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman, probably missing a couple guys, Earl Thomas. All of these, not Earl Thomas. Earl Thomas is the exception, but all of those other guys, you had to, in Percy Harvin, Jimmy Graham, all of those collection of guys through that era of a couple of years, you had their bonus money accelerate because you had to basically cut them, let them go prior to their contract getting done, prior to the first 4 years of the deal when the bonus money gets expanded over the first 4 years of the deal. So if you cut a player in year 3, he gets year 4 and 3, accelerate into that year 3 is how it hits the cap. So Seattle, for a lot of those years, we're getting ding, ding, ding. And it was like year after year, you were getting players retiring prematurely. So last offseason, who was it? It was Doug Baldwin. He retires after signing a couple years after a new deal. His bonus money accelerates. It really kind of puts you're carrying dead money at that point that you don't want to be carrying. Now we go into this offseason, though, Ryan, there's no dead money. You came into this offseason freed up. You were free and clear all the way out. No more Legion of Boom money. It was all there. You didn't have a lot of players you had to re-sign to your own deals. You didn't have a lot of your own free agents that you had to re-sign. So you had maximum amount of cap space to spend. You had the extra picks that I was talking about, but they kind of stood pat. And this is to your point, Ryan, that maybe there's a more of a want organizationally to play it conservative, play it close to the vest, you know? I know, Ryan, that there's a bit of this though that you have to factor in that I think that is this is the new worm that's turned with this situation. It used to be in the NFL once you got outside of this period into training camp, basically outside of the second, third wave of free agency, your roster was set through the season into next year. There wasn't a lot of other moves you were going to make. Maybe you did some street free agents you might sign. Maybe you made a trade if your positional group just got decimated. But for the most part, the roster was locked, stocked, and it wasn't moving. But now what we've seen is more of the basketball, baseball mentality coming into play, more of the trade deadline deals, more of it having there being more flexibility in the NFL as far as the player movement goes. So what that means is that it's more beneficial to a general manager to maintain some flexibility throughout the year. Don't have your cap space pushed up to the top. Keep it there. Keep the chunk available because there'll be a player available with some depressed value who you can get for peanuts at that point. You know, I mean, look at it, like the Ravens deal last year for Marcus Peters is what I would point to, Ryan, where you're halfway into the year, they go get Marcus Peters, who really changes their defense up at that time. And it's for a 4th round pick and a throw-in player. Just, they gave up almost nothing for it. So I think that's where they gotta go for it. You know, that's where, in my opinion, I'm a little bit head scratching on. Is this Ugo Amato for real? Ugo Amati? Is it the real Ugo Amati? You think Travis Homer could shine next year, Ugo? I'm only worried with Travis as regards to the DJ Dallas pick, Ugo. The DJ Dallas pick coming in is the one that makes me a little worried to a degree, but I think one of the two of them ends up on the practice squad probably. And since they are good buddies, maybe you're able to hold one or the other rather than have them go sign for another team because they understand that it's a little bit of a package deal maybe. But that was the one guy I was worried about, Ugo, when they brought him in, was Travis Homer, because it seemed like that there's one spot available between the two of them and they're both going to be kind of competing for it. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe you got room for both. Emmett Brown says, am I the only one pissed about what Pete said about Blair? We got to find a role for him. Find a role. He was our second pick. You telling me we drafted a player without having an initial plan for him? Buddy, preach, Emmett. Preach, man. Preach. You know, yeah. It's absolutely my issue with that. It's kind of ridiculous. Ugo Amati's in the chat here. Ugo, I thought they should have had you at the slot cornerback a lot earlier than they did, sticking with their base defense. You know, why wouldn't they find that role for you? But yeah, I think with Blair, you get a guy in the second round, you're expecting to bring in a guy who's going to compete to start. Find a role, put him in there. And especially when you're the big problem for me, Emmett, is when you're moving, when you've got Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson being put out on the field ahead of Marquise Blair. That's where it gets to its most ridiculous state. Because there's no reality that exists where those two guys are on the same level as Blair. I watched Blair for 5 minutes last year, and I could tell in the 5 minutes of watching him that he was a superior player to both of those guys. You can't tell me they were showing out so much on the football field, on the practice field, that they're blowing Pete away so much not to put him on. It was that they were so scared to play rookies last year. You saw it with Cody Barton. You saw it with LJ Collier. You saw any of the guys. They didn't want to play any of the rookies except for DK Metcalf. That was the only guy they put on the football field. And the only reason they played him is they didn't have anybody else out there to really compete. But you didn't see Barton get out there until they put him at the Sam role once Hendricks went down. Ugo didn't get out there until they finally realized that the base situation wasn't working. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's odd. Oh my God, damn. I think I get it back up on the chat and then I'm just way behind. And I'm like, oh my God. Injuries and cuts that left a lot of dead money and wonder if that affects the way they're thinking. Yeah, Ryan, I think it does. It affects their thinking, and you have to, because they had the money to spend this offseason and they didn't really do it. And they've stuck to the 1 and 2 year deals and they haven't been as aggressive from the trade standpoint. I agree, Dustin. Bring back those unis. Remember teams used to get 5-yard penalties for being too loud, late 80s, 90s, or am I imagining that? Randall, not only are you not imagining that, that's the truth. Teams would get penalized 5 yards for the fans being too loud. And the fan base that caused that penalty, Dustin, the fan base that caused that penalty to be created, literally it was not going to be created. Then it was created because of this fan base. That fan base is the 12th man. Name another sport where a fan base caused a penalty to be instituted. Name one fan base in soccer, basketball, baseball. Just name one fan sport that caused a penalty be instituted because of them. You can't. It's what separates us. It's what makes us special. Ugo Amadi says John Ursula could break out next year. Boy, Ugo, I mean, if you look at his Instagram there, the boy's getting yoked. The problem with John Ursula and the struggle for him, Ugo, is it's the slot. He only is a slot guy. He's not a guy you're going to be able to move out on the outside. And with that thought process in play, you have to understand you signed Philip Dorsett to be your slot, basically specialist. You have Tyler Lockett, who's very adept in that role as well. That puts him at third behind that 8 ball and sliding into that role. So I would expect him to still be able to at least get onto the practice squad again, because we have to figure the word here is they might expand their practice squads even up to like 15, 16, which they're going to have to do due to the COVID. You're going to need more of a practice squad because you're going to be losing players due to positive test. It's going to happen. So he will probably at least still end up on the practice squad. Does he break out? Well, that's where it's really an uphill battle for him, right? Because can he unseat Philip Dorsett? I don't know that he can. And the thing that really factors into me on this is that it used to be competition won the game with this team. It used to be that competition, whoever was the best was going to be the one put out on the football field. I don't know it's always that way right now. And we'll see if that's the case with him. If he comes in, he's yoked out, he's been training nonstop, and he's a better player than Dorsett, and we know they want to move Lockett to the outside at least to some degree, he could slide in. He certainly made Ugo the most of his opportunities last year. No doubt about it. So I am intrigued by him a bit. He just does, you can't get him on the outside. That's the unfortunate part. The big man. What's up, big man? Who do you think we would trade for Jamal Adams if we were to trade for him? So as I walk through the big man on this, I think the trade parameters would be like this. You'd get Jamal Adams, Bradley McDougald, and then there would be an additional pick. 4th or 5th rounder would probably need to be kicked in as well just to complete the deal. But that would be the straightforward one I would think it would be. I think the thing that would separate the big man Seattle to getting his services, to being able to jump the line ahead of those other 7-6 teams vying for Jamal Adams' services, is the fact that you have a safety you can flip back. Now, somebody just mentioned in the chat that the Jets are saying they're really high on Ashton Davis, a guy they drafted as their a strong safety of the future for them. Maybe they feel good about that, and that throws Seattle out of whack. But if Seattle makes the trade, the big man, it's Bradley McDougald, a 1st and probably a 4th or 5th. Alexander rushed for 200 yards, -35 after contact. So true. Oh, it's so true. During the game, thank you for your sciences. Appreciate it. You got some good ones, Michael. Thanks for the donation, man. Randall McDaniel, I knew I was going to be loud when I was drinking Crown at 10 a.m. at Swanee's before games. J-Dog in the alley. Now I'm married with children, but still yell my ass off. We do a couple of games a year. I do whenever I go to, Randall. You got to, it's your duty as your fan. I mean, it's part of what you got to love too, as far as the ownership you're taking. You know, it's part of like when the team wins at that point, you can take some pride in it and go, yeah, I was there for the 3 games, losing my voice to make sure that offense couldn't function just as well. They could function at 90% of what they normally could function at. Just they're 90% as effective as they normally would be because me and my fellow 12th man are making our voices raised. Again, just it's a special things because there's so few fan bases that can say they have that kind of effect when they're really rolling. Emma Brown says, with all the 1-year contracts and retread ho-hum signings, is it possible to sign the Pete's on a lame duck year? Could be. Could be. I certainly would not expect Pete to say a year out, I'm planning on retiring. I'd expect him to be like, I'm retiring now. So I certainly think that if there's something in place between Pete, Sean, and the organization to understand, maybe there's a secret out there that this is his last year. Maybe he's in a state, I think more to your point of, let's try this out under my way for one more year. And if it just doesn't work, I'll move on. But if it continues to work, we will stand pat with what I'm doing. So maybe there's a little bit of that in play as well. But there certainly has got to be some kind of explanation, Emmett, for why they didn't go stronger with the multi-year deals, why there wasn't more of a go-forward approach this offseason when you had the money in the draft picks to do so. There certainly is a bit of a head scratcher to that, where an explanation's got to be filled in, and we don't know exactly the whys yet. But I do have a feeling down the road we'll know a little bit more clear as to why they didn't go as strong this offseason as we thought they would. You keep going and playing Madden, I won't be in chat as much. Sound good, Carl. We got at least another 45 minutes here. We'll keep rolling. Fiji Mark, what's up, Fiji Mark? Thank you for hopping in the chat. I know you probably answered it a lot, but do you think that Jamal Adams will be in Seattle? I don't think that he will be, Fiji Mark. I think that there's a scenario where you could trade for him, but at the end of the day, I think that when you come back down to it on the bottom line, you're really strong at safety. It's one of your deepest positional groupings on a team that doesn't have a lot of deep positional groupings. So to think that you're going to try to upgrade something that's one of your better spots, that's the part of me where I go, I just don't think they'll do that necessarily at the end of the day. And I think there'll be a team that probably goes for it. When you look at the other 6 teams on that list, Cowboys, Chiefs, Ravens, I feel like one of those teams will come up and do the first and second or the first and third, or just kind of give a little bit more draft capital than the other teams. There's just too many in the running for it for me to think that we'll be the ones to be able to pluck them away. Carter Kinslow asks, is it a breakout season from Shaq? So Carter, I'm going to guess that you're meaning Shaquem, right? And not Shaquille, because Shaquille kind of had a breakout season last year. So I'd still expect Shaquille Griffin to probably continue forward. I do have some worries he might take a little step back this year. But yes, with Shaquem, if it's Shaquem Griffin, but I think you're asking on Carter, yeah, I think with Shaquem, he takes the step forward in this respect. It took you to like week 8, week 9 last year of you to figure out how to find a role for Shaquem Griffin. You got the 15 to 20 snaps a game on knowing passing downs, and he was very effective in that role. I think he gave you a 9% pass rush win rate. And the pass rush win rate is essentially that you win in under 2.5 seconds. You beat your man in under 2.5 seconds. He said at about 9.5%. That was one of the top marks on the team last year. I'd expect him to slot him back into that 15 to 20 snaps a role, and I'd expect him to end out the season with 4 to 5, 6 sacks in that role. I really do. He was a great pass rusher in college. He showed some great skill in that respect. So it wasn't just a flash in the pan thing from last year. He's shown a prior ability to do it, and I think he can continue to do it. Dustin, which Seahawks team is your favorite, and why did you select the 2005 team? Not my favorite team. 2000, yeah. Do you know it's 2013 at this point, man. And it's because they won the Super Bowl. Y2K says, I actually think we use Lockett perfect. I think is kind of ability, super efficient, borderline number 1 receiver stats is perfect. I feel I'd do worse if we treat him more like help. Yeah, I'm fine with his role. Y2, I'm okay. I don't think we need to expand it. I think it just through the lens of he's like an exceptional number 2 receiver. Is like what's having Locke. He's like a low end 1A, which is not a bad thing to have. It's a great asset to have, and you can move him around to a variety of positions. I think his skill set works really well at DK a lot because you can kind of grab your mismatch where you want. You got the shorter, shiftier, quicker guy in Lockett, and the bigger bodied guy, the fast, long speed guy, and DKs. You can really work your mismatches between the two of them in that respect. So, but I agree with you. I think that your sentiment's on the point. Yeah, I do remember that nasty leg injury, Dustin. That nasty leg injury with Lockett was one of the reasons why I was really more on favor with the organization going for the bigger bodied wide receivers, because that same Lockett injury that he sustained with the broken leg was the same injury you saw Paul Richardson sustain a couple years prior. And I would argue that the reason that you see those injuries happen on those smaller receivers is Russell doesn't throw his deep ball out in front of the guy. That's not how Russell throws his deep ball. And a lot of quarterbacks, that's how they throw their deep ball. My receiver's going to get it or nobody's going to get it. Well, the way Russell throws his deep balls, he throws the trust throws. So he's going to throw it to the moon and back, and he's going to kind of put it right on the receiver, which means that the receiver is going to have the cornerback kind of dragging on him. And that's what happened is essentially with Lockett and the Paul Richardson catch, they make the catch and then the defender essentially kind of falls on their leg as they're going to the ground. So getting the bigger bodied receiver that doesn't have to go to the ground, who can just go up and pluck that ball away now, is a little bit bigger bodied, that can take the contact. That's one of the reasons I wanted to see Seattle slide more in that direction over these last couple of years. Najee says, do you think this is KJ Wright's last year in Seattle? Yeah, Najee, I do. And I don't think he's being moved to the Sam linebacker role either. I think you'll see him back out at the Will linebacker role. He was top 5 last year in tackles. He did have a little bit of a career resurgence last year. I don't think he was a Pro Bowler, but I think he was solid. I think Carroll goes with what he's comfortable with. He goes with what he knows now more than ever. And I think he feels very comfortable with KJ, but I don't think KJ is going to last past another year. I think those shoulders and those knees are being held by glue and sticky paper and any other manner of medical ingenuity to keep him out on the football field. So yeah, I think this is probably it for him. Yeah, we got those trolls blocked, Sports Expert. Took a little bit. They kept coming in different forms. Y2K, are there any one tech that we haven't been talking about that you could see us snagging or trading for? I'm thinking we're going to pick up someone up that gets cut. I haven't seen anybody mentioned yet. There are some other ones, to be honest with you, Y2K. I need to do a little more research on that. I've been meaning to get around to looking because I know with Snacks Harrison, he's flirting with retirement. So if it's not Snacks, who's going to be the other guy that they go and they take a look at? Of course, Al Woods, the guy that was our one tech last year, signed with Jacksonville. I believe that the one other guy that they were doing a little bit of mild flirtation with, I think he was signed, but I'm not sure. Do you guys know if the guy from the University of Washington, he was playing for the New England Patriots the last couple of years for them, if he's on the market? That's the guy I'm not sure on. If he's on the market, he might be another guy they could potentially look at, but I think he got signed. I'll look that up though, Y2K. I'm not sure on that. Ugo Amadi says, I think Phil Ains could be a breakout. Well, it's maybe that the tough part, Ugo, for Phil Ains is that he's a pass blocking left guard first, which is a good thing to be at left guard. You like having pass blockers at left guards because they have to take on the 3 techs, who are the pass rushing defensive tackles of the D line. But unfortunately, he's a pass protector first and not a run blocker first. He didn't open up a lot of holes in the run blocking game. He still has some potential. I liked him coming out of college, and maybe he could take that step forward. But I think Mike Iupati is still just too much of a guy that can open up holes. And even Chance Warmack, the guy they signed as kind of the reclamation project this offseason, could push as well. No, I swear, when I was in here, last 3 were trolls. Ryan Hurt says, do you think John Ursula ever gets balls thrown his way? It seems the wide receiver room is getting crowded. More if Gordon comes back. Will we ever see if he's a willing quality receiver? Well, the thing that could help out here, Ryan, could be the COVID-19, right? Because he's still going to be eligible to go into the practice squad this season. He is going to be behind a lot of guys. It's going to be hard for him to be pushing in there. And the thing that really goes up against Ursula is those 30-inch arms. The guy's got 30-inch arms. That's very small. That's tiny. I remember I was saying that the minimum parameters that the Seahawks look for in their wide receivers is 32-inch arms. These things keep him in the slot, so he can't compete on the outside. He's only a slot specialist. So that really does limit you, doesn't it? Now, with that said, he made the most in the opportunities he was given last year. If we see the COVID cause more players to come in and off the field more often, then he's going to get out on the field at that point. But even at that point, he stacked up behind Dorsett, and then Lockett, I think, would be even ahead of Ursula if you lost Dorsett to an injury, and then you only had Lockett as the second guy. Lockett would slide back into that slot role, I think, above Ursula. But I liked him in the opportunities he was given. I think he could be a pretty good slot guy in this league. But you hit the nail on the head. With Gordon coming back, it just becomes too crowded. Sports Expert says, what do you think about Damian Lewis? Damian Lewis is the guy that I think separates himself from the other rookies in this draft class, Sports Expert. I think he comes in on day one and he gets you an upgrade at right guard over what you had in DJ Fluker as both a pass protector and a run blocker. I think both of those things, he's a little bit better. He's not it ain't going to be a wide jump ahead of better. He's just a little bit better in both aspects of his game to those to those points. So I would expect him to come in and give us above average league play, not Pro Bowl level play, but I'm anticipating above average league play right from the gate at the right guard position. We'll see if it plays out this way, but I think I like this tape. I think he fits well with this scheme and what we're going to ask him to do. I think some of his limitations in pass protection are going to be reduced and minimized because we run the ball so much and we are so committed to running the ball. So on those play action type plays where you get a guy going up across from him, you run play action, that guy's going to be playing the run first. That's going to help him in his pass protection game. So I think he separates himself. Uh-oh. The cat's laying down right now. She is sleepy and chilly. I'll go grab her in a second here. She's sleepy. She's sleepy. Yeah, my kitty's very feisty. Najee Eastweek says, if there was one player the Hawks could trade for hypothetically, who would you like that to be? Aaron Donald. Najee. Aaron Donald will be the guy. If you got Aaron Donald, now I get to slide Jaron Reed back to the one tech. I can bring in Poona Ford rotationally. I don't need to go get another one tech at that point. I mean, my defensive line is structured a lot better. I think I've always loved Aaron Donald's game. That's off the top of my head. Maybe I have another answer in a second, Najee, but my initial gut instinct would be that Mike Evans might be another guy. I really like Mike Evans a lot, Najee, and his ability to go up and get the ball he would be one of the best fits in the league with Russell Wilson's ability to throw the deep ball. You saw it with him and Johnny Manziel back in Texas A&M, where he elevated Johnny Manziel to a first round status just because Johnny Manziel would drop back, run around all over in the backfield, and then throw it up for Mike Evans. And then Mike Evans would just jump over the top and beast it. So those would be the two guys I think I would probably gravitate towards. I probably should say an offensive lineman, Najee, because I'm probably going outside of what we really do need here, but I'm going to go with that. Dustin goes with Patrick Mahomes. Oh my God, Dustin. D-Boy. So why do the NFL pay other position more than others? I feel like if you're a playmaker, then you're a playmaker. So you can tell me why that is. And in your input on this. Yeah, absolutely. You ask different players to do different things on the football field. So a quarterback is asked to do something very different from a running back, and a running back is asked to do something very different from an offensive lineman. So there's a very wide skill set differentiation that isn't the same in other places. A baseball player has to field and he has to hit. A basketball player has to play defensively, and he's probably got to be able to shoot a basketball to some degree, has to have some level of an ability to dribble. So they're different skill sets in place on what you need those guys to do. And that means that you're going to value those skill sets differently. So if we get into the details of this, let's take a positional grouping like free safety and Earl Thomas, because this was a very controversial thing at the time. Why won't Seattle sign Earl Thomas to the last contract and keep the Legion of Boom member here? Well, because Earl Thomas wanted to be paid top of the market for safeties. And the safety market was not pushed up very high, but paying a guy $14 million a year to play that center field role where a lot of the time he's not going to have an effect play in and play out. A lot of the time he's protecting up against that deep side of the field. He's protecting against the worst case scenario, not necessarily having an effect on the play in and play out. Whereas if you have a Leo defensive end on this defense, he's going to be operating in space and he is going to potentially have an effect play in and play out on what happens. And so you're not going to necessarily want to be paying that free safety at top of the market if you need to go get a Leo end and bring him in to be paying him that same kind of value. Running back is a similar thing, but for different reasons. Running back, it goes actually back to the old school. It goes back to Pee Wee days, doesn't it? Because in Pee Wee days, when all the young kids come out on the football field, what does everybody want to be? They all want to be a running back. I'm a running back. Give me the ball. I want to run back. Well, what that creates throughout time, throughout middle school, throughout high school, throughout the college football game is the most talented, the most best athletes go to the running back position. And so you end up with a deluge of talent at running back position. And that's why you're able to find great running backs in the 6th, 7th round, is because there's so many of them. So why would you pay those guys then? Why would I want to go pay a guy like Ezekiel Elliott at $18 million a year when I can go get a guy for $500,000 a year who's going to give me value that's not that far off in difference because the talent level is so deep at the position? So this is basically where you get into the difference of value, D-Boy, is that not every player is going to have the same effect. Just because a guy's a playmaker, like Earl Thomas was a playmaker at free safety, isn't the same as having a playmaker at that Leo end because of the effect they have playing and play out. And this goes to some of the analytics stuff, where when you look at how analytics view players and their effect on the game and how they measure players, it kind of falls in line thusly. So when you look at running backs, when you look at safeties, why they've been devalued over other positions, that's why that kind of does factor in. I hope I gave a good answer there on that one. The GOAT 209 says BJ Finney is a better center than Ethan Posick. The tape that I saw on BJ Finney is this. He's a good pass protector at the center position. I didn't see a road grader. I didn't see a guy that could move people off the ball. That's the opening that I'm counting on Posick being able to drive through, because Posick, I think, is going to be better in the run blocking game than BJ Finney is. The one thing I'll say to this GOAT is that how do you know Ethan isn't better than BJ Finney? We've not put Ethan Posick at the center position since we drafted him at his natural position of center. We've moved him to guard. We've had him playing guard since day one of arriving. And guard is not the same as center. And just because a guy's not great at guard doesn't mean he's not going to be great at center. Sometimes a center is a center and sometimes a guard's a guard. So you might be right. It's a possibility, but I'm right now going for Ethan. Not only do you have to, John Robinson says, not only do you have to factor in the picks that we got for Frank Clark, but you also have to factor in the cap space it frees up for this year and years to come. Yep. And to piggyback on that, John, the money it frees up for you to then re-sign Russell Wilson, for you to then re-sign Bobby Wagner, for you to then re-sign Jaron Reed. Because remember I said all four of those guys were coming up for contract at the same time. I said one of them had to go to get the other three to remain on the team. And that's how it played out. Randall says, Russ leaving would kill me. He's my favorite all-time player. Only jersey I've ever owned, Mr. Seahawk. I think he brings us 2 to 3 more Lombardis. I think we're good at center and guard, but tackle. Yeah, I agree with you, Randall. I agree with you. I think we are good at center and guard. We've got some depth. We've got some quality. I'm okay there, but the tackle position is worrisome. It absolutely is. And I am with you. I do not want to see him leave. I hope he doesn't leave. But we've seen this thing where there seems to be a little bit of ego going at play between front offices and coaching staffs and starting quarterbacks. You saw it with the Belichick-Brady thing, where Belichick over the last couple of years, despite the fact that Brady takes a discount on his salary, he doesn't give him a whole bunch of playmakers, does he? He didn't, despite the fact Brady took that discounted deal, they sort of kind of gave him the short end of the stick in that they didn't utilize those assets in the appropriate places. And so it's like, why would you burn your bridges with a guy like Brady who's won you all those titles? And I keep coming back to the ego, where the coaches in the front office want to prove how damn smart and brilliant they are rather than appreciating what they got. And I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope that's not the case of what it is, but that's sometimes what it looks like on the outside, from the outside looking in. Magic Vlogs, it's great to have you back. Thank you for hopping back in. John Robinson says, I really hope LJ Collier becomes a solid starter and that Darrell Taylor is at least as good as Chris Clemens. But John Schneider has not had a good draft since 2013. Yeah, it's been a while since there's been a very solid draft from start to finish. I'm hoping with you at this point, my upside hope for LJ Collier is that he can at least become a good 5-tech defensive end for you. You can line him up on that side, strong side of the offensive formation, and he's going to set the edge. You're not going to be able to run at him. That's my best case scenario with LJ at this point. That just it is what it is. With Darrell, I think you're on the mark with the Chris Clemens comparison. Very similar body type, very similar get off and bend in how they play. In fact, I would probably say Darrell Taylor is probably even a little bit more bend than Chris Clemens. Chris Clemens was a little stiffer than Darrell Taylor is. And that's really what drew the Taylor selection. The thing I would say with you, John, is that even within these bad drafts of the last few years, which you are correct on, when they do target a guy in the second round, when they do trade up to go get a guy in the second round, a guy does tend to work out, doesn't he? Traded up to go get Tyler Lockett, traded up to go get DK Metcalf. I think they trade up with the Jaron Reed pick that they made for him in the second round. So it does tend to work out when they target a guy, at least in the second round. Now, the first round, they seem to just be losing their ass on that. But second round seems to be a little bit of a money place, especially when they're trading up for a guy to target him. Y2K, I don't want to wish injuries on players, but if our LT goes down, I could see it being a plus by playoffs. By the end of the round, Brown will at least be somewhat injured, and Jones is more LT the experience would help. So are you saying Y2K, you think Jamarco Jones over at the left tackle role would be eventually better than what Dwayne Brown is? I don't know if I agree. I think Dwayne Brown's a better player, even as the injury prone guy that he kind of is. But if I misunderstood that, please correct me. John Robinson says, that's why I don't freaking understand why they can't at least sign somebody in the middle of the pack when it comes to pass protection at right tackle. Can you imagine Russell with actual time to pass? Yeah, I'm with you, John. I'm with you. I don't know why you wouldn't. This comes back to a couple years ago, why you wouldn't build the offense around him at that point in time when you fired Bevel and you had a chance to change things. You know, why double back down on this when you've got the quarterback? It's the same thing that Belichick had. It's the same decision he had, because Belichick was just like Pete Carroll, cut exactly from the same cloth. I'm going to build a defense first and foremost. I'm going to run the ball. I'm going to play great special teams. I'm going to shorten games. I'm not going to turn the ball over. That's how we're going to roll it. But then he realized 6-7 years into coaching the Patriots that he a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. Maybe I should build the offense around this guy. And he did so. And they took off with it. And Russell and Pete Carroll wasn't willing to make the same sort of decision. He doubled back down on the running game, for better or worse. And I think, John, it's in what you're saying and kind of what I think, it's for worse. You would be better if you had gone in a different direction offensively. The GOAT says probably Ifedi holding penalties in practice made him get punched by Frank Clark. Yeah, especially if having him play after play after play and there's nobody calling it because there's no officials on the practice field. Russell runs an underground firing. D-Boy, everyone go hit the like button. We're Seahawks fans and we support our brothers and sisters. Go Hawks. Yes, please do hit the like button. I love that, D-Boy. If you haven't already hit that like button, please do hit it. It does help me get view and visibility. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, of course, I'm guessing you guys are all subscribed. Please do subscribe to the channel. Come on now. Randall McDaniel says, I like Posick at center. Finney, Lewis, Haynes going to battle at guard. Don't forget Mike Iupati, Randall. I think Mike Iupati's your starter at left guard. And this goes to you, John, a little bit in the respect of why they don't get a pass protecting right tackle. Just to answer your question on that, John, because this is the big part of why that doesn't happen. The commitment to the run is drawing and dictating the personnel decisions on the offensive line. So Brandon Shell sucks in pass protection, but he has some ability in run blocking. Let's get Brandon Shell in here. Mike Iupati struggles in pass protection, but he can open up some holes in the run game. Let's bring in Mike Iupati. It drives the personnel decision-making, and not always rightfully so, because it always comes at the detriment of pass protection, it seems like, which sucks and gets Russell Wilson beat up time and time again. I agree, though, with you, Randall, that Cedric Abuja could be a good fit in that Fant role. He's a good move guy for the tackle, which is what you need, is a guy that can move around there at the edge. So I like him in that role. And I agree with you. There's a part of me that feels like Jones is going to unseat Shell. If they get out of their head of the fact of what they've spent on Sheldon, that they signed him to a free agent contract, and it truly is a competition, and they're not just weighting the competition towards the guy who's the better run blocker, then Jones would have a chance at it, in my opinion. The GOAT says George Fant got paid more than Ifedi. Not only did he get paid more than Ifedi, the GOAT, Ifedi got moved to guard, which speaks more to what I always thought, Jermaine Ifedi should have been moved to guard right out the gate and then kept at guard. I think he could have developed into a pretty decent guard in this league. We'll see how he does with Chicago in that role. But some of that stuff that gets mitigated on the outside, the penalties where he's jumping the snap, trying to get a jump on those speed rushers, some of the holding penalties against those guys with the bend, he doesn't have to deal with it as much when he's in there blocking on the interior. I thought it was very smart of Chicago to give him that minimum deal and kick him inside. But Fant, they signed him that 3-year, $30 million deal, and that's all about upside for the Jets. They feel like he's a franchise left tackle that they're not going to have to pay anywhere near market price for. We'll see if it plays out that way. Fant played decent for us at left tackle. He was a little overrated when he filled in for Dwayne Brown. Like, fans and people overrated him a little bit. He wasn't that phenomenal. Like the Cleveland Brown game against Myles Garrett kind of gave it to him in that game against the Cleveland Browns. But he had some spots where he played pretty darn good. I think it's more than that, D-Boy. I got 27 likes on my deal, so they're liking it. I just don't think the like counter is updating on I don't think the like counter is yet updating on the broadcast thing. Y2K says, I don't fully agree with our moves, but with this COVID stuff, I think standing pat was the right move. With the cap situation for team next year, we can move multiple top end free agents on cheaper deals. Yeah, and this is something I spoke to on a prior stream. So if I'm doubling up on this, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. There is a thought process for all of us naysayers, and I include myself on that. There's a thought process with us naysayers that John Schneider has actually played the role of a genius this offseason. And stay with me here for a second. If Schneider were operating from insider knowledge and understanding that there's a very decent likelihood this season could be outright canceled or heavily reduced. And if it's heavily reduced, it doesn't work in the Seattle Seahawks' favor with historically how Pete Carroll's teams have been built and how they form and how they come together, right? Because we tend to start out slow, take all the time in the world to kind of get to the fully function of what we are, and then we start to take off as the year goes on, as long as we're not decimated by injuries. So having a shortened season is not going to help us out in the way we build our Pete Carroll teams in that way. So Schneider looks at the offseason and he says, okay, here's what's going to happen with this. We're not going to maybe have as much of a season, heavily reduced, maybe no season at all. I'm not going to put any commitment to next season, or I'm not going to put any commitment into dollars 3-4 years out. I'll go 1 and 2 year deal to keep and maintain the flexibility to the next off season. Because speaking to Y2K's point here, if you factor in this next season that we're not going to have any fans in the stadium, you should see some reduction in the cap. And even if you don't see a reduction in the cap, you just see the cap flatline. That's still a difference off of what it's been going on the last 10 years. And teams have been operating their budgets off of the standpoint that every year the cap is going to increase by 10%. So when you take it to a flat point next year, if there is even no reduction, that's still going to put a lot of teams right up against it who are going to have to make some cuts and release some players that they don't want to release. That's going to lead to you with having situations where there's going to be a flood of players on the market who you didn't think were going to be available, who you don't have to pay top of the market for. So it's going to behoove the smart general manager. It's going to behoove the wily general manager who stays in the pocket this offseason and keeps the space opened up into next offseason to then fully go out there and take advantage of that. Because you will get 3, 4, 5 times the type of player that you could get this last offseason if you can wait and it plays out in this manner next year. I don't know if it'll play out this way. There's a possibility that that the cap goes up even a little bit and that they offset the losses on the ticket revenue gates with some of what they're getting on the television, and then they find a way to make it work. Maybe. But there is a part here where this could be genius from Schneider's standpoint if he goes into next offseason with that $90 million to spend, with all the players available, et cetera, et cetera. All right, Emma Brown. Is it possible we're holding off on another piece till after the supplemental draft occurs with COVID? I could see a bigger bigger draft number 2. My prediction on this, Emmett, this was part of my 10 hot takes that I had, Emmett, was that I think Seattle's going to do a trade deadline deal, a pretty major deal, at least along the lines of the addition of like Quandre Diggs last year. From the start of the trading camp to that week 6 trade deadline, I expect a move to be made. And Schneider to wait to make that move because he wants the flexibility to grab a depressed asset, but also for the reasons that you mentioned, for the COVID to be allowed to kind of play out, for it to fully kind of just, let's see how this goes. Do we have a season? Do we not have a season? Is it reduced? Is it a couple games less? Do we have a training camp? How does this go before they actually go and do something with that? Emma Brown says, I got a theory on why we don't play rookies anymore, especially talented kids. Is there a divide between Schneider and Pete? Could Pete be playing his guys and not John's? It's a possibility. It's not out of contention, a possibility here, man. It's not. It would certainly explain a lot more as to why they're so reticent to play rookies, why there is such a hesitancy there, because it certainly has been one where they're just, they will stay with what they know, even with what they know obviously is not sufficient, i.e. Tedrick Thompson or Leno Hill. I don't have anything to go off of substance with that, Emmett, because we've not heard of any divide. We've not heard of any issues between the two of them. They've maintained the relationship for 10 years now, and everything you hear with them when they're talking about players, it seems like you'll have, Schneider will have his guy that he'll talk about, and then they'll go over to Carroll and he'll have his guy he talks about in a draft, and it'll kind of go back and forth a bit between the two, and where they're each getting kind of you get the impression of a sort of a balance game being played there. But that's not to say that you're not right. I mean, you could be on track with this. I appreciate the donations, Michael Cox. Yeah, Randall, the key for me on Blair and him holding out that I don't understand is you had him start the one game against the Baltimore Ravens. And to my eyes in that game, Randall, he played really well. In fact, Pro Football Focus, I think, had him rated as the best defender for us in that game. He didn't give up big plays over the top like Tedrick Thompson was in that free safety role. He was solid in coming up and making a play in the run game. He nearly had a pick in the end zone in that game. He covered up the tight end, that Andrews kid, that big tight end for the Baltimore Ravens. He was sticky in coverage on him. Played a great game. Then couldn't get back out on the football field. And you're right about there being the injury thing later on in the year, but why did it take up until the injury occurred? You know, like they had him out as a dime cornerback, I think was his best they could find a role for him. It's just unimaginative. Is Ursula going to be more Baldwin or Jermaine Urban? Ask Jermaine Urban. Well, Urban was an outside guy, so he wasn't really slot-like. Probably more Urban, Randall McDaniel, unfortunately. And he's come along to a team that's just very talented right now. So it's unfortunate that he's just stacked up behind a lot of other, really good guys. Turn off your car alarm. Do you think players will get mad or uncomfortable or not given when all they're on a one? All right. D-Boy says, do you think players get mad or when uncomfortable or not give it there's all when there's a 1-year contract? No, I think opposite, D-Boy. I think it tends to put them in more of a prove it role. It tends to put them in a less uncomfortable role. So that makes them want to go work harder and put themselves into better game shape, get themselves better prepared for the season. It would for me. If I go and sign a 4-year, $80 million deal, just naturally your human mentality is going to probably be to just take your foot off the gas even just a little bit. It takes the strong-willed man, a strong mentality in order to maintain the intensity and to just continue to will yourself into being the best. Absolutely it does. Kronk69, what's up, Kronk? Do you think the Griffin twins stay in the Seahawks or do you think they eventually leave? I think that they probably stay with Seattle for the time being. You'll probably eventually see Shaquem Griffin move on, especially once we get the pass rush rounded out where we don't need his 15 to 20 snaps a game, because I don't think he's a starter at linebacker in this league at any of the positions. So, it's really he'll be with the team as long as he can do that rotational pass rush. Now with Shaquille, he's going to be up for an extension here soon, potentially. The Jets wanted him initially when Seattle called about Jamal Adams, and Seattle wasn't willing to trade him. So that sort of leads me to believe Seattle understands the value they have in Shaquille, and he will probably be signed to a contract extension. Emma Brown says, with our abundance of big 5 tech type defensive end linebackers and safeties, I'd love for us to evolve into more of a 3-3-5. College is moving to this to counter pass heavy attacks. Yeah, when I was doing a lot of the scouting, Emmett, of the college prospects for this last draft, that's the thing that jumped out to me a lot was the amount of 3-3-5s that you saw. That teams in college are just not as worried about not having enough bodies on the offense of the defensive line. They're not at all. And it was interesting to watch teams run that. I agree with you. I would love to see them try to move to something like that. Because again, just like what we saw with the spread concepts on the offensive side of the ball, what happens first in college ends up making its way to the NFL. So it seems like it's only going to be a matter of time before we start to see more of a prevalence of that 3-3-5. And again, it fits to what you have as the personnel. It's the strength of your personnel. So why not go to what you have from that? That's actually not Ugo Amadi. Well, I like me some Ugo Amadi. The GOAT, Danny Shelton signed with the Lions. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. That was the other one technique was Danny Shelton. So yeah, I'd have to look and see who the other one tech, because there's not a lot of one techs on the market. It'd have to be a guy who is released that you'd have to go pick up. But there does tend to be guys that you can go out there and get. There always seems to be a one tech. They're right along with those, free safety markets or running backs where they tend to be a depressed value type player. Sucks. I like Danny Shelton a lot. I would have hoped they would have been on. I know he played at University of Washington, but yeah. Randall McDaniel says Paul Richardson was soft. Glad we didn't re-up him. Yeah, me too. This offseason, I wasn't into us bringing in injury-prone players in any way, shape, or form. And we brought enough of those type of guys in anyway, frankly. So I don't need to see Paul Richardson brought in here in addition to that. Again, it just didn't make a lot of sense. So yeah, he's not a guy just can't stay healthy. He's got that real thin body, and he's beat up with Washington, beat up with us. He had like one decent season of production for us. Yeah, Michael, he did have Paul Richardson was productive there. He had some moments. He was decent. I just come back to, I thought he just, the thin build doesn't do anything really exceptionally. He's supposed to be a burner, but he doesn't really look all that fast out there on the football field. These things kind of came back to me where I just went, let's see something else out there. There's an upgrade. I'd rather go the Josh Gordon route or even Antonio Brown. Frankly, I'd bring Antonio Brown on the team before I'd probably go for Paul Richardson. Rest in peace, Jim Click. I don't know. Well, rest in peace, Jim Click. I don't know him. User Hitstick asked, what do you remember of Rick Meyer? Rick Meyer was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, of course, in the 1990 draft. This would have been just behind Drew Bledsoe, the University of Washington State Drew Bledsoe, the gunslinger who went to the New England Patriots. Now, at the time he was picked, we had Tom Flores come over and take over the head coaching duties for Chuck Knox. Tom Flores was also the general manager at the time. Not very good in either of those aspects, frankly. And here's the thing that jumped out to you with Rick Meyer. This was right after Bill Walsh had retired, and Rick Meyer was coming out of the Notre Dame. Notre Dame was also the college, of course, which produced Joe Montana. And so what you had with Bill Walsh is he saw Rick Meyer and he saw Joe Walsh. He saw Joe Walsh. Plays a hell of a guitar. He saw Joe Montana in Rick Meyer. He thought he was Joe Montana 2.0, could move a little bit better than Montana could. And so he actually advised Seattle on the pick, and he gave Seattle the thumbs up. He said, you should go get this guy. I think he's the next Joe Montana. Rick Meyer comes in his first year, and he kind of validates the pick. You got a horrible team, a great defense, but a horrible offense around Rick Meyer. He's able to kind of, through moxie and will, get a decent first season, but then he starts to just, right after that, he goes downhill. Doesn't take the next step forward in his progression, really limited as a passer. I mean, he was a guy who did have some movement. He could move around the pocket, but he really couldn't throw the ball down the field with any kind of consistency. The nice part about that deal at the end of the day is that as he moved into that bust range, you were able to grease the wheels with the Chicago Bears and flip him for a first-round pick, I believe, if not 2 first-round. I think it was just 1 first-round pick. And it was like the 11th overall selection at the time, I think. So that's the nice part about Meyer, is that the lasting legacy of him was that you were at least able to flip him for another pick when he was not able to become even the player you thought he was. Certainly Drew Bledsoe had a much, much better overall career, got to a Super Bowl, was able to win one, but Meyer was a consensus. It wasn't a big reach by the Hawks at the time to go out there and select him. It was pretty much, went without saying, that any team that would have been selecting the number 2 overall pick, if they did have a quarterback already in place, which you probably don't if you're picking number 2 overall, would have gone after Rick Meyer. He would have been probably the consensus number 2 pick, especially with Bill Walsh giving him as much bump as he was giving him. I'm over 30 minutes behind. Oh my God. I'm trying, folks. I'm trying. I believe in changing the younger guy sooner rather than later. I get where you're coming for that, Y2K. I understand where you're coming from with that. And Dwayne Brown might not be as effective. He has to suffer the same kind of injuries where he's got a bicep tear and he's got a knee injury. He's not going to be as effective. So you're right there. Yeah, I'll catch back up here, Team Vogs. I'm a little behind, but I'll get back up here. You're good to go. I go watch some good other. You're good if I go watch them. I'm good to go, Team 12s. We'll be signing off here in a bit, but yeah, no worries. I understand if you gotta run. Happy birthday, Team 12s. Randall McDaniel shows so much better than the Hawk Blogger. Those guys are so fucking negative and windy, whiny. I like this show on Locked On Seahawks. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. David Moore should be traded, says Ugo 28, not real. They'll probably end up releasing David Moore. He carries a $2.1 million cap hit, Ugo. And so that's going to probably lead to him eventually being probably cut, I think. Seattle's going to want to save that money to apply those resources somewhere else. They don't have to rush to do it, but I think when it all kind of shakes out, he'll get probably released. I don't think you'll get a trade market for him. Michael Cox, thank you, sir. Michael, you've done a bunch of donations. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for that. I love to think Schneider is a genius, but unless Pete is holding back, I don't know. I think I don't know if he's a genius, but I think he's an upper level, very smart general manager in this league. And I do think that there's some things with him and Pete Carroll over the last couple of years where I don't know that there is as in lockstep agreement as we would necessarily like. I think he makes more moves that are righter and on path and on point than he does that are wrong. If you look at the totality of the moves he's made, even over the last 5 years, I think that from a general manager role, you'd say he's made pretty darn good moves. You go get Quandre Diggs last year for a 5th-round pick. You go get Jadeveon Clowney for a 3rd-round pick. You go get Dunbar for a 5th-round pick this last year. I mean, just those moves alone, as far as a trader goes, are very smart moves. Say nothing for, the Frank Clark trade. Like I was saying earlier, you got a 1st and 2nd-round pick for him. The Chiefs weren't able to get for a 2nd-round pick for D Ford. We've seen with the Yannick Ngakoue with the Jaguars, they're not able to get the similar kind of draft capital back for him. And that's part of the reason that he's not been moved. So I think that there's certainly something to be said that I think to a degree, they're not necessarily on the same page exactly. I don't think that there's a schism or that they're totally at each other's throats, but there certainly seems to be a little bit of a tiny bit of a divide there. And maybe it's grown a little bit with Paul Allen's passing and not having that in-between guy who could be the in-between voice of reason. I'm making guesses here. I don't know, Michael, but I could see it. Thank you so much for the donation. A non-troll is improvement. We need to trade for picks. Maybe I would actually be more willing, Ugo, to probably trade future picks for players at this point to up this team. I'm willing to sacrifice future draft picks at this point to bring on better talent and upgrade positions. Seahawks over and under 55-45 pass play to run play ratio. Ask Jerry. Oh, Jerry, you're kind of dreaming, buddy. I'm sorry, but you're dreaming. Your best case scenario in a dream world for Seattle would be to get to a 52% pass to 48% run. But in actuality, it's going to be flipped. It'll be 52% run, 48% pass. They are locked in on not wanting to throw the ball a lot. It is what it is. We'd love to see it. I just don't see any evidence that they're willing to do that. I wish they were. If they bring Gordon back into this fold at that point, you've got Gordon, you got Olsen you brought in as well. Man, that's a lot of pass catchers. You could really take advantage of that. Another stat that jumped out to me with that I wanted to bring up to you guys. Last season, Pro Football Focus grade, when a quarterback was throwing beyond their first read last year, Russell Wilson had the highest rating at 88.8%, 88.8. The lowest was Jared Goff, by the way, at 39.4. So when you get that information and they tell you this guy was the best going off of his first read, then that means you probably want to have more reads out on the football field, right? That would lend you to thinking more to go to more spread concepts, more spread formations. Give your quarterback as many different targets potentially to throw at. That's what that stat tells to me. But Seattle goes the opposite way. We don't go to as many spread formation concepts. We tend to stay into you got the read option with 2 receivers and the quarterback and 1 tight end. That tends to be the more normal look. So Jerry, probably 42, 48, 52 run, 48 pass is where I'm at. Blazers in 6. Would you be willing to re-sign Clowney if it's a long-term deal, i.e. 16 to 18 million a year for 4 years rather than a 1-year deal? Yeah, it absolutely would be, because you're getting 4 years of his prime. And at that point, you're getting him on a steal of a deal, in my opinion, because I think Clowney's value has been depressed this offseason, and not rightfully so. There's questions about his knee. I don't think his knee's a problem. There's questions about him having production from a pass rusher. But when you look at the actual stats that you should be looking at for pass rushing, the pass rush win rate, I can't say that name. The quarterback hits, the quarterback hurries, the amount that player was double and triple teamed. When you factor those extra stats into Clowney last season, you come to find that he was an elite player, and absolutely I would pay that price for him. 100%. Ugo says trade David Moore for picks. Yeah, just Ugo, I don't know that there's going to be somebody out there willing to give you that kind of deal or willing to trade for David Moore for anything when they know you'll probably cut him, because they know he's going to probably be cut. Why make a trade for draft picks? Why did we get rid of Paul Richardson? I like him. He was fast and made big plays, says D-Boy. Well, the Washington Redskins blew him out of the water with a huge deal, which we were not willing to match. They spent a lot of money on him for a very small amount of production. He had injury concerns. As a guy that was kind of just, and there were lower leg injury concerns. This is a guy who also tore his ACL back in college, tore his ACL in the NFL. It's one of those things where you see that happen a couple of times that maybe makes you a little bit hesitant to dive into that fray and pay him the kind of money that Washington wanted to pay him. Now, why this offseason they didn't go for him? Because I think that they have better options that they're looking at for that receiver position, specifically Josh Gordon and maybe even potentially Antonio Brown, if not Josh Gordon. Jerry says, why trade David Moore for picks when we draft guys like Gary Jennings? The Gary Jennings pick was Gary Jennings, John Ursula, and DK Metcalf were picked with the thought process you're going to cut one of those guys. One of them is going to wash out. Gary Jennings happened to be the guy you're going to wash out. But I don't think the Seahawks thought when they're making all three of those selections that all three of those guys were going to necessarily make the roster. I don't think that they anticipated cutting Gary Jennings, and you don't want to cut a fourth-round pick. But I think that the receiver position was really thin last year. Doug Baldwin's retirement, and all you had at the point at that time was David Moore, Jerron Brown, and Tyler Lockett. That was really thin. So they were just trying to make sure that they were reinforcing the position appropriately. Y2K, not counting Myers' contract, would you trade a first-round pick for just Tucker? Probably no. I'm not trading a first-round pick for a kicker. No way. No. Hey, have a good one, Hugo. Thank you for hopping in. What do you think happens to Colin Kaepernick? I don't think Colin Kaepernick plays any more NFL. I think his days playing in the NFL are done. I certainly maybe some of the stuff that why he didn't have a job in the NFL after his time with the Niners was maybe political, maybe. But some of it to me comes down to that he was going backwards as a player as well. And he had limitations to his game as a quarterback. And when you watch him like last year in the 49ers, the lack of touch, the lack of ability for the deep ball, the lack of the ability to go off of his first read. These things didn't develop as he gained his age here in the league. Maybe they would have, maybe not. I don't know, but I don't think he goes to probably an NFL team, D-Boy. I think he's probably going to be in the activist role here as he moves forward. As Dustin said, he was probably moving in the realm of getting into being a bad quarterback at the end. Cap is the enemy unless he's on our team like every other Hawk. That's true, man. Emmett Brown says, I've been looking at future Hawk head coaching candidates. I'd like Lincoln Riley, Greg Roman, Eric Bieniemy, someone offensive-minded, anyone you have an eye on. Well, the guy I've mentioned in the chat, the guy I go back to again and again is Lincoln Riley, Emmett. I mean, this is the one that just seems to make so much sense. It's almost crazy. Look at the quarterbacks that he's had to work with recently. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, all of these guys as undersized quarterbacks within the spread formation who put up unreal production, absolutely unreal production. I feel like he would take Russell's game to the next level. He would turn our offense into one of the most dynamic, if not the most dynamic offenses in the entire NFL. And that for that reason, he would be my number one candidate. The actual guy behind him that I would look at, Emmett, would be Harbaugh, and that'd be the Michigan Harbaugh, not the Raven Harbaugh. I'm sort of intrigued at the thought process of going from a players coach, one of the most players coach type players in the league, to going to the hard-nosed discipline type guy and going to the other side of the range. It probably wouldn't work. It'd probably be silly, but there's a part of me that thinks it might just be crazy enough to work. Cap should have been a Super Bowl winner. He made his money with Nike because he was too hot to handle for the league. It's crazy that a bad team didn't pick him up. He has years left, but a team has to. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like I was saying, there's the three main limitations within his game as his quarterback, as he was going around, Michael, were these following three. As quarterback gets into his year 3, 4, and 5, you need him to take the step forward as far as getting past your first read. I just mentioned to you how Russell led the league last year at 88.8% as his quarterback rating after he went past his first read, and Goff being a putrid 34.9. Well, part of why now people are looking at Goff is, oh my God, this guy is what he is, and he's not ever going to take that step forward because he can't get off that first read. And if you can't get off your first read as a quarterback, that's going to supremely limit you as far as your up end, as far as your top level of what you can be. And we saw that with Kaepernick moving to that last year when teams realized he couldn't go to a second read, when teams realized that he had problems with touch and the deep ball. Because part of, if it's like that last throw in the Super Bowl, you mentioned he could have been a Super Bowl winner. Well, in that last throw to Kaepernick, or the throw to against Richard Sherman on the tip play, he throws a flat deep ball. It just kind of comes in on a real flat plane, and it's very easy to knock it free, knock it away. It doesn't come up over the top like Russell's deep ball, for instance, which allows the guy to make those catches in tight confines. So he could have maybe had a job. Maybe it was the activism that just caused him to not get another job in the NFL. It's possible. It certainly is. But he did have some limitations to his game as a quarterback as well. Josh Gordon badly wants to stay in Seattle, says Shervins. If we don't offer him at least the minimum, fuck this team, and Russ should leave us. I think that they will, Shervins. I think the only holdup has been just the commissioner's office has got to activate him. You're not going to sign a player before the commissioner's office says he's good to go. So you're just waiting on that. That's the only thing you want to wait on. The commissioner's office is taking their sweet time to figure it out. It looks like Josh just applied for a reinstatement last week, though. So maybe even Josh was kind of waiting on some of this stuff to a little bit of a degree. Cap is super. I think Clowney. I think with Clowney, I think the problem is he was crazy. He was just crazy to negotiate with. He wasn't going to get over $20 million from a high-end team, and now he screwed himself. Yeah, I think he was affected big time, Y2K, though, by the COVID-19. I think there was no other player as a free agent this offseason that was as affected by the COVID-19 as him, because he couldn't go do these medicals like he needs to go kind of do. The other part is it's where narrative comes into play. Where people go, they look at the 3 sacks, and you would think in this league that the front offices look at these advanced stats that I was talking to you guys about, the pass rush win percentage, the quarterback hits, the hurries, these type of things that you think they would add more weight to, the being double and triple teamed more than any other defender in the league on the edge. These things would be factored in. But unfortunately, I have a feeling that a lot of teams in the leagues don't factor that in as much as they should. As they look at his 3 sacks, they look at him missing the games he did last year, and okay, that's where his value is. But from Javavian's standpoint, I can understand why he thought he should have gotten a $20 million a year deal. It's the next man up, and he's the next man up. And if Frank Clark's worth $23.5 million last year, him another year ahead forward with the cap going up another 10%, because that's the thing you have to factor into this. The cap goes up 10%. If Clowney were to sign the same $23.5 million per year deal that Clark signed the previous year, it's not dollars for dollars the same because the cap has gone up, right? So that's the factoring in, I think, where he just got kind of a raw end a little bit on that. I don't know if he screwed himself, as there just wasn't any teams willing to give him the deal. I mean, I don't think he wanted to sign for Cleveland. In fact, I know he didn't want to sign for Cleveland. That's what factored into that. They wanted to offer him some money. He didn't want to play there, though. And it does. I think there is a little bit of element in truth, and I know that there's an element of truth to this. That Clowney does want to play for a winner. That is a true statement that he said. Whatever you can say about this offseason and how it's played out with Clowney, you have to agree that he's not gone he didn't go to the Browns. He didn't just go to the crap team that's going to give him the biggest contract. He's waiting it out. So maybe he was being truthful when he said he wanted to go to a Super Bowl team. Ugo says DeMarcus Christmas will probably get snaps this year. Who says the same? I think he's probably eligible to be a practice squad guy, but we don't have any tape on him. Ugo, he didn't do anything in training camp last year, and nothing in the preseason game. We just don't have any film to go off of. He was a little bit of a guy with he had the skill, he had the size, the measurables in college, but never kind of performed up to those measurables at, I think it was Florida. So we'll see. But he's probably going to end up on the practice squad, in my opinion. Thomas E says, I really hope we can get Adams. It's possible, man. We're one of the 7 teams up there. You know what I mean? So you got a 1 in 7 chance, at least, Thomas, of getting there. And you do have an asset in Bradley McDougall that you can add that other teams maybe can't add that are also in competition with you. I caught up. Welcome to the present. Good. Y2K says trade Carroll for Belichick. Yeah, he might. Yeah. Maybe. D-Boy says, do you think the Seahawks are using punter to his best abilities and showing his best potential, or is he just a punter at the end of the day? D-Boy, I think he's a punter at the end of the day. Punter and kickers are very similar, I think. There can be upper-level kickers and upper-level punters, but that it also has there's some natural fluctuation to the game, it seems like, year to year with these guys. Guy can have a good year, and then he's a little down next year, then he's right back up to being good the year after. It's just a weird thing that just It doesn't seem to be skill based, just kind of there's a randomness to it, D-boy. You know what I mean? I'd expect him to bounce back again this year. He's got a lot of talent. I like them drafting the guy in the 5th round and trying to take the best punter in the college football that year. That was a kind of a smart way of going about it, especially for a team that plays in games that are very close. You reduce the amount of possessions. You don't tend to blow a lot of teams out. You need to be able to play the field position game with a good punter in that respect. So I think he'll be fine. He'll bounce back in there. Afraid to look at his stats after it doesn't mean I'm wrong. Y2K with Kaepernick stuff, as you say, he had plenty of issues at QB, but he probably should have been a backup. Yeah, he probably should have been a backup somewhere. It's probably true. Y2K. I mean, this is the thing with it at the time is that it's you're bringing in the backup at that point who's going to be bringing in the activist stuff. And there were a lot of teams that were trying to get around that and just keep it to football. Whether they were right or wrong, that's for somebody else to debate on that. But that's what I think the teams were trying to do, is to get out of the political standpoint of it. And that probably did cause him to not get into the backup deal. So you're right there. Derek, that's what I've been under the understanding too, was that Buffalo had offered him the contract. We never got any certainty on it, but I think that the thing that they came back to, and this is something that Carroll talked about, is that you want to bring Cap in because Cap was going to be a backup here, and he should have a path to being a starter, is I think what Carroll said. But it's again, there is a thought process out there, Y2K, that Cap was kind of done with football. That was really what was kind of drawing, that he wanted to go into the activism, that football was not as important to him anymore. He went in that same off season that Kaepernick was kind of done. He decided to become a vegetarian too as well, and lost a whole bunch of weight. So a whole bunch of NFL teams knew out there now that this guy that's this yoked up quarterback is suddenly now going to try to go be a vegan, which we know it's very hard to stay yoked up when you go vegan. So yeah, there's some of that could have come into play too with it. I just caught up. But all right. Blazers in 6 says, would you be willing to give up KJ Wright or Marquise Blair to Packers for Jamal Adams? I would be willing to give KJ Wright, Blazers. I don't think that the Jets would be willing to take on KJ Wright. I don't think that they would accept that as a trade. And no, I wouldn't be willing with Marquise Blair. I like Marquise Blair's potential. I like the ability of him to be able to maybe play at both free safety or strong safety moving forward. And I think Marquise Blair has Pro Bowl potential. I don't want to move that off for kind of a lateral type move at that point. Maybe Adams is probably a better player, maybe by a bit, but I'm not as certain. Seahawks Berm, I just want to orientate myself in a world where someone tears down Cap and stands up for Sean. GBK, get better, kids. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Sean was oppressed for years. Wow, GBK, man. What's going on, buddy? Goodness. Multi-bill worse. Hi, GBK. Goodness, man. Emma Brown, I think Clowney's excuses about not getting numbers due to getting doubled is crap. He's played opposite JJ Watt for years and never had an awesome year. He's talented and flashes, but something's off. Well, let's dive into that a little bit, Emmett. In those years that he had JJ Watt playing opposite, if you actually look at the two of them, JJ Watt has had injury problems for a lot of the last few years while Clowney was there. Them getting out on the field both at the same time didn't actually happen a huge amount of the time. As far as the getting numbers go, Clowney's always put up the numbers as far as a run-stuffing defensive end. He's been the best, if not the best, one of the top 3 edge-stuffing run defenders in the entire NFL. That's throughout his time with the Texans. Pro Football Focus numbers matches this up. And in addition to that, he was getting 8 sacks a year. In addition to that, he was putting up elite pass rush win rate, elite quarterback hits, elite hurries, those advanced statistics that I keep talking about, Emmett, where I say you can't just look at a guy's sacks. You got to look at these other statistics as well to get the measurement for how they are as a pass rusher. And when you bring those other factors into play, Emmett, that's where it's actuality he has produced. And the double and triple team numbers I was talking about weren't even in regards to his Texans days. It was in regards to last year. Clowney was, I believe, the most double teamed and triple teamed edge defender in the entire NFL last year. And if you don't think that that factors into production or that that's going to affect production, we're going to disagree there. Because if you're double teaming me on the edge, if I got a chip defender coming at me at the running back most of the time, or I got a tight end who's helping out this tackle most of the time, I'm not going to be able to get to that quarterback as often as if I'm just lined up against the tackle going one-on-one. I mean, that's kind of straightforward stuff right there. What if the Seahawks get Jamal Adams? I don't know. I don't get called bitch, so I don't answer. If you're going to call me bitch, I ain't answering you. Michael J. Cox. Oh, if you want to talk conspiracies, yeah, I agree, dude. Never had a chance. All right, GBK, man, you keep it negative like this, you're gonna go like that, you're just trolling. I'll throw you through the back door like I've thrown about 4 people during this live stream. So I'm 4 hours into this, man. I ain't messing with crap right now. Dustin, NFL teams employed highly skilled coordinator tasks with ending Sean's TD yard rampage, a true blemish on the league. GBK, bye-bye, boy. Peace out. Robert, what's up, Robert? Cap was amazing when he was read option was the thing. Ask GB. He lost a lot of value when the read option got figured out. Yep, that was another thing that factored into play, man, was him losing that read option. I mean, he was one of the guys that really relied on it. And the Green Bay game you mentioned is it's a good example. He had 2 straight years. He just basically beat Green Bay single-handedly in the playoffs, including a game in Green Bay, based off a lot of just that read option and his running around. I think, Dustin, what it is they were directing him to hit Sean Alexander in the elbow, which they had figured out intrinsically caused him to fall down. It was like, you can hit your knee and it causes your knee to come up. It's like you can't, it just comes up like that. That's what they did is they realized if you just touch him on it's this weird thing with Sean Alexander. If you just hit him on his elbow, he'd fall right to the ground. Derek, the Seahawks fan, funny how as soon as Cam became vegan, he got an injury that put him out for the year. Yeah, Derek, I don't get the whole I'm an NFL player and I'm going to go vegan. Like, you need to hold muscle mass. And you can't, it's proven without a doubt, it's harder to hold muscle mass if you're vegan. It just is. There's no way around it. And, you're going to get less stronger. You're going to get, it's silly for me why they do that. Wait till after the career's short as it is. Go vegan at 38, 39 when you retire, D-Boy asks, why do fans not like McDougal? I think he's a solid player, not the best, farther from the worst. What do you think? Yeah, D-Boy, I think he's a good player. And there was a thing that came out a couple weeks ago that said he was the 7th best coverage player in the entire NFL last year. I mean, that article kind of blew me away when I saw that. And Pro Football Focus thought he was our best defender down the stretch last year. I think the solid but unspectacular is what comes into play, where because he's not a flash guy, because he's not a guy that, gives you a lot of crazy cool plays where he's, coming up out of nowhere to do it. He's just solid and he's in the right place every time. That is sometimes it's just kind of like meat and potatoes. You know what I mean? There's no flair to it. And people are looking for a little bit of flair. From my standpoint, it's just as much of, I'm not necessarily looking for him to move on as much as I don't like having a log jam at safety. I don't like necessarily sitting there and having a 2nd round pick sitting on the bench throughout the year like you have right now last year with Blair and look like you might be repeating again this next year. It's just not a good way of using draft capital or draft assets. But as far as a player, D-Boy, and the type of player McDougal, solid tackler, better probably in coverage. But, it just not the future, probably at the position. He is starting to now get a little bit older as well, and you're probably wanting to get a little bit younger there. And I did kick out GBK, guys. So what is his name? Derek, the Seahawks fan. Cap is also sellout. He's all about human rights, but he signs a $100 million deal with Nike. The company that uses children with sex shops. You can't bring up China, right? That's the big thing that the No, the NBA didn't realize that. Don't upset that moneymaker. Yeah, I got GBK. He's removed from the chat, so don't worry about that, guys. I got GBK. No, we're gonna get more as I get bigger on this channel, guys. We're gonna get more of these trolls. Eventually, we'll get a couple of you guys in as administrators so that you guys can kick these guys out when they come along. It hasn't been a problem up until this point, but we've had about 4 or 5 today that have certainly gone pretty hardcore on this track. So, and if I missed your question because of GBK spamming the chat, just post it back in there again. I'll catch back up on it. Were there any updates on the Earl Thomas situation? No, I don't think there's going to be either. I mean, he's not in trouble with the league or anything like that. I mean, you're not going to get suspended for cheating on your wife. I hope the NFL is not going down that far at that point. Do you know anything about the prospects for 2021? I don't yet, but I will be sure. I'm going to be going into it a lot earlier than I did this last year, where I sort of waited last minute on the prospects of the draft. I wasn't able to really scout thoroughly as much as I wanted to last year. So this year I'm going to be trying to do it incrementally throughout the weeks and just kind of have 4 or 5 players every week that I'm looking at, so that by the time I assemble my notebook come next year's draft, I'll be ready to roll and know them all upwards and down, backwards and forwards. But I don't know a ton about the drafts right now. I know the quarterbacks are going to be a little bit better supposedly next year than they were in this last draft. Maybe a little bit better at the running back position as well, but you're not going to be as deeper at wide receiver. But I don't know anything as far as details really go. I'll be talking about it. As we start getting in college, if we get a college football season, I'll start talking about it here on the stream with you and talk to you guys a little bit more about prospects I've been looking at when we're speaking. Blair Walsh sucks. Yeah, he's not great, but you sign him to a multi-year deal, you're kind of stuck with him, Ugo, unfortunately. Yeah, we're going to Emmett Brown says, yeah, we're going to disagree on Clowney. He was double teamed because the rest of the line is trash. I just don't see the value in the run stuffing, especially when our run D was bad. Not all JC fault, of course. Yeah, I would offer you, Emmett, a couple of, let me go into this a little bit, Emmett, with you on this, and it's okay if we disagree. Like I said, no biggie. So here's the thing with that. If a guy's double teamed, if I go and I put Khalil Mack on this defense last year, and he runs into a same situation that Clowney does, is his production going to be held down in a similar way potentially? Yeah. And when it comes to where teams were running away from Clowney, so they were attacking the other weak parts of that offensive line, and that's where those run successes were happening. Specifically, I would offer you right up the middle. We got gashed a ton right up in the middle of our defense a lot throughout the season last year. And it's because we weren't as stiff as we've been in the past in that respect. A guy like Jaron Reed has not played the run game as well as he did necessarily in his first year, in my opinion, or what we thought we were getting from that guy when he was coming out of college. Certainly Ziggy Ansah was done last year, right? So I think you got to factor in the double team aspect, especially when your guys double team more than anything else. Nobody else is double teamed as much as your guy. You got to throw it into the realm. And if you've got a functioning pass rush out there where they can't double him up to that degree, is he going to produce that much more? My opinion, yes, he will. Is he going to be a 15, 16 sack a year guy? No. But if I get a guy that's going to give me 8 to 10 sacks a year and be one of the best, if not the best edge run defenders in the league, knowing my defense wants to first and foremost stop the run, I will hold that at a 4-year value at 16 to 18 million per year. I will pay that cost. Hugo, nice try, man. Nice try. They signed Hugh Janis. Yes, DK Metcalf will be a superstar. I don't know if it's this season, but by year 3, I expect DK Metcalf to be considered a superstar wide receiver. Absolutely would. Yeah, we averaged 4.9 yards per carry, Derek. Almost 5 yards per carry last year on the ground. Ugo, 28 not real. Can I be a mod? Maybe. I need to think on that. Y2K says, in video game esports, you're not allowed to talk about China either. Yep. Nobody gets to talk about China. Yeah, I thought I did too. We'll keep him in here for now if he'll stop trolling. I guess so, man. I guess so. They're trying. The college football thing. I just, like you said, I don't think the college football season happens next year just because these guys are getting paid. They don't make no money. Why are you going to ask them to go risk their lives, literally risk their lives to be put in a situation where, they're there for college and to get an education first and foremost, to play sports secondary, even those guys that are trying to move on to the professional ranks. So I don't think college program is going to take the risk. You saw last year with the March Madness, how quickly they were one of the first forebearers to shut everything down. And they went, it's done. Like there was no like thinking or talking about it. It was just like, this is out. Brendan Guy Creek. What's up, Brendan? Shoot him. I'm very late. What are your thoughts on Jamal Adams? My feelings are Brendan, he is going to be traded. My feeling is some other team is going to jump up and offer more than we're willing to offer. If we made the trade, Brendan, we'd have to offer a prize a first, Bradley McDougall, and like a 4th and 5th rounder. You'd have to package it like that. I don't think it as likely as happening. I think Seattle's kind of stacked the safety position. I think just another team's going to have the better offer. If the Jets value Bradley McDougall, then you can make it happen. But it's really about how the Jets view Bradley McDougall. And somebody was mentioning that Ashton Davis, who I think they got in the second round like a year ago out of Cal, is a guy they view very highly to fill in for Adams in that strong safety role if they move him. So maybe they feel pretty good about him, and I think it makes it just unlikely that we're able to get him. Yeah, I am adding Robert Pennington as a moderator because that's my brother. So Robert gets to be a moderator. I just made you a moderator, Rob, because I can trust you. Patrick Rosenberg. Clowney is extremely overrated for a defensive end. One college hit seems to give him super fans. Would you much rather have Ngakoue? I think our current roster will surprise many this season. Well, what's up, Patrick? And thank you for hopping on into the chat. I disagree with you on the overrated aspect of it. And here's where we got to go into some of the stats. I do lean on Pro Football Focus in a lot of the evaluation of Clowney and his career up until this point. Pro Football Focus, Patrick, has told us about Clowney up until this point is he is one of the top 3 edge defenders at stopping the run in the entire NFL. That's what they've told us before we get to his pass rush, not his college tape, not the one play in college. His career up until this point has been that before we get to the pass rush, bar none. Top 3 edge defender stopping the run. And remember, Patrick, this is a team in Seattle. Coach Carroll starts in 2 places on his defense. I am going to limit the big play, and I'm going to stop the run. So having a player who can stop the run as their number one skill set is very beneficial to a team that wants to stop the run. Now let's unpack his pass rush ability. Get beyond the sacks number for just a second, Patrick, because evaluating a player in sacks is like evaluating a pitcher with ERA. It's outdated, it's antiquated, and it's a stupid way to evaluate a player as far as how they are as a pass rusher. When you look at the real metrics that you should use, pass rush win rate, quarterback hits, quarterback hurries, go look at those statistics on Jadeveon Clowney, and he has been fairly elite in those categories throughout his career. So this is why, from a player evaluation, I hold him as highly as I do. Now, when I converse this with the guy that you mentioned, Yannick Ngakoue is awful against the run. Awful. God awful. So we're going to bring a guy in who doesn't have a great pass rush win rate, by the way. He's got 75 pass rush pressures over the last 3 years, but a lot of the reasons he has that amount of pressures is because of the amount of opportunities he has. If I'm a guy as a pass rusher and I've got 200, 300 extra snaps a year that I'm able to go out and get those sacks, my numbers are going to get inflated. And this is why sack numbers is not a good metric to use in order to evaluate a player. Look at the pass rush win rate. Look at the quarterback pressures. Look at the hits. Look at how often he's being double and triple teamed. These things will give you a better view of the player. You can get a sketch. You can sketch a player out with the stick figure view, or you can create a 3D animation. Which would you rather do? I am sensitive about Clowney. So I'm sorry, Patrick, but I just sometimes feel like people give him the a little bit of the short end of the stick on this stuff. And I feel like it's I understand he's not been the generational talent that everyone thought he was. I understand he doesn't play like he did in the 49er game every single week. But I saw enough games last year where I felt like he was a difference maker in at least 2 of our games last year. He was the reason I think we won that game. I think the Bengals game and I think the 49er game. If we don't have Jadeveon Clowney, we have just some league average player there in his spot, I don't think we win those games. I don't. I do forgive you, GBK, but be cool, man. Don't spam the chat. These guys get annoyed with that, and we're trying to keep a nice, smooth flow to this. You know what I mean, man? I don't want to get people's questions lost. I like to answer everybody's questions. Emma Brown, if we've had issues with drafting this past several years, can you imagine us without final year tape of a prospect? a round 1 pick might be a 6th round projection. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, brother. It's going to make it hard. I will say, though, yeah, it's going to make it hard. I mean, one thing, though, is with this is that, like Schneider with the Jordan Brooks tape this last year, Schneider really leaned on his coverage abilities and what he showed in his sophomore and junior years, or his first 2 years in college football, as opposed to the last year that he was with Texas Tech where he wasn't good in coverage. So it seems like Schneider does have a certain maybe tendency to weight other prior years of college tape, which would lead into what you're talking about, though, which would be overdrafting a guy considerably because you've got such small amount of tape on him. Derek says, I think with the college football, the Power 5 conferences are about to form their own thing like the FBS. This year, teams like Florida are suggesting that teams don't have to play if they don't want to risk it. Yeah, it's a lot like the penalizing players even in the pro ranks for not wanting to play or not choosing to play, where you go, hey, this isn't football is not a necessity for society here. You're asking me to take a risk that I shouldn't be asked to take a risk or have to take a risk on. I don't think that they're going to penalize people from that standpoint. So I think college would be even less so apt to do that either. Be it penalize the players who don't want to play, college football players, or penalize the college programs that don't want to get into that, because there are liability issues that'll probably be at play if you are a college football team that trots these guys out there. Maybe not. Maybe there's exemptions to get off of it, but I don't know. Y2K says, who's more likely to take the next step and become a legit QB, Josh Allen or Sam Darnold? I'm going to go with Sam Darnold because I think Josh Allen's inaccuracies with a quarterback tend to just maintain. A quarterback doesn't tend to get more accurate as they go along. They can refine it. So if they start from a point of having some kind of level of accuracy, they can get even more accurate. But if you're starting from a point where you're as wild the stick as Josh Allen, I mean, you're talking about a 50% passer in college. Half of his passes were incompletions. That's a guy, it's really hard for him to get into that 65% range that you've got to get into elite. Now, with that said, they've built a pretty damn good team around him. That division's not super stacked, but I just come back to, I think Sam Darnold's just a little bit better of a prospect at the end of the day from my standpoint. I'll consider it, Ugo. Ugo Amadi, Ben Burke-Kirven, and Eagle. It's possible, man. I think Ben Burke-Kirven's the guy that's really on the chopping block to be cut with the Jordan Brooks pick. He's the guy you would have thought maybe would have stayed on, but with Brooks coming in and that moving Ben Burke-Kirven down another rung, and then considering the fact that with Shaquem Griffin, you're probably keeping him because of his rotational pass rush ability, that might push Kirven off the roster. Now, you could potentially still get him back onto the practice squad, but is there another team that might come in and then swoop a guy up who runs a 4.5 40 and led the college football in tackling in his senior year? Yeah, there's probably going to be a team willing to go do that. Patrick Rosenberg says his health, Jadeveon Clowney's health is the issue, and we brought him in for Rush, not to be our run stop guy, or at least that was what most fans' opinion. So we brought him in to definitely improve the pass rush, but you were also bringing him in at the time thinking LJ Collier was going to give you some kind of productivity as a run-stuffing defensive end in this league out the gate. You also thought Ziggy Ansah was going to give you some productivity as a defensive end right out the gate. Well, what happened is neither of those guys gave you jack diddly shit in that respect. So you had to lean back on Jadeveon being one guy out there that gave you that ability. It's more from a standpoint of how I'm building this team up on the defensive line, Patrick. If I'm looking to build this team up on the defensive line, I've got to bring guys in who have some of those guys got to have a skill set first and foremost of stopping the run. If I want to run my schematics, if I want a defensive-minded coach who first and foremost wants to limit the big play and stop the rushing, turn teams into one-dimensional attacks, because that's what Carroll wants to do. He's written a whole book about it. Put a whole book about it. It's called Winning Forever. Okay? And this is exactly at the heart of it. Stop the run, limit the big play. So concentrating on being in pass rushers first and foremost is not the most important part of this defense. He's going to want guys that can stop the run and then rush the passer as well. He wants them both, but he needs you to stop the run as well. So yeah, I do get that we want to have more of a pass rush, but the thing you're not factoring in here, Patrick, is Clowney was the most double and triple team defender out on the edge of any other edge defenders in the NFL. Does that factor into your evaluation of him and the reduction of production as it pertains to sacks? Because it should. A guy being double teamed, one of the reasons why you don't see defensive tackles, for instance, proliferating the stat columns with 10 sack seasons, you can basically get one defensive tackle every year that'll push for 10 sacks, and that'll be it. And the reason that is, why? Because they're not talented enough to get the quarterback, not enough bend? No, because of the persistence of getting double teamed. When you get double teamed, you're going to struggle at that point to get to the quarterback. It's just brass tacks. Again, I come back to, I'm Jadeveon Clowney. I'm lying down the outside, okay? So here's the snap. I'm going one-on-one against Joe Staley. I hand Joe Staley his ass. If Joe Staley now has George Kittle helping him block me, am I going to have as an easier time of getting to the quarterback as if I'm just lined up straight across from the tackle? Just not in my opinion. You're right, Patrick. You are correct. He's more disruptive than he is at being a sack expert. But again, what I come back to, Patrick, 3 stats that I want you to think about right now, Patrick. Let's just target on the heart. Let's rack on this right now. Pass rush win rate. You win in under 2.5 seconds. What is the rate with which you win your pass rush? You win in under 2.5 seconds against the guy across from you. Quarterback hits, quarterback hurries. All 3 of these things to me are more effective stats in looking at the pass rusher than the sacks, because the sacks are based on other factors at play, not just the guy's ability to rush the passer. So when you look at those other statistics, Patrick, he's elite. Do those factor into your assessment of him? And if they're not factoring into your assessment of him, why not? Why just look at sacks? Poona Ford's going to be fine next year, but he's a run-stuffing one-tech, Ugo. And that's all he is. He'll give you a little bit of pass rush from time to time, but he's a rotational guy on that line. D-Boy, I like Travis Homer. I actually like Travis Homer's tape better than I like DJ Dallas, which is odd because you drafted Dallas in the 4th round and you drafted Homer, in the 7th round. But I actually liked Homer's tape better. I thought he was a smoother athlete out of Miami coming out of last year's draft. But it seems like Seattle's a little higher on DJ Dallas. Seems like the 2 of them are going to be competing for that last running back role in the active roster. And then the other guy's going to probably go to the practice squad at that point. If you can fit him onto the practice squad, that is. And he is still on the Seahawks. Absolutely, D-Boy. Dustin says, last time you said there was a 75% Clowney resigns. How about now? It was 70%, Dustin. I said there was a 70% chance he resigns. And yes, I still do maintain that there's a 70% chance he resigns. And yes, I do have inside information on that. I am not pulling that out of my behind. The 30% comes from the dark horse team that could come into play on this out of left field. That is not being considered right now. That is not being talked about right now. That suddenly comes in and throws all the money in the world at him when they weren't expecting it. That certainly is kind of what he's holding out for, hope for at this point, because his value has been so depressed. But yes, I still do maintain that there's not going to be that team coming in last minute with the COVID-19, that they would have come in by this point if they were going to come in, and that he ends up probably signing with our Seahawks. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says, for instance, the California colleges are shut down through the fall semester, so they literally can't play. It wouldn't be fair to punish them for that. Yeah, I agree. You're just not going to be able to punish them. But then, and again, it's going to draw into, this is the same thing with football. It's like once teams aren't starting able to play, once you have 20, 30% of a roster decimated due to COVID-19, how valid is that season then? How legitimate is that season then? You know, how does it deserve an asterisk at that point? Should it be played at that point? I don't know. Probably the questions that we're going to start needing to have to ask. Is the team that trades for Jamal on his wish list? Yes. I do believe so, Brendan. I do believe so. The key on it is that because he can go to any new team and say, I'm going to hold out now until you give me the new contract. Whereas if you'll notice the 7 teams that are published, Brendan, pretty much all of them are playoff contending teams. And we've heard that there are set teams that he's not going to require a contract extension if he goes to them. So that would lead me to believe that, yeah, I think that logically speaking, I deduce the fact that that means that he's going to go to one of the wish list teams. He's going to probably go to a Super Bowl contending team, or at least a playoff contending team. It's good to know, Emmett. It's good to know. Carl Nearney says, does Carlos Hyde start the year with how careful we are with injuries? No, but I think he backs up Chris Carson, Carl. I think Carson's ready to roll. Carson's in a contract year. He's going to want to get out on the field and get ready to go and get that production so he can get that contract. He knows this is his one shot for it. So I would absolutely say that. D-Boy says, if we don't trade for Clowney, how do you feel about the Chris Jones trade rumor? I like Chris Jones, man. If they could find a trade, if they could make the same kind of move that they made with Frank Clark, you wouldn't have to pay the same money that you paid to Frank Clark with Chris Jones because he's a defensive tackle. So you make a first and a second round offer for Chris Jones. You sign him to a $17.5 million per year deal. He goes into his prime, great pass rushing 3 tech, just behind your Aaron Donalds of the world and his ability to disrupt. I'd absolutely be in favor of it. And I'm actually more in favor of that than going after the Jamal Adams trade. If I'm moving that kind of draft capital, I'd rather go in that direction myself. Ugo Amadi, Brian Monet. Yeah, he's an undrafted free agent last year, the defensive tackle. He's a 1 tech, Ugo, but probably not got a lot of upside to his game. And you probably don't want to rely on him for a lot of 1 tech stopping play. Another name that came up was Rasheem Green. Yeah, I expect Rasheem Green to take a step forward. Really good in run stepping, good enough as a pass rusher. He's not ever going to be an elite pass rusher, but a guy with an 8 to 10 sack a year type upside when he eventually gets to it. He's essentially your traditional 4-3 defensive end. That's what he is, Ugo. He fits right into that mold. Puna Ford. Brendan Eichrick, what would a Chris Jones trade look like? I would think that you would be able to talk them off the ledge of 2 first-round picks. I think theoretically you would be looking at I think it would be just like what you did with the Frank Clark deal. You'd say, hey, okay, Kansas City, we'll offer you a first and a second for him. And I think Kansas City would probably take that because Kansas City's got a free. I don't see how they're going to get Jones to a long-term contract outside of this franchise tag, because even moving into next year, you're going to start taking on the Patrick Mahomes contract. You know, you don't have, you got Frank Clark's deal fully clicking in, right? They went $6.5 million last year on Frank Clark's, the first year of his deal. That was the cap hit last year. So that means you increase the cap hit on the back end of those years now. So it just starts squeezing their cap situation tighter and tighter. I just don't see how they can sign him. So I feel like they would want to eventually have to move him at that point. M. Webb says, I watched Darrell Taylor's junior tape. Definitely my favorite pick now. 3 sacks against Isaiah Wynn at Georgia. Such a monster, great pick. He did. I watched that same tape, M. Webb, and he was fantastic in that junior season game or that prior year game against Wynn. He did struggle in the next year's game. Wynn got the better of him in this last year in their next matchup. But with that said, I think that he's got some tools to him. His bend was one of the better in this last draft. He can get his low to the ground while still maintaining his forward momentum and getting low right around that end. And that's one of the best assets you can have as a pass rusher is that bend. He's got it naturally, just naturally there. I think he'll be very good in that respect. And one of the reasons why Webb, I think he'll get 4, 5, 6 sacks right out of his gate in his rookie year, something we haven't seen from a rookie pass rusher here since Bruce Irvin back in 2012. Sounds good, Magic Vlogs. You have a good night, man. Night, Robert. Paul Stevens Jr., what's up, Paul? Welcome on in the chat. D-Boy, I'm sorry, I skipped your question on the LOB. D-Boy, post it up again. If I missed you on the chat, post it again there. M. Webb, I would rather have Clowney than Irvin, Mayoa, Olsen. Just saying, I like the Mayoa signing. Dude is slept on. I would rather have Clowney than, yeah, I would have too. I like the Mayo signing. I like the Irvin signing where you get a guy, a 1 year, $6 million deal who's going to be able to play two positions for you. That's great. I like all that. Olsen, you overspent by about $3 million in my opinion for that. It should have been a 1 year, $4 million deal, not a 1 year, $7 million deal. But I get where you're coming from on that as would you rather have? Yeah, probably would have rather gone the Clowney direction myself as well. But I think Mayo is going to be a solid. I think Mayo and Irvin are going to be solid for you. I think even Olsen will give you some stats as long as Olsen can stay healthy, which I think is a big if. Yeah, Nico Thorpe is still on the roster too. An important piece because we need some depth at cornerback, Ugo. And he's a guy that can play both the slot and the outside. You're not going to want him starting for a lot of games, but in a pinch, he can go out there and play a little bit for you. Destin says, reveal your sources. Shh, I won't tell anyone, I promise. Directly from the gate, Dustin. I played some video games with Jadavian online. So this is coming direct from the source. I told you I ain't pulling this stuff from my ass, you guys. Dallas reminds me of a greener, less athletic version of CJ Prosise. Both have an unusual running style and great pass catchers. Also both converted right. It's a good, decent comparison. CJ was just such a smooth athlete, and DJ's so clunky, Emmett. Like it's just there's these they'll say a guy when he's really fast, like there's no effort to his motion. There's no wasted motion. There's no wasted and DJ's a guy, a lot of wasted motion in his effort, but he made it work and he's got an unusual running style. You're 100% of the mark there. There's nobody that ran like him in college football last year. He's got that. And the fact that he can also, as a pass protector. He was the best pass protecting running back in all of college football last year by a wide margin. The guy will put his nose in there and he will stuff a blitzing linebacker. He'll take on a safety in the hole. So I like that aspect of DJ. He's an interesting prospect in that respect. Odd to pick him in the 4th round still. That was a little bit high for me, but they saw something in the guy. Ugo Amadi, Jamarco Jones becoming a bust. Well, 5th round picks don't ever become a bust. In a 5th round, you're taking a flyer on the guy. He's already given you a couple of starting games where he's played pretty decent for you in the spots you put him out there. But I don't think he'll be a bust. What's your prediction for the Seahawks record right now? Asked Paul Stevens. I'm going to go with 12-4, Paul. That's where I'm going to land on right now. I think the Seahawks will be at 12-4. D-Boys 11-5. If they don't sign Clowney, then I've got them at 11-5. So I've got Clowney worth 1 win if he signs. I think that pushes them to 12. But if not, then I think I've got them at 11. I know D-Boy, I was at 11-5 prior, but I didn't think prior as well we're going to get Clowney back. So with getting him back into the fold, I'm anticipating we bring Snacks, Harrison, and Clowney back in. The combination of them, I think, will get us up of 1 more win to the 12-4 mark, I think. Yeah, and I have our losses I got losses the Niners, the Cardinals, the Bills, and then some wild card team that I'm not sure of. Because there's always some wild team that beats you that you weren't thinking of. You're not going to get me to say it, Ugo. I can read and pronounce prior to reading. It's a nice skill set to have. Patrick Rosenberg, I would definitely like a second season to see Clowney with help and see what he produces. I was just disappointed last season based on games lost, injury, and his lack of D-line to assist. Well, and you have a right to say, Patrick, that he does have some injury concerns. He does have injury concerns, and he did miss a lot of the year last year with the abdominal strain that he did suffer from. I would point to you, Patrick, that I feel like those abdominal injuries that we sustained, we had about a half a dozen players last year, all who had the abdominal hernia injury. And some of that points to me of the training that was being undergone at the time, as opposed to it being an individual player thing. Maybe it was just freakishness and you just had a gluttony of players hit with the abdominal stuff, but it was odd you had so many of them hit with it. But I am with you. I'd like to see another season of what he's got. I'd like to see just a season with having a complementary pass rusher on the other side where you couldn't double him, triple team him as much, where you have to play it legit and just let him see what he could do. Because I think if you did, you'd see him run into that 8 to 10 sack a year range and provide elite run stuffing for you on the edge. And to me, that's worth 16 to 18 million a year. When elite pass rushers like Frank Clark, who can't play the run worth a shit, are getting paid $23.5 million a year, a guy's not going to get you 15 sacks a year. He's going to get you 12, 13 sacks, the best case scenario. Well, then it's worth it for me to get an elite edge rush stuffing edge defender who also can get me into that 8 to 10 sack a year range. I understand if you disagree, but that's just my thought process with it, why I land there. Could you rank the teams most likely to trade for Adams on his wish list? Yeah, sure. Let me see here. So I'm going to say that the most likely teams to trade for him would be in this order. I would put I'm actually going to put the Eagles first. The Eagles just had a huge injury that they had suffered with Brandon Brooks, their star guard. You could make the argument that they feel like they need to now readdress some things there with that. They brought Darius Slay in. You bring in Jamal Adams to pair now with Darius Slay. You've reinvented that secondary there, which was their weakness last year by far on that team. They've got a pretty good front four to get after it with the quarterback. That could be pretty good for them to look through that lens. So I'd say you're probably looking at the Eagles first. Cowboys would be my next team just because Cowboys are crazy and they're willing to do anything. I'd put the Chiefs next, the Ravens next, then I'd put us, then the 49ers. I'm just not buying the 49er talk with them trading for him. I don't buy into that with the way that the structure of that works out. I'm not on board. That'd be my ranking for it though. Aiden Plysmith, Emma Brown, you cannot block me. I will find you. I wondered when I didn't see your comments, but yet he was reading them. Y2K, I hope we kind of learned our lesson and don't run Carson into the ground. Keep him to around 15 carries a game. Let him be alive for the playoffs. Yeah, Y2K, I do too. He's had 2 of his first 3 seasons cut short due to injury. He had an injury history going back into college. He's a guy you knew halfway into the year, you got him on at like 300 touches, about 80% of the way into the season. You're going, that's way too many touches. Why do you have to have this guy have 28 touches in the Minnesota Viking game? Why were we not supplementing some of that? Why that many carries? It doesn't make a lot of sense. I'd like to see them protect him a little more in that respect too. Emma Brown says, I'd send Casey our first and Griffin, number 26 for Chris Jones. Wow, Emmett. That's interesting. Especially since their cornerback got in hot water or injured. I can't remember. Wow. That's an intriguing thought, Emmett. Because the thought process with that, Emmett, is that, look, Shaquille, you're going to have to, if he has another good year after this year, eventually you're going to be paying him at the 15, 16 million per year. So, and I don't know if you'd have to pay a first on top of that at that point. You might be able to get away with Griffin at a second and a fourth or something at that point. It might, because of where KC would value him. So that's definitely outside the box, but it's outside the box in a way I could potentially get behind, because you're going to eventually have to look at paying Griffin $15 million per year for a guy who doesn't take the ball away at cornerback. You're going to have to swallow that pill at some point, and that's going to be a tough one to swallow. So if that's the case, you could make the argument that having a disrupting 3-tech like Jones on the line, as opposed to the cornerback who doesn't get interceptions, is more valuable. I like it as an outside the box thought process. I do, man. All right, hold on here. I'm getting back up here. Who do you think is the best quarterback in the league? Says Derek. I think it's Russell, and undeniably so. He has one of the worst offensive lines in the league. Run first offense. You can't compare. Everything you just said, Derek, is everything that I believe with him. He plays in a run first offense. He's the most valuable player in the league. That's what Pro Football Focus told us this last season, and it fit to what our eyes saw. Every Seahawks fan who's watched it week in and week out can see he's asked to do probably more than he should be asked to do. That makes him, to me, the most valuable quarterback in the NFL, and by a decent margin. I know Mahomes has got the stats, but Mahomes has got more around him as well. The Chiefs have built that offense up around him appropriately, not in the same way the Seahawks have built their offense around Russell. So, yeah, I do. Appreciate that, Dustin. Clara Belkaf. Hello, Clara. Do you think Russell Wilson will get a chance to be in the runnings for MVP? Clowney have to prove Clooney have to prove himself. Clearly has to prove himself. Oh, so you're saying I think clearly has to prove himself. Clara, I would love to believe that Russell could get the MVP. I would. He's got the talent to do it. I think that even like I made the prediction this year, I think he's going to throw for 40 touchdowns this year. I still don't think even throwing for 40 touchdowns, he's going to get the MVP. He'll get MVP votes at that point. But remember, Clara, he's not gotten one MVP vote throughout his career. Even in those years of like 2017, where he threw for 35 touchdowns and put the team on his back, and not one vote, it speaks to me of this. You have a high prevalence of those writers who vote on the MVP or on the East Coast or in the Midwest. And I don't think they watch a lot of the West Coast games, or at least watch as many games as they watch of the East Coast games. And so I think that he just gets forgotten, not watched, swept under the rug a little bit, and it's caused him to not be valued, unfortunately, to the point that I don't think he'll ever get an MVP here with Seattle. I just don't think it's almost 8-9 years into his career, having not had even a single vote. It's hard for me to see him, much less get the award at that point. D-Boy says, who is the LOB player to you, the fourth LOB player to you? Brandon Browner is the fourth LOB player to me, D-Boy, because there was a mentality between those four guys that they all sort of shared, that fight to him. And while Byron Maxwell was very productive, he was more of the like, low key, soft spoken. There's a gentleness to him almost, those four other guys just had that raw edge to them. And, that just kind of separated them. It was part of what made them so good, I think, especially is in the conjunction of them working together. Dustin Carl says, did you beg Clowney to stay? I would have. I'm begging Clowney to stay all the time. So, and it's not just a one-off, Carl. I'm towing the line on being annoying, but I consider it my Seahawks duty to sell him on it and to try to do everything I can to tell him to come back. So, Brendan, I've already said what Clowney. I'm not going to say exactly what Clowney's saying. I'm going to maintain my sources exactly. I'm not going to flesh this all out for you guys. You're going to have to read between the lines a little bit here. But again, 70% chance he comes back. Another dark horse team could come in at the last second and still swoop him up. But that still does not yet mean that the Seahawks are not yet still the front runners to then getting his services. And I do not see him going to Cleveland. I think that's kind of far. You played with Jadeveon. Yep. I a couple times played online with him. Most famous person I played with is Addison Rae's dad. Derek, the Seahawks fan. I got Seahawks at 13-3. Schedule is very nice, and we got 2 of our 3 losses in the hardest stretch, Buffalo and LA. Last one will be San Francisco. I could see where it could play out that way, Derek. Absolutely could see it could play out that way. The thing that held me back from going to the 13-win mark, and indeed had me kind of almost on point of thinking that it was really going to be an 11-win team, is just our division. I feel like we've got probably the toughest division in the NFL next year. And it's maybe the AFC West is close, but they're not that close, I don't think. And with there being so many legitimate teams, it's just everybody's going to knock everybody down a single or peg or two, which gets you out of that stratosphere of the 14-win, the 13-win mark, I feel like. But it's not out of the realm of contention, man. It's not. It certainly could happen. So the schedule is easier this year. It's not as hard as what it was last year. Last year's schedule was hellacious. You got to figure this next year, you're not going to be the most injured team in the NFL like you were last year. And that all leads you to believe that maybe you should be a couple wins better. Boom shakalaka. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Just got off Saturday side work. Lahaina is hot as fuck. I'm thinking about moving to Hawaii, boom shakalaka. I know I was thinking about going back to Western Washington, but I've been starting to play with the idea of going out to Maui. So I can't wait until travel opens up. I'm going to fly back out over there. My mom lives over there. Derek, the Seahawks fan. We sweep Zona because we always beat them in Glendale, and we have the home game on Thursday night in prime time. Yeah, I can't feel like, too, Derek, the Cardinals are going to beat us at home every year like they've continually done so recently. That's got to change eventually. They got to stop being able to dominate us. So I'm good with that. I can see it. Ugo says the only NFL player I've met is Steve Largent. That's a hell of a player to meet, man. Was he cool, Ugo? Now, Steve Largent's my favorite player of all time for the Seahawks. I've met a few, but Jameis was the only one I got a picture with. Derek, is Jameis as weird as he seems? That guy is I have met Sean Alexander. He now lives in my basement. Is he live in your basement or is he held in your basement? Oh, I got behind here. This year, what opponents do you think the Seahawks will struggle with? Paul, I lean towards thinking we're going to probably lose at least two of our divisional games, and certainly the Niners and the Cardinals will be the two that I would point to as the most likely. I think the Buffalo Bill game on the road, the 10 a.m. game, is going to be another loss for us. That seems to be a tough game for any team that traditionally has to go out to Buffalo from the West Coast and play the 10 a.m. game in that stadium. It just seems to be a tough place, including the last time we were there when we got beat as well. So I would look at those three games. I have to look at the schedule to see who else would be the one that jumps out to me as the one that's probably the one we struggle with. I guess I maybe would probably, I don't know. I have to think about the other one, Paul. But those would be the three that I point to as a loss, two within the division and one on the other side. I have to look at the schedule to see who we it's been a while since I peeked at the schedule. Oh, man. But let me look at the schedule. I'll get back to you then, Paul. I'll get you the other team because I do have us with 4 losses. So that is for sure. See here. Seattle. Where's Seattle? Here. Let's see. God, this thing sucks. Hold on, guys. I think the Philadelphia game could be tough. I think that's the other one that would jump out to me. You're on the road again in Philadelphia. I know we've dominated over there recently. I mean, we won like 3 or 4 games in a row in Philadelphia. But I feel like just like us with 10 a.m. games and the Cardinals beating us at home, that can only hold for so long. So those would be the 4 games. Those would be the opponents I think we'll struggle on, Paul. I got us at 4 losses this year. Those would be my 4 losses, I think. But 12-4 is still pretty damn good. Clowney does make us better, says Emmett Brown. Emmett Smith. Say we do bring him back. What do you see our defensive rotation looking like? Will Taylor and Collier get healthy scratched? I would see it like this. I would see Taylor would be in there. Collier would be an early down guy. Collier, Rasheem Green would probably rotate in on early downs as run stuffing guys along with Jadeveon. You would then rotate in the Mayoa, Irvin, and Rasheem Green within that. So there would be a little bit of flopping between Rasheem Green and LJ Collier in the competition. But it does probably push Collier back a little bit. And it probably does limit a little bit more of the snaps of Taylor this year as opposed to what he would get to a degree. Because I think that even if you don't sign Clowney, you're still going to go out there and get an Everson Griffin who's going to take those snaps up. So it doesn't probably change the overall rotational limit with how that plays out. It's like a to be determined spot that will be taken up, at some point or another. But I do see as far as a rotational pass rusher, Taylor getting more rotational pass rushers than Collier if it comes down to that. If you don't have Collier out there as a run stuffing 4-tech and that he's just in the competition and not able to beat it out, that's where I'd see him slide. Juno White, I'm sorry you missed the streams. Well, remember, Juno, I do every other Saturday, 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock. We're 5 hours deep right now. But I'm trying to do the consistent thing, Juno, so that I can make it easier for you folks that sometimes do miss the streams where we get the hit or miss, So sorry I missed you so much. We'll eventually maybe get this to a normal every Saturday type thing. Yeah, I agree. I don't think the Niners can afford the Adams move. D-Boy says, why are the Seahawks always the most traveled team or one of the most every year in the NFL? Do you think that it affects the Seahawks in our records? They're the most traveled team, D-Boy, because we're on the West Coast. And because out on the West, you have so few teams. So you have to travel back to East to go play teams. There's so many teams in the East and the Midwest. So their travel schedules are always going to be a little bit more reduced. So the key on this, D-Boy, to understand Seattle's not necessarily being targeted or unfairly penalized. Look at the other 4 teams that are the most traveled teams behind Seattle. And you're going to see West Coast teams as those teams that have to do that. So it just kind of goes without saying that that's how it's going to be for us. And it's always kind of usually held that way year in and year out, outside of those teams that have to go to London who falsely inflate their mileage is flown because of that one game, one travel point. But yeah, it's going to affect, travel, that travel log and logging that many hours. You got to feel like that's got to do something to the body to some degree. Now, Seattle was able to win the 5 10 a.m. games last year, which you'd think, D-Boy, if it was a problem or an issue and that was really affecting that, those would be the type of games that would have that effect where your body's just not waking up. You're tired going through the motions, but it's just not been the case. They were pretty good last year with it. Still, I think it's got to have some kind of marginal, at least, effect. M Webb says, which of these players would you want most on a long-term deal? Clowney, Chris Jones, Jamal Adams, Yannick Ngakoue. Good question. Jesus. Well, we'll take out Jamal Adams and Yannick Ngakoue out the gate. It would have to be down to Clowney and Chris Jones. And the money's almost going to be the same between the two of them in Webb. So it's a really good question. You could really split some hairs down there. I'm going to probably lean towards Chris Jones because it's harder to find an elite 3 tech than it is to find an elite edge pass rusher, in my opinion. As well as on your roster right now, what you have outfitted in Webb is, Bruce Irvin can play the Leo. Taylor's slotted to play the Leo when he eventually gets here. Rasheem Green can probably play some Leo for you, though it's not his natural fit. So you've got guys who can kind of play some of that anyway right now. As opposed to the 3 tech, you've got Jaron Reed and nothing else. Booby Chakalaka, is Seattle going to have to rely on Hollister because everyone is going to get jacked up again? Tight end position gets messed up a lot lately. Yeah, I thought prior to this, my prediction had been that Colby Parkinson was going to unseat Hollister as that 3rd tight end, or at least that extra tight end, and that you would save the $3.2 million that Hollister is costing you this year. But unfortunately, it looks like with this injury to Parkinson that you're going to keep Hollister on the roster at that $3.2 million hit, and that he will remain. Y2K, is Chris Jones only a 3 tech? Yeah, you're not wanting him as a 1 tech taking on 2 blockers. I don't want to ask him to do that, Y2K. It's 2 different skill sets. He's a 3 tech. He's a big 3 tech. He's a large man, but I just wouldn't want to put him at 1 tech. Juno White says, you're probably long forgotten, but last room we were talking about corners in our system, and I must say I agree with the philosophy of finding serviceable players and coaching them up for the zone coverage. Yeah, I do remember that a little bit, Juno. And it's when you're looking for cornerbacks in this system, this was a lot of people early on this offseason, for instance, were really on the Darius Slay train. Seahawks should trade for Darius Slay, man. Trade for Darius Slay. Trade for Darius Slay. It's like, but why? Darius Slay's main component, the best thing that he brings to the table is his man-on-man coverage ability. He plays man. That's what he does. So why are you going to bring him into a scheme where he's going to be asked to play zone predominantly? It doesn't make sense. You're not taking advantage of his skill set, and you're paying top of the market for him. Is that really what you want to do? And it's not, Juno, it's not. And you want to target the guys, they're going to fit the scheme. You want the fresh guys that you can bring in off the boat, as they say, because you don't want them with a lot of learned bad behaviors, bad techniques, bad habits. And then you do that by getting guys that are raw. You can do guys by getting guys like Trey Flowers that are safeties that you convert to cornerbacks, or Richard Sherman's that were receivers converted to cornerbacks. I was thinking about this COVID stuff, says Y2K. It seems like the coaches are most at risk because there are some old ones. No one really has mentioned the coaches, like a player would be okay, not the coach. Yeah. And not just a coach, but most of the coaches tend to be older on these staffs, Y2K. That's the thing with this is it's the more you unpack on the COVID-19 and how this is going to play out, the harder it seems like it is to get these games played. Well, we got to empty the stadiums. We got to have regular testing. We got to have the players held out from their families for this given amount of period. Well, we got old coaches that we're putting out that are more at risk than the normal population. It does give you a little bit of hesitancy with it, Juno White says, but something tells me the defense could be a lot more creative with more man coverage. Hell, Flowers and Dunbar were both rated in the top 10 in man coverage by PFF last season. I agree. Juno, I think you could play man a lot more. And it would help you out a lot. I think the problem with playing man, I always come back to the foundational level with this stuff. And I know I harp on this, guys, but it's because Pete Carroll is very simplistic in how he's built this defense. He starts from 2 places: limit the big play, stop the run. If you're going to play man coverage and you're not going to play zone, it gets a little bit harder to stop the big plays. You're going to have a little bit more of a prevalence of giving up the big plays. So he's got to lean back off of that, that fear he has of giving up the big play to play the man-on-man coverage. Paul Stevens says, what if Seahawks trade for Terrell Suggs and sign Jadeveon Clowney? Well, I believe Paul Stevens, Terrell Suggs is currently a free agent. I think he's a street free agent at this point. So if they sign Terrell Suggs and Jadeveon Clowney, I don't know if you need to bring both of those 2 guys on. You might be a little bit more deeper than you need to be at that point because you've got a bunch of bodies here. You got Ben Zayoa, Bruce Irvin, Rasheem Green, LJ Collier. You're looking at trying to get 15 to 20 snaps a game out of Shaquem Griffin. There's only so many snaps to go around at that point. So I don't know with Terrell, he'd be a guy you'd want to bring in addition. You just need 1 more pass rusher, probably not 2. Sounds good. Sounds good, Carl. I'll probably make you an admin here eventually if we keep getting the trolls. Clara asked Josh Gordon. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's likely to come back to Seattle. I think it's just the thing we have to wait for, Clara, is just for the commissioner to take him off the exemption list. He just applied for reinstatement this last week. So the ball's in motion. It's beginning to move. and I'd expect it to eventually come to fruition. That seems to be how this is going to play out. He absolutely wants to come back. We know he does. And you want to bring a guy like that in, uber talented, and he wants to be on the team. And he's not going to cost a lot of money. I'd love to bring in those kind of players. I know there's some risk with him, but I'm willing to take that risk. Boom shakalaka. Is Jamal Adams looking for $20 million a year? I thought I heard that. He may be saying he's looking for that amount of money, but there's no way he's ever going to be getting paid $20 million a year. The safety market is depressed. I think last year, Earl Thomas got a 2-year, $14 million deal. So essentially he went for the short-term deal to get the maximum amount of money on that short-term deal because he wasn't able to get the market rate out in the rest of the NFL. So if he's topping the market out at $14 million last year, how the hell is Jamal Adams going to jump all the way to $20 million per? You're going to go up 30%? No, I don't think so. He's going to be probably about the $15 to $16 million per year range when it all factors out. But this is what negotiations are, boom shakalaka. This is his first salvo that he's sending across and to the team that potentially wants to sign him. He's not going to come out and start out at, $16 million a year because teams are just going to go lower off of that. Paul Stevens asked, do you like playing Madden? I do like playing Madden, Paul Stevens, but the problem I have with Madden is it's moved into this ultimate team thing. I liked playing it, Paul, from the franchise mode. I liked playing general manager. Surprise, surprise. I liked running the team. You know what I mean? I still like playing the game too, but I liked all that aspect of it. And they've devolved and devalued and removed parts and pieces of the franchise system over the years. It doesn't operate right. Its AI isn't right. It's just not correct. So it's really pushed me away from Madden, frankly, but I wish they would get it back because when it's running and it's going good, I really like me some Madden, Paul. I do. D-Boy, did we get his brother to 100 subs? No, we didn't quite get Jaharis up to 100 subs, D-Boy, but we did get very close. And I want to thank everyone. We had a poll last time. Jaharis Clowney, Jadavian's cousin. I've also gotten to be pretty good friends with him, playing online a lot with him on video games as well. He had a channel. I asked you guys last time to sub to it on the last live stream. We doubled his subs. So he went from 40 to I think about 70 subs, which was awesome on your guys' standpoint. Thank you so much for subbing to his channel and helping that. We're showing the Clowney family the love. That was all I was asking for y'all to do, and you guys did it. So thank you so much, D-Boy, for doing that, and everyone else who subbed to his channel. You did your Seahawks part last week. You did your Seahawks fan part. Juno White says, and I'd like to think that Shaq is capable, arguably the best athlete of them all. His hands are way overblown. Should have ended last season with a few picks that were called back because of penalties. Yeah, Juno, I think he's not a guy. This is a little bit, Juno, like Marcus. I relate Shaquille Griffin to Marcus Trufant. They're not the same kind of players in their build and how they move, but they're the same in the type of production that they give you at the cornerback position. And what I mean by that is they're very sticky in coverage, but they just don't have good ball skills. That's the place that they're missing. It's the ball skills. Not everybody has it. In fact, this is why a lot of cornerbacks end up at cornerback. It's because they start out at wide receiver and then people realize they don't have hands or they don't have ball skills. And so they go to cornerback. I'd argue, I don't think Griffin has ball skills because it's not just last year we're looking at, Juno. If you look at his 3 years in playing in the NFL, he doesn't take the ball away. He's got 3 total interceptions in 3 years, and that's starting almost every single game over that time period. Look at a guy like Trey Flowers who had 3 interceptions in just last year, his second year in the league. So I think he just doesn't have that element to his game. Maybe he can get it along, but with a guy like Trufant, for instance, what you saw was he never really had it. He got better and better and better as a player. He topped out in this one season where he had 7 interceptions, and that was his one great year. But that was where it was it. That was it. It was kind of from there, it was like back into the 2 to 3 picks a year range, and that was kind of his lane. And I think Shaquille Griffin's the same kind of way. He's a guy's going to maybe get you a couple of picks a year, but he's not going to be like the Sherman that'll take the ball away 4 or 5 times a year for you. He's not in that elite mode to that point. And I don't know if he'll ever develop that just because over my life, of watching players that have substandard ball skills, it just doesn't be something that comes along and really does develop. It sort of is what it is. Imagine having 2 solid outside corners with triple safety. Nickel group of Blair, Diggs, and McDougal. I've been totally interested in doing something like that, Gina. I've wondered why they haven't found a way to get the 3 safeties out on the football field at the same time. You got 3 real talented guys. Find a way to get them all on the football field at once. Find a way to get creative. There's not been enough of that creativity for me at times, in my opinion. I'd love to see more of it. Patrick says, I agree with your view on Clowney. Not a big fan of PFF, but analytics do show what you don't see through just watching games. Thanks for the input. Go Hawks. And Patrick, you have a lot of valid points that you bring up as well. The injury stuff is valid. The lack of being an elite pass rusher is valid in that respect, as far as never putting up the 15 sack year, never putting up the 10 sack a year point. All that stuff is completely valid. And you're also right in the fact of you should never use Pro Football Focus as the end all be all. We shouldn't lean back on them and say, these are the people who we have to hold as the end all be all of our measurement system. These other stats mean nothing anymore. It's just them. I think you've got to maintain a balance between all of it. You've got to use PFF. You've got to use basic old metric stats, and then you got to use your eyeballs as well. So for instance, recently, Patrick, I went back and watched the first game of the season, the Cincinnati Bengal game against the Seahawks. And if you went back and watched it and you forget about it because it was the first game of the year, but if you remember, we won that game by what, 1-2 points? It was a very close game. And defensively speaking, when you watch that game, Clowney wrecked shop in that game. Just take away the stats, take away the sacks, take away productivity. Just watch him on the football field in that game and how he played. And he had an assemblage of games throughout the year last year where they were that way. He had the Niner game and a couple games here or there where it was like that. He wasn't dominant. He wasn't Reggie White-like. But I think the problem is, Patrick, people view him through that first overround selection. They view him through being the number one pick in the draft. They want him to be a generational talent. They want him to turn into Reggie White 2.0. And if he's not that, if he's anything short of that, he's a complete abysmal failure. And I think we've got to just find the happy middle ground between that area of things. You know, it's not completely wrong to say that he's maybe not tapped into the full of what his potential is, but it's also a little unfair to say that, for instance, he's a bust or he's not a very good player in this league, which he is. Oh my goodness. Juno, make it easy as possible for the lineup by confusing the hell out of the quarterbacks while still being able to muster Pete's aggressive play for the ball mentality. I agree. Juno, throwing out that many safeties would do that. You think you'd have more of an opportunity to maybe get some turnovers. The problem with it, though, would come back to Juno is that then maybe by bringing the corner on the field and taking the linebacker off the field, you're now going to have some problems with stopping the run. And as we come back to the foundational level of this team, like I was saying, the two foundational points to this defense, at the foundational level, the 2 points are limit the big play, stop the running game, turn the offenses into one-dimensional attacks. So if you got to go from those things come first before anything else comes into play. Tourists are already showing up over here. Wild. That is wild, boom shakalaka, because there's the 14-day quarantine period there where you got to sit in your hotel room for 14 days if you come visit Hawaii. That's nuts. Paul, you played with Lakers star LeBron James back in high school? That's cool. That must have been fun. I for one am going to dig into the upcoming quarterback class. It's a good call, especially if they don't end up re-signing Shaquille Griffin. And Dunbar's on a 1-year deal here. So they could be looking at the quarterback class in a very deep way. Oh, it was Call of Duty. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice. Is he very good at Call of Duty? It's always tough when I got Jade David played him with him on a video game, and he's better than me at the video game. It's always hard. Like, he's better at football, and you're better at video games than me. I mean, that was a bummer. Oh, no worries, DJ. Everyone's got a busy life. It's summertime, Not everybody's going to be able to make the stream, so it's all good. Derek, Jameis is actually really nice and cool to talk to. Part of the reason I was mad Tampa dumped him for Brady, since I live in Tampa and hate Brady. And he's a local kid too, Derek. It would have been a cool story if he could have eventually turned it around. And if Brady wasn't on the market, they would have kept Jameis. That's the thing too, is I think there wasn't another way they were going to go. I think they would have stayed with Jameis Winston and kept trying to develop him if Brady didn't go there. So he went to a good place, the New Orleans Saints, and go in there, and Deshaun Payton. I mean, that's a guy that can really develop you as a passer. So I like that. I'm with you. I think Jameis has maybe still got some potential. He's a little bit weird, and sometimes you got some concerns with him, but he does have upside, and he led the league in touchdown passes last year. Let's not throw that down. Gino White, some names: Patrick Surtain, Bama. And Patrick Surtain's a good player. I have watched a little bit of his tape, Gino. That's a good one to watch. One interesting thing that the guys you mentioned there was Al Blades Jr. Of course, Brian Blades was one of the better receivers in Seattle Seahawks history. I think that's his uncle, Al Blades. So if you're looking at a legacy a legacy guy to come to Seattle. That would be a legacy guy. Brian Blade's a real underrated player for the Seattle Seahawks as a receiver. Probably one of the top 5 receivers in team history, actually. But I'd have to look at some of the other guys in your list. I recognize the names, but I haven't watched a lot of film on any of them. Junior Seau bought me a pair of shoes in kindergarten when I lived in Oceanside. Wow, that was nice of him. He seemed like a cool dude. You hear a lot of cool stories with that guy. It sucks the way that ended and how that all played out. But man, you did hear a lot of he seemed like a positive guy, good guy, great football player too. Y2K, I played basketball versus the deaf fullback we had. Brandon Coleman. He essentially cheated as far as I'm concerned. He would just blow up people who were setting picks. It was ridiculous. It's something you see on basketball courts, Y2Ks. If you get in a basketball court, when you're playing 4-on-4, 5-on-5, 4 court, when there's a football player on the court. It's very clear very quickly when you get a football player on the court because they're just dropping guys. It's just, they think they're on the football field, man. I've seen it all the time. Dustin, I appreciate you hanging in on the chat, man. I love doing this. You thinking the Philly game's easy? It might be. We've sure had their number recently. That is for sure. I know you think that Washington game's a trap game. It might be, man. It's the Redskins, man. Predicting that we lose the Redskins just hurts a part of my soul to think that. Boom shakalaka. Chances Wilson restructures to be able to get Clowney, Adams, or Chris Jones. The likelihood not good right now, boom shakalaka, because you just re-signed Wilson last year. Essentially what happens with this is that you've got to let a little of the bonus money bleed out before you restructure the deal to then save the money you're trying to save on a given year. So I think moving into next offseason, you would arrive at that point as you start to go into the third year of his deal in a position to potentially move the money around a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. If we don't get Clowney, what are 3 players we should go after? I'm going to say we should go after Everson Griffin as a backup plan. I'll go with Snacks Harrison because we need to get a 1 tech in here. D-Boy, I'd have to think about a third guy. I don't know if we need a third guy after that point. And Josh Gordon's the guy that would come to mind because we need another receiver. And if it's not him or Brown, something like that. But once you get the 2 guys, once you get a Griffin, once you get the Snacks Harrison in, it's kind of like the die is cast, the mold is set. There's not a lot of positions open up and available at that point to do anything. Ricky Holguin. What's up, Ricky? He says Adams isn't worth the money. I can understand, man. Safety position has been devalued. There's a going theory here that you don't want to go out and pay running backs, that you don't want to go out and pay top of the market for safeties. There's a very much somewhat of a consensus throughout the NFL in this regards. This is why the value has been so depressed on those positional groups. So you absolutely have a point. You could be onto it with that. It'll be interesting to see where it goes. And what is maybe speaking to your point, Ricky, is it seems like as you look at the teams that are available, of the 7 teams that he could potentially go to, none of those teams look like teams that would have the cap space to sign him immediately to a contract extension. And the word is that he's had certain teams that he's willing to go to that he's not going to require a contract extension if he gets traded to them. So that speaks to maybe, again, you don't need to maybe sign him to extension if you do sign him. And if you are just getting him on a guy that's on a 2-year deal, you're getting 2 of his prime years at a pretty depressed value at that point, even if it's costing you a first plus. Emma Brown, Collier is at 290 plus pounds. You think he could kick inside? Could be a dark horse 3-tech option. He's absolutely a dark horse 3-tech option, Evan. If you want to look at the ideal way that this works out for Seattle, if you want to look at the front office and say, what is it, your best case scenario on what Collier becomes, they would probably acknowledge to you that we knew in drafting him that he's not going to be a 10-sack-a-year guy coming off the edge. He'll never be that, and we don't expect him to be that. What we want him to be is we want him to be a run-stuffing 5-tech defensive end who we then can kick in just like Michael Bennett on passing downs to the 3-tech and let him pass rush from in there. And essentially, remember, on those pass rushing downs, they bring in 2 3-techs, Emmett. So in the past, back in the old days of the heydays, the 2012, 2013s, early downs, run downs, you'd have 2 1-techs out there, Tony McDaniel and Brandon McDane. And then on passing downs, you'd bring out the 3 3-techs. You'd kick in Michael Bennett to the 3-tech, and then you'd have McDonald as your other 3-tech. for instance, or Jordan Hill as your other 3-tech, for instance. So it would be about him being the second 3-tech next to Jaron Reed on those downs as part of the NASCAR package. And yeah, you'd love for him to fit in that. And at that size, yeah, he'd have enough sand in his pants to be able to handle it in there. Does his power translate inside against those guards will be the question. And that's the thing that I can't answer because I don't have a lot of tape of him doing it in college. It's a lot of extrapolation to say that he can do it. He has a great punch. That's one of his single greatest assets is his punch. And you would think that it would have an effect inside once he kicks inside. But the one thing about those guards versus the tackles, they do tend to be a little stronger. They do tend to be a little bit stouter. So a little heavier, a little harder for power to have an effect on them. Paul Stevens football is the best, man. I agree. Who is the next player? Who is the next player to get the franchise tag on the Seahawks? I would go Shaquille Griffin, D-boy, because I could see a situation where they come down to it where Shaquille is wanting to be paid at top of the cornerback market and break the bank and be the next guy up on that cornerback pyramid. And Seattle to look at him and say, no, you don't take the ball enough away for us to pay you at an elite level. So we'll put you on in the franchise tag instead. That I could see them butting up against that head point there. Ricky Hogan says, get AB. AB, I think Josh Gordon's probably the leader in the clubhouse right now to come back over AB, Ricky, but AB's probably number 2 behind that. Ricky says, what's a 3-tech? Ricky, when you look at the defensive tackle position, specifically within a 4-3 defense, you have two positions at the defensive tackle position. Okay. One is the 1-tech. Okay. This is a guy that's going to be lined up, usually split between the right guard and the center. He'll be split right between him in his alignment. And then you're going to have the 3-tech. The 3-tech is going to be lined up over the top of the left guard. Be right up over the top of that left guard. The 1-tech splits between the 2 guys. So what that means is you tend to have the 1-tech. He has to take on the double teams. He has to be stout at the point of attack, not get moved off the ball. Whereas the 3-tech, he's your gap penetrator. He's the guy who's going to shoot the gaps and try to make the plays in the backfield. He's your pass rusher. So it's 2 different skill sets, even though they're both defensive tackles. You're asking them to do 2 different things. Have you heard the sweet Sean Alexander parody of Sweet Home Alabama? No, I haven't. I'll look it up online though, Dustin. Y2K, couldn't we play cover 2 man some? That's still super safe. I'm not sure how often cover 2 still gets called in the NFL. It's not often. It's used though not as like, let's go to our cover 2. And sort of like Seattle's gone to their cover 1, their cover 3, going to the cover 2 then. It's more of a change up. Teams will go to the cover 2 when they're showing another look and then switch into the cover 2. It's kind of to flip offenses up versus what they see pre-snap and how teams tend to utilize it. It was in its heyday right around the early 2000s. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were, of course, the masters of the Tampa Bay 2, the Super Bowl winning team of Tampa Bay. That defense was when it was at its prime. And then for about the next 5 to 10 years, it was being proliferated through the league. And then it sort of started to fall off as teams realized you could hit the whole shot. So you had that whole shot between where the corner was and the safety was, just put the ball in between there and you can eat it up all day long. They could do some of that. They did try some of it last year, Y2K, and it didn't work out that great. So they went from going blitz heavy didn't work. They went back to cover 2 a lot to mix in with their cover 3 and cover 1 looks, and it didn't have a great effect as far as stopping offenses go. I might, Dustin. I'll think about it. I meant help with Klein Lavin. Tell him I will give you $600 a month. Give him $600 a month to come back to the Hawks. We can get it in the writing. I'll let him know, Carl. I'll see what he says. Boom Shakalaka says, I only play franchise mode on Madden 2. The rest I don't even bother doing on Madden. Yeah, Boom Shakalaka, I'm the same. I just wish I could enjoy franchise mode. It's like the salary cap doesn't work right on the franchise mode. As you get year in and year out and the way the player progression works, it gets very wonky and it doesn't work as a good simulation. Just some of the things that should work smoothly within a franchise mode aren't there for me. And it annoys me at times with it because it's just like they don't care about it because the money-making aspect is the ultimate team for them. The money-making aspect is the online stuff. So they just ignore the stuff that used to be their bread and butter. I'm glad that we've been good road team, says John Robinson, lately because we lose home field advantage with the COVID thing. Yeah, John Robinson, we would lose the home field. I'd say we've lost a little of the home field advantage though over the last couple of years as well though. And some of this speaks to what we talked about earlier, being that I think the noise CenturyLink has gone down a little bit. The crowd is not having the same effect on football games that they did in 2012 and 2013. Cole Thompson, what is up, Cole Thompson? Thank you hopping in the chat. What offseason moves do you want the Hawks to make from here? So, Cole, there's 3 moves that I would see them making that I would like to see them make. Move number 1, sign Jadeveon Clowney, get him back into the fold, round out that pass rush as you've added to it by cobbling it together through this offseason. You've sort of added little bricks here. Add the one big brick, the foundational centerpiece brick that's going to make everything else work appropriately. So that's move number 1. Move number 2, go get Snacks Harrison. He's a great one tech out there, a good run stuffing one tech defensive tackle. He remains out on the market. He's not going to cost you past 1 year, $3 million deal. Go make that sign. Him and Puna now are your one techs. Wow, you've got a great one tech at the position at that point. It's a real strength on that defensive line. The third move, Cole, that I'd say I'd like to see them make is go get Josh Gordon. Sign Josh Gordon. He wants to be here. He's got the talent still. He's still a young guy. It isn't going to cost you a lot. There's a little bit of a risk with the suspension aspect coming back into play, but I feel like he wants to be here. He knows he has no more chances. Now is the time to do this. Go make that move. So those are the 3 moves that I would like to see them make from here. Oh my gosh. I keep thinking I get caught up on my chat and I'm so far behind when I think I'm back up on top of it. Don't have hands, then why don't the Eagles switch all their receivers to their good call. I'm going to make, and then on this live, I can feel one day. I'm going to make, and then on this live, you're going to make admin. Someday, D-boy. Someday, man. Carl Nerney. They used to run Tedrick Hill, and Bradley all at the same time. Yeah, if they've done it before, why not do it again? Get the talent out on the football field. If the safety position is as deep as this, find a way to get him on the football field. And not just with Marquise Blair sliding him into the dime nickel roll, the dime corner roll, which is how he was out on the football field throughout the year. You're not playing offenses a lot of times trotting out the 4 wide receiver looks, which cause you to bring Blair out on the field in that situation. So get more creative than that, in my opinion. Boom Shakalaka, injuries are going to be insanely wide, I think. With Parkinson and Debo, I fear this is just the beginning. 100%, man. You've already seen with the new CBA agreements, Boom Shakalaka, that they've reduced the off-season training camps, the training camp itself, the 2-a-days, the padded practices. All of these things have been dialed back for years. And now you have this coming into play. I would expect as well for you to see a lot of major injuries undertaken, especially once they start hitting the ground and they're trying to go from 0 to 100, where everything's reduced and you're at August 15th and training camp hits and you're just trying to get the guys out there and roll. So I would expect it to happen as well. How many wins do Buck get this year? How many wins do Buck get? D-Boy, can you ask that again? I don't know what you mean on that. Juicy says Saquon's a top 3 running back. No, I don't think you're right. He is going to be probably a top 3 running back this year. I agree. Derek likes James Charles. Toby Oscar, what's up, man? Hey, mate, I'd really like to ask my boyfriend out. He's a big fan of yours. Could you ask Derry if he'd do the honor? You guys, I'm 5.5 hours in the stream. If you guys are expecting me to do deep thoughts on this stuff, Carl, last time I bet against the Redskins, I was 15 or 16. They had 17 injured starters and we still lost. Oh, I remember that game. God, that was a tough loss that year. That was the Kirk Cousins win, right, Carl? Where Cousins came into Quest, sent CenturyLink and beat us. God, that was a frustrating game. Oh, Lord. Influx of trolls. Juicy asks, what do I think about Daniel Jones? I'm not sold on Daniel Jones as an upper level prospect moving into the future. I think he's a little limited as a quarterback. I think he can be potentially to me, eventually slides into more of the Kirk Cousins mold of things as that type of quarterback than he is a Pro Bowl level type guy or an all pro. I wasn't blown away by the film I saw of him. How do you think Monty Lopez will do with the Green Bay Packers? I think you asked that last week, Undoing. I didn't have an answer for you then, and I don't have an answer for you now, my man. Hawksnest is definitely getting sleepy. We're going to be wrapping this thing up here pretty shortly. Kitty wants loves. Kitty wants loves. That's a sign. Thank you, TJ. Yeah, that's a good video to put together. Is an explanation between the 1 tech and 5 tech. Get some good all 21 tape if you can, TJ, because that really does show it best when you can show it from the overhead side, and really give the view on it. Shout out, Ellie. What's up, John? Thank you for the $2 donation. I really do appreciate it, man. Geez, I think I have $5 donation here. You were putting another one on there. Well, thank you so much for the donation. I really do appreciate it, bro. Appreciate the support. John Robinson says, PFF is the baseline to determine players' value and rank from a league-wide standpoint, but system and other things, like you said, play a factor in determining it right on, and that they are right for your team. Yeah, it is. And the big part of this, John, is that we both probably can agree, I'm sure you think this as well, that analytics can't be applied as easily to football as they can be applied to baseball and basketball. You know, it's just easier to look at those sports and see what's going on and, you know, hi, baby. And make the determination that you know what you're seeing. A guy's covering a guy or a guy's not covering them in basketball. You know, he either was able to handle him one-on-one or he didn't. He could get through the screen or he couldn't. The usage rate is what it is, you know. And in baseball, similar thing. I mean, baseball even more scientific, where it's, you know, where the guy's going to hit a ball. You know what how a pitcher's going to pitch. You've got whip and loop and all these advanced stuff. But football, it's not the same way. It's harder to know analytically wise because you don't know play in and play out what a player's responsibility is. And a player can look weird on tape doing something. He can look like he didn't do his assignment, but very well maybe he did do his assignment and the other guy dropped the ball. So that's why, yeah, you do have to lean back a little bit more in the sport of football above other sports and really not just leaning on the analytics with a huge amount of weight, like the weight they put on it in baseball, where it's changed the sport of baseball. The shift and how the teams view players and the value of players. I mean, Moneyball, all that stuff. So I don't think it's quite there yet on football. They're trying to figure out a way to make it, but I don't think they found it yet. But it does factor in, John. You're like you said, it's a baseline thing. It's something to give you as another piece of information to add to round out your knowledge on a given player. Paul Stevens says, I hope the Bucs don't go to the championship to face Russell. Well, that'd be a tough team to face, man. That'd be a tough matchup for us. A front seven that can get after the quarterback, an offense that can be pretty prolific. That'd be a tough matchup, man. John Robbins says, it doesn't seem to me the Seahawks value PFF all because they overpay some average and below average linemen with really low grades. What were their scouts seeing in these players? Well, John, you know, the football, it was like I was talking earlier about the sack situation, that I think that there's still a lot of organizations out in football that measure players on sacks. Rather than using those things I was talking about being the pass rush win rate, or quarterback hits or quarterback hurries. These should be the things that you're using as your metrics for a player and trying to determine him as a pass rusher, double teams, triple teams, these things. And I think Seattle maybe isn't as on board as we think they are. I think they've got some kind of staff, but I get where you're coming from, and that they haven't certainly targeted players that have a rating that's held high by Pro Football Focus, specifically, as you mentioned, as it relates to the linemen. Toby Oscar, thank you for the donation. I appreciate the kind comments. Doe YT, what's up? she's lounging, whatever's clever, but I'll pick her up here in a second and show her to you. She's getting her lovey right now. D-Boy, thank you for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words too, man. I love having you in the chat. Y2K, I've always rooted against New England. It would be pretty hilarious if Brady wins the Super Bowl. Yeah, it would be pretty crazy if he wins the Super Bowl. I mean, if there's anybody that's got any question at that point. So here's the kitty. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. What's up? What's up? But it would definitely be, if there's anybody that's on the fence with Brady being the GOAT at that point, you know, he goes and wins the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay after being all those years with New England, and everybody's saying it was Belichick as much as Brady. I mean, I don't know. It gives him a firmer grasp of it. You know, absolutely. Well, at least you all are good for something coming on this stream. I appreciate it. Dead said Juice was trash. Nice. It's John. Thank you so much, man. Toby can't compete with me. Thanks for the donation. Berm, that's why we hope so we can confuse Brady's offense. I'm good with that, Paul. Jamal would certainly help that. You can move him all around on that box, especially with Brady and his little dinking and dunking, you know, because Jamal Adams down on the box, maybe he could take away some of those routes, cause some confusion in there. Chat's getting lively 5.5 hours in, huh? Oh, I'm catching up. I'm moving with a bullet here. I'm doing. Claire's, what's up, Claire's? Thanks for jumping in. I love you too. Do you think they should keep the football season this year or get rid of it? Debo asks. I think you should try to get it, but if it's going to be a factor of if we run into the situation that the colleges are running into, where you're seeing 20-year players walking in the door are already infected, and that you're going to see whole teams just get swaps of this, just going through their teams and taking them out. And you've got a competitive imbalance where you might have teams that are still fully putting out their full roster and other teams which are literally having to sign guys off the street. It's going to make the competitive balance of the season thrown out of whack. It's going to put you can't hear me? Okay. It's going to throw the season out of whack. So I would think, D-Boy, there's a chance that they would not play it if it's going to go down that route. And we're going to learn really quickly if when the players are coming in, they're testing positive for it. And it seems like the asymptomatic tests where you don't show any signs but yet are positive are a real possibility of happening in a large degree. Barry's, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. I got the donations up here. Hayden, what do you think about the Saints versus Seahawks? Saints are a scary team, Hayden. You know, you look at what they did with Cesar Ruiz, that first-round pick, and reestablishing the inside of that offensive line, already having Terran Armstead and Andres Pete on the outside. They've always done a good job of keeping that offensive line built up. They've still got some good pass catchers. Emmanuel Sanders they brought in should help out their receiving core. I like the Saints. I still think they're going to be pretty legit next year. It's weird how they're trying to force Drew Brees out the door. That's been the odd thing, is there's this subtle, trying to kind of push him to get him going. And by the way, somebody said on the chat they didn't think the backup quarterback for the Saints a couple of weeks ago would be their quarterback of the future. But the Saints have pushed that he is their guy moving forward once Brees does retire. But they're a solid team, Hayden. They're a very good team. You can't knock them. There's not a lot of weaknesses with the Saints. They got a lot of good players. Eurixel, this is where everybody's at, man. It's where the good times happen. Thank you so much for the donations. I really do appreciate it. Thanks, John. You guys are very kind. Very kind. Berries. Yeah, chat's going crazy all of a sudden. We're 5.5 hours in. Everybody's hopping in. John Robinson, I don't think the Redskins have the offense to beat us either, and I don't think they're still they've got to restructure some things on that team. They lost Trent Williams. They got to put back the line together. I like that rookie wide receiver they had. He's awesome. One of the best receivers last year. But they got a lot of work to do to make me feel like they're a threat. They do have a good pass rush, though. He's on the button with that. Their pass rush is going to be legit next year. No worries, man. Everybody's being cool. I don't mind trolls in here as long as they're just not blowing the chat completely up. And I'm still going to get to questions. So, Clowney update asked Passionate. Sorry if you already said I was at work. Yeah, I put him at 70% chance Passionate that he does come back. I do have some inside sources on this, so I'm operating with a little bit of insider knowledge, but I put it about 70%. My hedge being that if some secret team that hasn't been mentioned up until this point comes into play and blows him out of the water with an offer last minute, that could come in. And that's why he's potentially waiting to sign at this point for that last dark horse team to come in and do something. So Barry's $10 donation. My goodness. You're so kind. Thank you so much for that. Derek, thank them so much for their donations. I really do appreciate it. $10 donation. That's legit. I appreciate it, Barry's. You guys are awesome. Oh, she's a good cat. She's a feisty cat. If you guys have ever had a tabby cat, they run a little bit more feisty than your normal cat. They're always turned up to 11, but I love her. She's a great cat. Giants record prediction. I think at least 7 wins. They are going to play a last place schedule. So the problem though, Juicy, is they do have to play the NFC West. That the one issue there is it's hard for me to see them beat any of those NFC West teams. You could come out of that 0-4. 2 of the teams in the division being the Cowboys and the Eagles, I feel like are going to sweep them. So that's 8 wins right out the gate. That's 8 losses right out the gate without even looking at the rest of their records. I'd probably still put the Giants just because of the fact that I think they're still a 4 to 5 win team, man. I'm sorry, but I got them in that spot. Maybe if I was more on their quarterback, but he just doesn't have me sold, Undoing Buffalo Bills record position. I got the Buffalo Bills at 11-5. I think that division will beat up on itself a little bit. I'm not on favor of Josh Allen. I think his incompletion percentage and his lack of growth that I saw at the quarterback position over the past year leads me to believe that he kind of is what he is. A little bit of almost like a Cam Newton type guy. Cam Newton light, obviously not what Cam Newton was when he was an MVP, but just using his mobility and his big arm where he can. But that's going to kind of keep them slotted up to they only can get so high with that as quarterback. Your team and the ability of your team does top out when your quarterback tops out at a low area. I do see that with the Buffalo Bills. But with that said, New England with Jarrett Stidham, 4 or 5 wins. Miami's still out, I think, another year at least. I do think the Jets will be improved. I think they're an 8-8 type team, but I think the Bills will get it at 11-5. John, thanks again for the $1 donation. I appreciate it, man. Hey, every little bit helps, Juicy. $1.50, I don't care. I think it all helps. Thanks, John. I appreciate it, man. I really do. We're trying to grow here where this channel is kind of just getting going. We're about 1.5 years old, but got big plans for the future, and we're going to keep trying to get these streams more and more consistent. So if you guys are wondering where we do this every other Saturday, 3 p.m., go 3 to 7. Sometimes if you guys give me talking longer, you'll give me 6-7 hours deep. But we're doing this consistently every other Saturday. And eventually I'll eventually draw it into every Saturday, but I'm just slowly getting there. I am so behind. You guys are nailing me on the chat. I'm trying to catch up. No worries though, YT. I don't mind you if you don't have you don't have the PayPal stuff. That's all good. I just like you guys being in the chat and participating. Oh, Toby, I missed your donation. I'm sorry. Yeah, you said I'm cute, Toby. I saw it. I saw that it was in there. I appreciate it. Part of the reason, though, that I dress up this backside is to clean up the ugly mug you just got to stare at. At least you got something to look at in the background, Oh, thanks, Claire's. I appreciate that. I'll catch up, guys. Dustin says, should the Seahawks have run the ball in Super Bowl 49 on 2nd and goal? Maybe, but I don't go to that game being built on the 1 yard line play. Anybody that's followed me knows that that game was a lot more about giving up 10 points in the 4th quarter. You're up by 10. You gave up 10 points. Why'd you give up 10 points? Because our Legion of Boom was being was decimated. Everybody had injuries. So that's the reason we lost that Super Bowl, as much as a single play at the very end of the game. I agree with you, Dustin. I like myself some cats more over dogs. I'm just a cat person. I might be 5 minutes behind. I might be. You guys got to cut me a little slack, though. I'm almost 6 hours deep on this thing. So, how many wins do the Buccaneers get with Tom this year? I think the Buccaneers are a 13-3 team this year. I do. I think so. Is Teddy Bridgewater going to have a come up year? Asked Juicy. No, I don't think so. I think Teddy got to benefit a lot from the complete team that he's playing on the Saints. They had, great offensive line, good running game, able pass catchers out there. He was really being put in the optimal position to be successful. He's not going to be put in the optimal position to be successful this next season with Carolina, in my opinion. They've got some stuff there a little bit, but they really went defensive heavy in the draft. And I just think that they're it is what it is there. I think they brought in Russell Okung, I want to say, at the left tackle or so, but I think he kind of comes back down a little bit to earth as what he is, which is he's a league average quarterback. I think maybe a little bit better than league average, best case scenario. The Saints will keep Jameis Winston over Hill if he proves himself during practices and takes a decent pay cut. He may very well, but there was the story that did come out that was confirmed. The Saints saying that I was on stream a few weeks ago, Derek, where fans, I was bringing up that Taysom Hill was the quarterback of the future, and I got lambasted a little bit where everybody goes, "No, he's too old. There's no way. You're crazy. That's out of control." And I said, "No, he is. Watch." And the Saints came out and did announce recently he is the quarterback of the future to take over for Drew. So Jameis might overtake him. He's got more talent than Hill. He's younger than Hill. No doubt about that. But the Saints do seem to have a little bit of a love affair here with Taysom. Just a little bit. Thanks, Emmett. I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate you jumping in and watching the live stream. Doe IT, that's cool, man. I used to watch a lot more basketball than I do. Of course, Doe, I watched a lot less basketball once they took the Sonics out of Seattle for me. That was a little bit tough. That was a tough one for me to swallow. Y2K says, across NFL, NBA, NFL, and NBA, MLB, are the Mariners the worst franchise of all time? No, not at all. Not at all, man. There's plenty of other franchises that you could probably pick from and grab and take out from that. So remember, keep in mind, Y2K, the Mariners have set the record in the Major League Baseball for the most wins in the regular season. They didn't win the World Series, and maybe that's not a great stat to bring up because you didn't win the World Series, but you had 116 wins in the regular season. If you're the worst franchise of all time, you're not going to hit that mark. Not with the fan support they've had. They've had some times where they've been good, but they've had a lot of losing seasons. So, oh man. Toby Oscar, I appreciate the $5, man. And I don't expect you guys to give anything. So anything you give is completely appreciated. 100%. So no worries. Carl, does DK realize his true strength this year and start bodying people? I think you'll see more of it as he gets more comfortable, Carl. Yeah. Even saw as the end of the last year in that Eagle game, on that last play of the Eagle game where he went up and caught it and went over the defenders. I think you will see more of that. I do absolutely as he gets more comfortable. I'm thinking he takes the next step this year into the point of, I think he's at 1,200 yards receiving, 10 to 12 touchdowns, and 75 catches this year. Those are my marks for DK moving into his second year. Oh, you don't have to give your lunch money. You can keep your lunch money. We're all right. You gave me money, Toby. It's all good. I appreciate what you gave, man. Yeah, I got general chat pretty quick here. Who would have ever guessed the chat blew up at 5.5 hours in? D-Boy, could you please do one next Saturday? I'll try, D-Boy. I'll try to get on next Saturday if I can. I got kind of a hot date next Saturday, so like I'm gonna be having to give up my hot date if I do a live stream. So you guys definitely better appreciate that if I go that direction. So, got a cat hair all over me here. Ellie, what do you think we're going to do? Emma Brown says, say we land Clowney and Chris Jones. Do we lose a game? Jones is my dream acquisition. You'd probably be in contention to go undefeated at that point if you could put both of those guys on the defensive line. Man, you would be pretty stout. I think it's pretty much that's an impossibility of ever happening, but it's wonderful to dream, Emmett. It's wonderful to dream, man. Hayden asks, how do you think Cleveland's season will be? I think the Cleveland Browns will actually bounce back to a little bit of a degree this year. And that's saying, I think last year they even had 7 wins. They were a relatively decent team last year. But I think that they're going to be better. I liked what they did in the draft. I like them going out and getting the linemen to help in the pass protection, which was an issue for them. I still like Nick Chubb quite a bit down there as their running back. I think he's really undervalued. I think that they get to the playoffs. I think they're a 10-6 team, Hayden. And I think they slide in the playoffs with some of the moves they made. Let's not forget, too, in free agency, they went out and got Austin Hooper to match with David Njoku, that young, talented tight end they have there. And then as well, they went on free agency and got Jack Conklin, who was one of the best run-blocking right tackles in all the league, to go into addition to the tackle they drafted. They really rebuilt that offensive line nicely this offseason. I like what Cleveland's done. Man. Thanks for the donation, D-Boy, man. I appreciate it. Dustin Elron, Seahawks Berm, girlfriend or football? Well, Dustin, it's more of a conversation for me of, here's the question for me, Dustin, is girlfriend or YouTube channel? That's the question that I would seemingly have to ask. Because if I bring on I have a lot of worries about bringing on a normal girl because I won't have the time to put into this channel that I want to put into. It's a legit concern. I already work 45, 50 hours a week at a normal job. So it's just, there's only so many hours in a day. Oli Webb. What's up, Oli? I've just Jones, so apologize if you already said it, but would you trade for Adams? I would trade for Adams, Oli, but I'd only trade for Adams if I don't have to give up Blair and I can package McDougal into the trade. I would probably make it at that point. And the last caveat would be, Ollie, I'm not signing you to an extension, Jamal. You're going to have to wait 2 years and get to free agency. I won't franchise tag you in 2 years, but you're going to have to wait for the 2 years to get to your free agent point. Willing to do that? We'll bring you on the board. We'll get you out of New York. If he's willing to do that, then I'm willing to make the trade. This chat is evil, pure evil. Well, Dusty, if you got a question, I'm still on it. I'll skip through any of the stuff here. Passionate, do you think it's possible for our team to have an F grade for the offseason, or have we already done enough to not revive that? Yeah, I think because you didn't shoot for the stars necessarily, you're middle of the road on the grade. You know, you're in the C+, B- range. You're not really at a point of being in the A to the D+ spot, in my opinion. So I think that the moves they've made, while they weren't rocket shots, you weren't firing for the moon, they were pretty they were like hitting doubles in baseballs rather than hitting home runs. You know, Bruce Irvin's like a double. Mayo is like a double. Getting Jaron Reed back's like a double. You know, it's like, it's not going to blow anybody's dress up, but they'll get the job done. It could get the job done. You taking the cat on the date? No, not if I'm wanting to get in the action, Nike. Jerry, appreciate you doing these long streams. Gives me content to listen to while I work out through the week. I appreciate that, man, Jerry. I love doing these streams. It's fun interacting with you guys. And again, I always learn a little bit more than what I knew coming into it. Michael Wright says, what's your favorite grunge band? Okay, so back in the day, Michael, I was a Pearl Jam guy way back in the day when I was younger in the 90s. I still loved I liked some of Nirvana. Alice in Chains was probably my second. After that, I like Soundgarden too. I liked all the Seattle bands. I probably leaned back though towards more of the 70s stuff. I like my Pink Floyd still. I go back and still listen to like Dark Side of the Moon. I can listen to that album front cover to back cover, you know? So, yeah, But I like, at least recently I've been listening to like Tame Impala and stuff. I like their stuff. Y2K, if you get a girlfriend, your stream will suffer. Don't do it. I know, man. Why do you think I've been staying single for so long? Dustin, well, if it's girlfriend or football, probably football. I don't have to have a girlfriend. I don't mind being single, man. I like having all my days to myself and doing what I want to do. I like independence. But that's just me. Derek, the Seahawks fan, says we lose Broncos, Chargers, Baltimore, Tampa, Buffalo, and New Orleans. 10-6 Kansas City. Okay, I can see it. I've just done always catching up. See, I think I'm going to catch up, and then you guys get to jump back up ahead of me. What do you think the record for the Chiefs would be? Asked Doe. I think the Chiefs are winning still 12-13 wins next year. Something that COVID-19 is going to do is it's going to put the fat cats, the best of the best, are going to push up into the stratosphere. The worst of the worst are going to be pushed down. So what I mean by that is you're going to see more teams this year in the 13-3, 14-2 than we've seen in prior years. And likewise, I believe you're going to see more teams in the 2 to 3 to 4 win range than we've seen in recent years as well, as an offset to that. But I think the Chiefs will still maintain they've got a lot of talent. I don't think that they're taking a step back. Appreciate that, Y2K. Thank you. What do you think Russell Wilson's stats will be next year? I think best case scenario on Russell Wilson's stats next year would be 41 touchdown passes, 4,500 yards because they just unleash him. And at that point, he would be getting some Pro Bowl. He'd be getting some MVP votes. Absolutely would, if not in contention. But I think he'll throw for more than 40 touchdowns for the first time in his career next year. And I do expect, I think he can get to that 4,500 yard range with all the pass catchers he's going to have. I really do. Undoing says, what do you think of the 49ers? Do you think they will have the same success? I do, Undoing. I really liked what they've done this offseason. The move going from Buckner to bringing in Kinlaw and how they offset that, going out and getting Trent Williams and upgrading from Joe Staley at the left tackle position. They've really not lost any assets from the prior year. I think that they're going to be good. I have them winning the division right now. John Robinson says, I think if we play the Bucs in the championship, we got to make Tom Brady throw deep because it seems he can't throw the deep ball at all anymore. Just lock up all the short stuff. That's what I do, John. The interesting part of that, of course, is that within the schematics of your defense, you give up the dink and dunk and you protect against the deep play. So now you'll have to ask Carroll to go complete opposite, which is what his natural tendencies are, which is allow maybe the potential of the big play in this game, but you're going to shut down the offense more consistently throughout because that's what Brady's going to want to do. It would be interesting to see how Seattle plays that. And if they made that kind of adjustment. Carson, what's up, Carson? 1P2C boxed. I think that's it. Is Josh Gordon going to get re-signed? I think he was going to get re-signed, Carson. I think with all these Instagram posts, with him remaining in Seattle, even after he was suspended last season, there's been enough little indicators here that would seem to point to me that yes, he will be re-signed. Just it's a matter of him getting off the exemption list at this point, Carson. And he had just applied for reinstatement this past week. So he's just got to wait for that to click in. Nike 11 says, no kids. Yes, I have no kids. And that was absolutely on purpose. I actually got myself fixed in my 20s, if you guys can believe it. I did not want no children. I had to raise my brother. He didn't have his dad. And I got to learn real quickly what it's like to raise kids. It's hard work. And I'd rather be making videos. Boom Shakalaka, Smashing Pumpkins. Love Smashing Pumpkins. They're good too. Yeah, I think they got some great stuff. Good picks, Boom Shakalaka. Do I think we signed more than 3 more players this offseason? I don't really have us doing any more real signings. No, I don't think so. They'll probably sign guys to fill out the roster because I'm told the scuttlebutt is that they're going to be able to get the practice squad rosters up to 16 off of 8 prior to combat the COVID stuff. If that's the case, you will be seeing some more guys signed that could be practice squad eligible, but I wouldn't have exact players that I could point to and say this is the guy they would target at that point. Do KC take it this year? Yes or no? Yeah, D-Boy, I think that they're the favorites to repeat at this point. I absolutely do. Y2K, when we beat the Broncos, we changed up our defense to stop short throws, very similar to Brady's. So it's possible we'd adjust. It is. It is. And I would like to see that if they do. I mean, it would be the natural way you'd want to adjust if you play against the Broncos. Brady's arm, a lot of people are trying to cover up for it, but the brass tacks is that he can't push the ball down the field like he used to. He just can't. And so if you don't take advantage of that limitation of his game, you're letting him beat you with his big brain all day. Any chance this girl is Russell Wilson's wife? Don't know. See you on the next one, Derek. Appreciate you hopping in the chat, man. Thank you so much. And I will say, it looks like we have caught up here at this point. I am 6 hours in, so I am going to go ahead and start to slow this down, draw this back a little bit. If you got any last minute questions, go ahead and get them in. I will try to get to the last bit of these, but I do try to intend to keep this at 4 hours and not to extend it too much because my voice gets just tapped out after 6 here. So we're going to wrap this up. If you got some last questions, please do post them in. Please do get them in. Pick one. Date a girl that is a Texans fan or let Texans win the next Super Bowl. Date a girl that's a Texans fan. If the Texans win the Super Bowl, then that means my team's not winning the Super Bowl, Urixel. We're deep thinkers here at the Hawks Nest. We go deep. All right. Well, it looks like we got everybody here in the chat. I want to thank all of you guys who made donations. We had so many people making donations. D-Boy, crazy donations from you, man. I will try to see if I can get up next Saturday on here. Like I said, I might have a date, so I got to take my chances when I can. I'm an older man. We don't have as many of them young girls out and about, so we got to do what we can do. But thank you to John and everyone else there for putting in the chat. I really do appreciate Barry Satoro. You guys are just blowing this thing up. But thank you for everyone keeping this thing active and rolling along, man. It's I enjoy the hell out of doing these, so we'll just keep them up. Right now, I will definitely be shooting for the every other Saturday standpoint, but I'm going to try to get this, if you guys want, more to the every Saturday thing. If we do every Saturday, we're going to have to cut these down a little shorter because I can't go 6 hours a pop every Saturday. I'll run out of things to talk about, frankly. All right. So have a good one. Let's see here. Should I run it? No. Deep thinkers like Carol Zup. Should I run it? No, pass. Nice. If we get a new head coach next year, would you rather see he could do with a first round pick or risk John blowing another pick? I'd rather John trade these first round picks at this point. I just think you get better value for the first round trade at this point, that you're getting a better established player. And that seems to be where the depressed value is to picking it up. D-Boy, did Josh Gordon get suspended from Seahawks last year for smoking? Hard to say. There's been some back and forth on this, D-Boy. I had heard that initially there was some other stuff in addition to the weed. But then we hear in the story from this last week that it was because his brother had died, and it leads you to believe that he had relapsed with just weed stuff. So if that's the case, you would think that he would be able to get back off of it with the new CBA and I think some of the relaxed guidelines. So I would think that it was just, I'm going to fall in the realm of thinking it was just weed at this point, though that is a guess. User Hit said, thank you so much, Emma Brown. I appreciate you, man. Boom Shakalaka, Y2K. Doe YT, thank you so much, man, for hopping on in here. I love my streams though, Doe. My voice just goes after 6. So I know there's like that mark where I got to cancel it out or I'm not gonna be able to talk for 3 days after the stream, which is tough for my job then. But thank you everyone for the donations. I appreciate everyone out there. I salute you. And anybody out there, if you haven't already, please do subscribe. Please do slam that like button. And otherwise, thank you very much. I will catch you guys. Wait, Y2K, what'd you say? Can we move on from Myers after this season? Yes, you can. You do have one more year on his deal, but the bonus money is not going to hit as accelerated as it would if you would have released him this last offseason. So you could get out of that contract next offseason, Y2K. Go Hawks, Dustin. I appreciate all your questions. Sean Alexander is one hell of a back. Thank you much, everybody.